Thanks for tuning in, parasurfing fans. We're live from Pismo Beach for finals day at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship hosted by AmpSurf. Changing conditions. Looking forward to talking about that. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth by Todd Klein. What do we got to look forward to today, Todd?
Well, we got the pinnacle of this event. We're finals day. We're going to kick things off this morning with semifinals. We've got an increase in swell, beautiful conditions out there. As far as the size goes, the conditions just a little bit bumpy on the face, but I can tell you right now, these athletes are excited because we do have a lot more power out there. We're going to get the best of the best. It was 6 days ago we kicked off the opening ceremonies with record-breaking numbers. We had 28 nations and 181 athletes. We've narrowed it down to the best.
Absolutely, and we're kicking off with semi-finals, stand 2. Of course, Israel have been a dominant force in stand 2 over the years.
Yes, last year's gold, Addy Klang, he's not actually surfing this year. He used to have an issue with his hip, and he had a very successful surgery on that hip, and we've seen him around this year's event. He's here, he's supporting his team, but he's no longer able to get qualify for this classification, which is a good thing for him. He's really got mobility now back in that hip. He's surfing better than ever, and even more exciting, he's back here now supporting his teammates.
Todd, let's talk conditions. What are we looking forward to? Tides, size, wind, and what kind of things have we got on the horizon with regards to the weather forecast?
Well, as I mentioned, there is an increase in swell. You see it out there right now. It's in that 3 to 5 foot range. It's come up out of the northwesterly direction. We've got a major low pressure out there in the Pacific coming down towards us. The good news is for us, you look at that wind right now, it's light. It's actually light offshore. The forecast has it blowing already hard out of the south, so fingers crossed. The forecasters will be wrong, like they generally are out there on the weather side of things. The forecasters on the surfline side of things have been fantastic. They've been on point, and I want to give a big shout-out to Kevin Wallace and the crew down there at Surfline, and also a big shout-out to the crew here. Everything's been running very smooth, and we're down to finals day, man. This is what it's all about. We're excited. The athletes are excited. You could feel that little bit of a different energy out there as we made our way over here to the broadcast booth, and I'm excited to kick off this first heat.
Absolutely, and kicking off this first heat, semi-final heat number 1 in the men's stand 2 classification, we got Philip Nord from France, Kenjiro Ito from Japan, Nachman Bululu from Israel, and Nathan Smids from Canada. So if we get into the details of parasurfing stand 2, this is any surfer who rides the wave in a standing position with a below-the-knee amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent or leg length difference. As you can see from those illustrations, a below-the-knee amputation or a leg length discrepancy. So talking about the greats, the Israelis, Addy Klang, Nachman Bululu, those are surfers who have dominated this division. How much pressure is on Nachman to defend his to get the opportunity to go for that world title after getting silver last year?
Yeah, as we mentioned, Addy Klang got the gold last year. He's actually here supporting Nachman this year, and Nachman last year being our silver medalist, he wants to go one better, but it's pretty exciting that he's back to the semifinals, so picking up where he left off last year, but he's got one more heat just to get to those finals, and then that's when it's all on the line. That's when he can go on that quest for the gold.
And Todd, tell us a little bit about heat length and format.
So today's format, we're going to adjust things once we get into the finals, but 20-minute heats in length, best 2 waves for each heat. Highest 2-wave totals will advance, so it'll be a 50% advancement. Actually, here we have 4 surfers, so yes, it'll be 50% advancement into the final. Each surfer is allowed to get a 25-wave maximum. I'm not sure that's going to happen out here. The swells really come up, a lot of water moving out there, so they're going to be a little bit selective and want to make sure they get the best wave possible, knowing that the best 2 goes into the score line. At the beginning here, these surfers were able to paddle out whenever they wanted to. Now moving forward for every heat as we progress through the rest of the day, 5-minute paddle out, and then for our prone division, they actually can paddle out 7 minutes prior to their heat. The main thing is, though, when they're paddling out there early, they must make sure they're well out of the current competitor's area that's out there in the lineup. So we'll see them a lot of times paddling out on that north side of the pier and then breaking through and coming back onto the south side. We're on the south side of the pier here. We're on the west coast of the United States here in Pismo Beach, California. And big shout out to everybody once again that has been volunteering. We see them first heat in the water out there in those orange jerseys to make sure that we have, top-notch safety.
Yeah, big shout out to all the AMP Surf crew, Dana Cummings, the president and founder of AMP Surf, and that wonderful acronym PIER, P-I-E-R, promote, inspire, educate, rehabilitate all people with disabilities, veterans, first responders through adaptive surf therapy and other outdoor activities, focusing on abilities. 4 chapters throughout the US of A, California, New England, New York, Pacific Northwest, aiming to reach over 1/5 of Americans living with disabilities. And once again, focusing on that phrase, abilities, empowerment. That has been a massive theme of the performances we have seen this week, Todd.
Yeah, and if you want to learn more about AmpSurf, go to ampsurf.org. But if you want to follow behind the scenes what we're doing here at this event, make sure and follow us on social media at isasurf.org on the website, and then as well on social at ISA Surfing. Some great photography, some great video. Once again, I continue to thank everybody, because without each person, the event wouldn't be as successful as it has been every year, and including this year as well.
And last night we had the local premiere of the incredible film, The Impossible Wave, that is the breathtaking story of Fernando Aguirre's mission to bring surfing to the Olympics. And that mission continues here because of our aim to bring surfing to the Paralympics.
Yeah, what a fantastic film.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking of fantastic live action, Kenjiro from Japan up and riding our first wave of the semi-finals. 17 minutes remaining now. We've got 2 semi-finals in stand 2, followed by 2 semi-finals in stand 3. Then we kick into the grand finals, as Todd just shared. 25 minutes for the grand finals, but right here, right now, it's those 20-minute finals, all to play for. 1 wave ridden, 1 score waiting to drop for our surfer from Japan.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, as we progress through and, we hear the post-heat interviews, if surfers will be changing their equipment. And, throughout this event, we've had smaller conditions, a lot of small wave boards, as we see a beautiful wave here for Notchman, last year's silver medalist, getting straight up into the lip. Not able to ride out of it, but potentially we could see a little bit of a change in equipment out here. You don't need the real thick rails anymore. You don't need the length to get into the waves. Plenty of power out there today.
Yeah, Todd, that was one of those moments where you pop up nice and quick. You haven't quite worked out the texture of the waves. You're thinking, is it powerful? How hard can I push that rail? He stood up quite tall, engaged that rail, but the foam didn't quite have the power he probably anticipated to just engage and project from that float turn.
Well, having the first heat in the morning, sometimes even though they've had earlier rounds, you might have a little bit of nerves. It's changed conditions, as we saw this opening wave for our Japanese competitor there. Similar, 1 quick move, and as he's coming down out of that move, he goes down. Beautiful face on this wave for Notchman. Nice off the top, but when he came down, when you come off that lip, you actually want to drive out of it. You want to come down with more speed than what the lip is coming down with you. When you come down together at the same pace, a lot of times the wave is going to get the best of you, and that was the case there. Maybe standing a little bit too high there as well, so maybe want to get a little bit lower center of gravity for the Israeli surfer and our last year's silver medalist.
Nathan Schmid's a local here, surfing for Canada, but lives in San Luis Obispo. He had a snowboard accident in the past. The 38-year-old is an absolute regular at Pismo Beach, so he'll know the variety of conditions that Pismo Beach experiences. These types of changing conditions, Todd, who do you think it's going to favor? Is it going to favor some of the local surfers or some of the international surfers who might be used to surfing stormy waves?
It's a good question, but I think, when you're working with the best athletes in the world, they're adapt to all conditions, as we see a very late takeoff there for Nathan. But, it's interesting because I used to spend a lot of time in Japan, and when I saw the first wave being ridden by our Japanese competitor out there, as we look down at Team Japan, Kenjiro, this was very similar to the conditions that, they used to hold those competitions in Japan, because a lot of times they hold them during that kind of typhoon season, and so you get kind of residual weather as those storms pass. You get nice waves, but you also get a little bit of a stormy condition, and that's kind of what it looks like to me out there, is very similar to what you've seen many times over the years for those qualifying series events over in Japan.
Philip Nord, 38-year-old from France, our surfer in red, just got a wave there. He was the bronze medalist in this classification last year here at Pismo Beach in 2021. So he'll kick off with a score. Could be a pretty strong score, but it looks like it might be that Natchman's off the lip might be the most dynamic bit of surfing that we've seen this morning so far.
And our director just given us a little bit of some very valuable information, because we didn't really want to allude to it too much, but we've got a really large Pacific storm bearing down on us, and it's only a matter of time before the winds really kick in. They're anticipating gale force winds tonight, Sammy, here in Pismo Beach, and our hopes are that we can get this event finished in the best conditions possible for our athletes. And so the crew at ISA making some great decisions to, get as deep as we could each day so that we could hold the finals here before this storm gets upon us. And as they continue to monitor those conditions coming at us, they have now taken the final to 20 minutes instead of 25.
Live action. Kenjiro looking to get his second score on the board. The biggest wave we've seen in the semi-finals so far. Takes off. Nice late drop. Engages that rail, but unable to ride out of the maneuver. Todd, what do you think of that from our Japanese surfer?
Well, again, you're going to have to push the limits here. You're into the semifinals, and in order to make the finals up against the world's best, you're going to have to put it on the line. And 20-minute heats though coming up in the finals. That's big news, Sam.
Live action, Philip Nord there. He's adding a second score. Big cutback there. Controlled that cutback. Foamy face, but a full roundhouse cutback completed. Goes in for that second maneuver. Coming close to the pier. Looks like it'll be a decent score for the Frenchman.
Yeah, I like that opening carve right there. And I also, reflecting back on the last of our Japanese competitor, that was a pretty big critical section that he jammed. That's going to come through, I think, probably our best score. And I also think our second best score will probably be for a Canadian that we just saw do that nice forehand carve on that left.
Yeah, contrasting approaches. We've seen the effort to go to the lip from Nachman and Kenjiro, but what I saw from Philippe there was putting that board on rail in the cutback. So it'll be interesting to see where the biggest scores lie today in these messier conditions.
Yeah, no, it's still, very, very contestable out there. And the other thing that's on offer is lefts and rights. As we saw our surfer there, Yellow, having a look at that one. We haven't seen the priority yet in effect as far as the graphic goes. That's something, obviously, we always want to keep an eye on because whoever holds the higher priority, they've got first right away. There it is. Priority is established. So our Canadian surfer out there has first right away in that blue jersey.
The judge is loving Philip Nord's roundhouse cutback, followed up by a second maneuver. Drops a 5.67. Adding to that 3.33, he's in first position. Top two surfers will book a spot in the grand final. So the pressure is now on Nachman, who's the silver medalist from last year in this category, and Nathan Smids, who was a phenomenal performer here last year as well. So he looks to get that second score. He's got a 1, so he'll want to get that as soon as possible to take the pressure off, but still plenty of time left, Todd, 11 minutes.
Yeah, again, going back and, I want to talk a little bit about that movie we had the opportunity and the honor to watch, The Impossible Wave, with, kind of documenting Fernando Aguirre, who was our president at the ISA, and the team at ISA that he compiled. And I was part of that. I remember when I was working at Quicksilver and he was pitching us. Excuse me. And, we looked around when he was talking about surfing going to the Olympics. And, we all kind of rolled our eyes and said, come on, man, really? And, that's something that we see the world's best. They're constantly questioned. People are telling them it's not possible. And they have a passion. They have a plan. They make it happen. And it's unbelievable that we got surfing into the Olympics. It's there to stay now. And now the goal is to get para-surfing into the Paralympics.
And this was the best. No, that wasn't the 5.67. I thought we were going to see from our French surfer the 5.67. But this big drop from our surfer from Japan, probably the biggest wave we've seen of this semi-final. But how about this cut back here, Todd? What do you think of this rail engagement into the mid-5s?
Well, again, I was very impressed. First and foremost, I'm a goofy footer, so I love watching the goofy footers on these lefts out here. And the way he committed to that rail was, what the judges want to see. This time going on the backhand, and you could see leaning a little bit too hard on that rail as the momentum just carried him right out the back. And showing a little bit of frustration, but he's got plenty of time. We're just past the halfway mark here in this 20-minute semifinal, and he'll want to get out there and reset. But the Frenchman leading the charge right now, 5.67 and a 3.33.
From Vendée, the 38-year-old Philip Nord, he's out there in the lead. Kenjiro from Japan has got a 3.33 and a 2.83. Pressure now on Nachman Bululu, our silver medalist from this classification last year. Live action Nachman having a look, not choosing to go for that one in second priority, but it's Nathan Smids in first priority. Messier conditions, increasing swell size, tidal situation, Todd. Are we still pushing in, or is it already on the drop?
No, we are still pushing in. It'll be pushing in until about 10 o'clock today, and I'll get those exact times in a moment. But I think the biggest news right now is that today is finals day. I think many of our viewers out there, are anticipating that tomorrow would be finals day. That was our original plan. But due to Mother Nature, we can't control that. We control the controllable. And with a major storm coming in tomorrow, and even this afternoon, the ISA making some adjustments even today. Our finals will be 20 minutes in length. We will be crowning our world champions. We will be giving out our gold medals here today. Exciting time. So if you know a buddy out there that says, oh, I'm going to work, the finals are tomorrow, we'll call him, let him know he's not going to work. He needs to tune in and watch live because we will be giving out our gold medals today.
Absolutely. And going back to that tide, have you just got the details of high tide there? 10:0?
No, it's a little past 10 a.m. and it's going to be another major high tide. But, I don't expect it to really, the high tide's been our friend every day. The low tide has been our enemy, and low tide is not till after 5 p.m. this afternoon. So by then, we'll be sitting around with our gold medalists celebrating.
Absolutely, and we want to work around that high tide, definitely, because that's when we got that better wave shape as well, and if we got that increasing swell size, Nathan Smits, he just drops a second score. So a 2.73, his highest score, replacing his 1 and adding to his 1, but he still needs a 3.43 to move up into second and book himself a spot in that grand final. Coming up in the second semi-final, we've got Brazil, USA, South Africa, and Costa Rica. So who will get these first 2 spots? Philip Nord in a decent position, but carrying that 3.33. Not really a score he wants to carry with the likes of Kenjiro, Nathan, and Natchman on his tail.
Yeah, he'll definitely want to better that backup, but, he holds the highest single wave score right now in that 5.67, so he's in a real good position. Not a lot of pressure on him. The pressure is on our defending silver medalist representing Israel in the yellow, Nachman. He's only got a 3.0, and he doesn't have a second score yet. Good news for our surfer in yellow. He does have priority. He's got 7 minutes on the clock, but if we're, looking at and analyzing who might be facing, are feeling the most nerves, I'm going to say it's our surfer in yellow right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Natchman, a legend of parasurfing. He's been present at the events all around the world for the last number of years. A former professional surfer himself, the 47-year-old established the first surf school in Israel for amputees, works as a surf coach, also a keen soccer player from Tel Aviv, and as we said, silver medalist here in Pismo. And Adi Klang, his teammate, will be on the sand watching, cheering, hoping that Natchman gets a shot at this wave. Up and riding live action. Natchman chasing a 3.17, goes for the left, grabs that rail, kicks out. Probably not going to come near that 3.17, but he's keeping moving, but he's only got 6 minutes left on.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was a mistake, a priority mistake there for him. He had the first priority, took off on a wave that is not going to really help him in the scoreline. He had zeros because he only had 1 wave to his name, so it does go in. It does go into his 2-wave total. However, he needs a 3.17, so he's going to need to get back out there, reset, 5:40 on the clock, and try and find something that will allow him that 3.17 to move up into advancement, into the second position where our current surfer in the white jersey representing Japan sits. Kenjiro has a 3.33 and a 2.83, and he has first priority, the surfer in white. So he can utilize it to better his scoreline. He also can utilize it to make sure that Nachman doesn't get the opportunity to pass him. And it looks like our surfer with first priority is paddling.
Absolutely, up and riding our surfer from Japan. Nice, powerful section there. Grabs that rail, unable to really engage with the arc of that wave. But you can see how challenging some of these faces are today, Todd.
Yeah, it looked like to me, and it almost looked to me right there when his board was flipped over, he might be missing a fin, too. I could be off there, but it looked to me like he might have been missing one of his side fins. When he jumped to his feet, he hit a chop, and his back leg came off. So he slipped off, and that's why he grabbed the rail, trying to pull through and get back up if he could. But, that's one of the things that they're going to have to deal with today out there. We've got more swell, but we definitely have a little bit more chop on the face. The last couple of days it's been offshore. You can see he lost his footing on the back. And look, he's missing a fin.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if he knows that, because when he grabbed it, he just flipped it right back over.
That was a great spot, Todd. You immediately recognized that the line of that board was unnatural. And sure enough, because the fin is missing.
See?
Is he noticing it right now?
Look at that. I don't know that he, I mean, he's going straight back out, but I mean, what are you going to do?
Very interesting situation for our surfer from Japan, chasing a spot in the finals, but up and riding Philip Nord out of France, out there in the lead, looking to place a 3.33, comes hard off the bottom, hits that lip, looks to project back down, but comes unstuck off the back of the wave. Will that still replace the 3.33 for the attempted maneuver, though, Todd?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know. It was a beautiful late drop. There was a degree of difficulty there, but I'm going back and reflecting on the nice cutback where it got him the 5.67. So you figure, was that 2 points less? I don't know. The degree of difficulty and the commitment in that cutback was much greater than what just happened there on that drop. So it's going to be close. A 3.33, it could.
It's going to be close, but he's already out there in the lead, so it still reinforces that pressure on Kenjiro, Natchman, and Nathan.
So Kenjiro missing that outside fin on his left. It almost seems like he'd be better off going on the rights because he does have the inside fin holding on that rail, because the other way, it's going to make him want to spin out on the bottom turns.
Live action, Nathan Smits chasing a 3.43. A nice opportunity there on the right-hander, but not that open face that the surfers are really looking for. But this man on your screen out of Israel, Natchman Balulu, is up and riding, chasing a 3.17. And again, the motivation, the energy. This guy, he's a father of 4, a grandfather of 1. He's only 47, but he's got that sprightly, lively approach. But he just needs to stay calm and cool in this situation, because talent-wise, he's in with a shot, but he's got to find those waves.
Yeah, you nailed it right there. He just needs something that's going to give him a little more open face. He's making some great critical drops there, but as soon as he gets down out onto that, bottom of the wave, there's white water all around him. That doesn't allow him to, perform those maneuvers that the judges want to see. So spot on, Sammy. He needs to be a little bit more selective out there to find the waves that are going to give him the opportunity to perform those maneuvers. Looking at our surfer in blue, our Canadian, some low scores there in the scoreline, but even with that said, because Kenjiro still has a 2.83 in his scoreline, this heat is wide open for the taking. 2 minutes on the clock, current heat leader.
Philip Nord there, blasting that big re-entry, comes out cleanly. He's feeling it. He gives that kick-out claim. He's stoked. He's going to replace that 3.67 by the looks of it. Might even rival his 5.67.
It will. It will, for sure. That was a big critical section. There was no questioning that he was 100% committed. Goes straight up into the section, and very challenging coming down the face. You can see it bouncing him around, but a testament to just how strong he is and his low center of gravity, and he pulls through.
And a testament to the power and the resilience and the strength and depth of the French team, who are currently sitting second in the team standings behind USA. Philip Nord going for gold, but our surfer also looking to book a spot in the grand final. Kenjiro up and riding with that missing fin on one side. Whether that's purposeful or whether it's accidental, I don't know, but he's looking really strong and floats out of this and feels the vibes. You get the feeling maybe that fin off one side of his board is purposeful for his technique.
Well, even if he gets second, I'd like to get that inside, because this is the first that I've noticed he's missing that fin. But remember what I said a moment ago, where he does have his fin, it's on that inside right rail. So it's going to hold on the rights for him and continue down the line. So, great decision to go on the right out there. And I tell you what, that is no doubt going to better the 3.33, and it might even push him up. Look at last of red, 7.67 for the big forehand jam.
Wow, incredible. So we've just had a little line there from Ben Way about the fact that he does go for the asymmetrical system. So big re-entry there from our surfer, Philip Nord. Wow, that went massive.
Yeah, well, again, that was a big, massive section. And then this is our surfer here from Japan. Nice speed and trimming down the line. Nice carve off the top. But this final move is probably the money turn here. Once again, generates the speed, gets right up into it and bangs it. He likes it. He kicks out. Again, the big question for me is, it's got me wondering, did he intentionally not have that other fin on the outside rail of the left rail? It looks to me like he felt really comfortable out there.
Well, it's made the difference. He has booked himself a spot in the final. Philip Nord takes the win there with that 7.67, and our surfer from Japan gets second. Both those men in the grand final.
And that score's not even in yet for that right. He's going to replace that 3.33.
So he might well shift up into first, waiting
potentially.
For that. Comes in at a 6.83, so it doesn't change the situation, but it keeps him in second.
It closes the door on the other two.
And wow, it'll be very interesting to get the opportunity to find out about those fin placements. Congratulations, Philip Nord. Congratulations, Kenjiro Ito from Japan. Phenomenal surfing. But coming up, our second semi-final. We've got Brazil, USA, South Africa, and Costa Rica. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because the live action will continue, and pretty soon we'll be moving into the grand finals. So much more to look forward to live from Pismo Beach for the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, hosted by AmpSurf on finals day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Finals Day live from Pismo Beach, as we just saw our Japanese surfer booking himself a spot in the grand final of Men Stand 2. We're now moving on to the second semi-final of Men Stand 2. And the talking point there was the fact that he's gone for the asymmetrical fin setup. Kenjiro, look at that. If you get the opportunity to cast your eyes on that board, you'll see on the inside rail there, he's got two fins, and he hasn't got that fin on the outside rail. And what happened right there was it worked for him, because he's booked a spot and he's eliminated our Israeli, our silver medalist from last year. Nachman Balulu is out of Men's Stand 2,
yeah,
Todd Klein.
Yeah, big news right there. You know, we know last year's Addy Klang, gold medalist, is not competing this year. He had hip surgery and is in a good place now, so he was unable to qualify for this classification, which was great news for him. And it opened the door for his countrymen, but unfortunately he lost out.
Who will open the door to get into the grand final from the second semi? We've got Rafael Luendes from Brazil, Forrest Weinberg from USA, an excellent surfer, Jean-Paul Valdry from South Africa, and Johnson Barentes from Costa Rica. For me, Forrest has been a standout of the event, but I loved what I saw from Philip Nord from France, and I think he could well be the favorite going into the final.
Yeah, don't underestimate Jean-Paul Valdry either. He was one of our standouts for many years, and last year at the 11th hour, all of Team South Africa got the card pulled on him. They could not come due to the pandemic. He had a beautiful quiver set up from Al Merrick. I was following him on social media, and at the 11th hour, the entire crew was unable to come. It was heartbreaking for them, and you can almost feel even more energy from South Africa this year. He's into the semifinals. Jean-Paul Valdry, I saw him this morning checking in the dark, and they said, well, we have to make sure we get the right heat sheets before we can check in, but I saw him froth, and he was ready to go.
Live action. Raphael, big backhand re-entry hard off the top, and then connecting, gliding, charging again a second turn. This is great bowly surfing, flowing connection, feeling the vibes. 3 solid maneuvers, linking every possible ounce of juice on that wave. Going left, going right, it's got to be a massive score.
That will be a massive score. You go back and you compare, to our semifinal number 1 and what we saw in that one and what we just saw now for our surfer on that opening one from Brazil. Here's Jean-Paul Valdry representing South Africa, not finding the open face that we saw Rafael able to get, and now White out the back on a left.
Watch out for Forrest there. Engages that rail, unable to come out of that top turn. Rafael's going to drop a score. Forrest is going to drop a score. Jean-Paul is going to drop a score. And also, Johnson, the Costa Rican there, he had a right-hander as well. So it'll be very interesting to see who comes out on top.
I got a feeling Rafael's score is going to be scratching that excellent range. Anything 8 and above is excellent. And he had multiple maneuvers there, some big turns, big critical sections. And that was on wave number 1. So he's coming out of the gates really strong.
Big talking point, France getting through to the grand final in Para Stand 2. It really improves their situation in the team standings, going for the ISA Team Trophy, World Parasurfing Team Trophy at the moment. Head-to-head, we got USA, we got France, but don't rule out Brazil, don't rule out Spain, don't rule out Australia, don't rule out South Africa. But at the moment, France looking very strong. So that puts the pressure on the host nation, USA.
Yeah, no doubt. That's the goal here is gold medals. Gold medals for the individuals and gold medals for the team. And France looking really strong coming into today, final day of competition. USA first, France second, Brazil third, Spain in fourth, and it's going to be a fight right until the final heat. And every point's so important. And speaking of France, I think we got somebody.
Absolutely, we got Philip Nord. Philip Nord is getting ready to talk to us. We're just going to give him a little bit of time. But yeah, what a great performance from Philippe. But already I'm seeing that there's some potential winners on this side of the draw here.
Well, we'll hear from our winner of that first heat, but I'm also curious if Axel can find out a little bit about that board and the fin missing for our Japanese competitor. Here we go, another beautiful wave out the back.
Live action, Raphael backs up something with a 9-2-3 opening wave. So kicks off with a near perfect score and then answers back and falls on that float, but looking like he could be one of the favorites. What do you think of that, Todd?
Well, I'm feeling good because I feel like I'm locked in with the judges and exactly what they want to see. I knew it was going to go in the excellent range. They took it really far in the excellent range. A 9-2-3 for Raphael's opener. That last move right there, had he made that, it's going in the excellent range again. One thing I'm seeing for this guy, he's looking for those big critical sections, looking for the big moves, and he's looking like a favorite going into potentially the final. He needs to back up that opener.
And someone, if he does get into the final, who he's going to meet is the Frenchman. Philip Nord just booked himself a spot in the grand final. Philip, he's on the sand with Axel.
Cheers, guys. Thanks so much. So we're here with Philippe, and Edouard will be helping here with translation. So, Philippe, you're pretty much dominating the entire heat until the end that way from Japanese surfer. You're taking down silver medal from last year from Team Israel, Balulu. Must be pretty good moving into the final.
Oui, donc Philippe, tu as dominé la série tout le long du 8. La médaille d'argent de l'année dernière s'en va et tu as été devant le japonais toute la série, donc c'est plutôt pas mal.
Ouais, j'ai eu du mal à me mettre dans la série là, je sais pas pourquoi. Et après, j'avais deux vrais concurrents en face. C'est vrai que Loulou c'est un sacré adversaire. Bon là il sort, mais ça me fait vraiment plaisir que Ito soit avec moi en finale. Il mérite, il a un vrai niveau de surfeur aussi.
It was really hard for me to begin this hit, but I don't know why it was like that this morning. But I take time to get in, and I'm very happy for Hito to be with me in final. And I had two good surfers with me in this hit.
Talk about the final, Philippe. Now it seems like you're going to be the man to beat. I know you like the pressure. How are you going to approach this final?
Donc maintenant que tu es en finale, on sait que tu es l'homme à battre et que tu aimes la pression. Comment tu vas aborder cette finale?
Je vais rester concentré là, les heures qui restent, et puis, mais je vais tout donner. Je vais tout donner sur la finale. Je suis confiant, vraiment. J'ai le mental et je vais y arriver. Je vais avoir la médaille d'or, c'est sûr.
I'm gonna take time and keep quiet, and I'm confident for this final, and I love pressure, and I will do the job.
Well, that's a championship mentality there right there. Okay, thank you so much, Philippe. We'll take rest, get ready for that final.
Okay, thank you.
Back to the booth, guys. I'm going to try to see if we can get that board from our Japanese surfer.
Fantastic. Thanks, Axel. Congratulations, Philippe. Strong surfing. Let's get a little recap on where we're at. Raphael from Brazil has got a 9.23. Backed up with a 5.83. If he landed that floater, could well be a bigger score, but still very strong. Forrest in second with a 2.57 and a 1.50. Jean-Paul, the 49-year-old out of East London, the amputee who's a great photographer, surfed since 14. In 2009, a hit and run caused the amputation of his leg. He's a legend. He's looking to get a second score, but this guy is on fire, Todd. This won't be a strong score, but that first wave to kick off with a 9.23 as we see Jean-Paul up and riding, adding to that 3.67. Little left-hand section there comes off the top, off the bottom there, and that wave just dying out in the deeper water.
Yeah, I think he needs to work on his wave selection there, Jean-Paul Vaudry. And I also want to take the time to give a shout out to Anthony Smythe, who is another South African that is not with us here. And wishing you all the best, buddy. Hope you're watching out there, and we miss you. And I've been able to foster some great relationships here, being a part of this event since 2015, and some great people and some unbelievable surfers.
There's Llewellyn Williams sponge. He'll be coming up in the Neil final later, surfing against his huge rival, his big inspiration, Mark Mono Stewart, the mighty Mono there, unbeaten, irrepressible, resilient. And you can tell from our inspiring time with Mono last night that Mono is still as savvy as ever, as competitive as ever, and is still going for gold, despite being 60 and despite all the trials and tribulations he's been through.
Yeah, I was going to say he might be 60 years of age, but in watching him perform, there's still a teenager stuck in that body, and
Absolutely.
You see the energy on every single turn, and it's exciting to watch. I can't wait for that final.
So this is Parasurfing Stand 2, second semi-final. Any surfer riding a wave in the standing position with a below-the-knee amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent or leg length difference, such as below-the-knee amputations or that discrepancy in leg length we see in that illustration on the left side there, brought to you by our brilliant team from Action Sports Productions here as we go into the last 9 minutes. Raphael on fire, 9.23, backed up by a 5.83. Jean-Paul is moved up into second. Now that is going to be an important score for him, Todd, because good friend of yours, Jean-Paul, you know how heartbreaking it was for the South African team, ready to be here last year. COVID restrictions meant they couldn't travel, here in force this year, and as it stands, Jean-Paul currently in second, but right now it's Johnson from Costa Rica looking to get his second score.
Yeah, just a quick one here for the goofy footer on the backhand. And that wave shutting down, but he's sticking with it. He's hoping for on this higher tide sometimes we will see the reform on the inside that allows the whitewater to pull back and allow some vertical face on the inside for some maneuvers. That one not allowing those bigger maneuvers on the inside, but nonetheless able to cover a lot of ground. But the judges want to see those maneuvers in those critical sections. And look at this. Here we go, Forrest.
Big re-entry from Forrest, hits that hard, goes vertical. The surfer from Long Beach, the 35-year-old, putting it all on the line, committed to that section. Would have been one of the most vertical turns we've seen in the semi-finals today, but just unable to ride out of that at the last moment.
Yeah, but that's what the judges want to see. They want to see you committing, and that was 100% commitment right there, not able to ride out of it. And you mentioned, Jean-Paul, who is out there in the yellow and has moved up into second. He might be in second right now, but low scores in that three-point range. He needs to better that scoreline to solidify and lock himself into the final.
Well, it's a busy heat, but it'd be really interesting to go down onto the sand after this wave with Raphael and talk to Axel. But let's just have a look at this wave from Raphael. Can he replace that score in the high fives? It looks pretty strong. Attacking that section, it dies out. And with that, one of the talking points in the semi-final one was our Japanese surfer Kenjuri riding an asymmetrical fin setup. Axel's on the sand with that board. Let's find out more.
Yeah, that's right, Sammy. So we approached our finalist, and he says he had no idea. I just told him to flip the board around. He saw it. He was like shocked, like, no way. So that was not planned. That was actually, he thinks it was from the first wave, and then we can see here. So he was totally shocked, and so he's going to try to find a new one for the final.
Wow, great insight, Axel, and thanks for bringing that to us. I identified that when he got that wave, his board flipped over, and, if it had just come out and he actually saw it, he would have looked at it and probably panicked. It's probably better that he did not notice, and, it happened to be just coincidental that he ended up going right, because going right allowed that board to hold in the face of the wave, and there, big moves by our South African.
And not only big, composed. That, the elegance, I love that. There was complete body control throughout that maneuver. I absolutely loved that from Jean-Paul, and that really is going to reinforce the situation and replace that 3.93.
Well, I believe scores have already dropped to 7.67, and I mentioned he might have been in second place, but he only had a pair of threes. He was on loose ground. Well, now he's got a solid foundation, a 7.67. Now he needs to replace the 3.93. South African settling in out there in semi-2.
And this matters so much for the 14-strong parasurfing team from South Africa. One of their favorites, Jean-Paul. If he can get to the final, that will mean so much to perhaps what has been one of the most positively spirited teams here at the event.
Well, again, I always try and put myself, in an individual shoes when I'm holding conversation with him, and we'll talk a little bit more in a moment. Beautiful wave out the back.
Forrest Weinberg out of Long Beach attacking this open face section with speed. There's the float. Can he ride out? He can.
Wow.
Clearly, he's clapping. He's stoked.
Wow.
He needs a big score. He's chasing a 7.93, but Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on the scores because that was exceptional surfing.
Highly, highly contested semifinal number 2. 2 berths on the line for the grand final. 5 minutes on the line, and scores are elevating.
Goes in at a 7.93, puts him up into second position, still carrying a 3.67. Wow, all to play for here. Raphael out there in the lead with a 9.23 and a 5.83. Forrest Weinberg, the 35-year-old out of Long Beach, was in the Marine Corps, traveled the world, is a citizen of the planet, and right now demonstrating he knows this Californian coast better than anyone. He's put himself into second position, putting the pressure on South African Jean-Paul, who now needs a low score of a 3.94 to book his spot in the final.
Yeah, our Costa Rican is the one that's really going to have to get busy and quickly because he needs a score up in the excellent range. Here we go. Let's see how our South African responds.
Chasing just pretty much a 4 there. So he gets that top turn there. He gets that bottom turn. He's in the foam section here, but he's looking for one last chance. There's the hit.
Oh, there
this
it is
important.
all day.
He's feeling it. Needing a high 3. What do you think, Todd?
Well, the commitment there on that final move, that was the money turn, and we talk about champions rising under pressure, and that's what that was. That was a pressure moment there for the South African. The good news was he didn't need much, needing a 3.94. That's going to go well north of the 3.94. What it's going to do, it's going to put him back in second, and it's going to apply the pressure now on Forrest, representing the USA in the white jersey, to see how he responds. The challenge for Forrest is going to be the time on the clock.
Just got intel from Ben Way that Forrest is on a borrowed board from Rod at Pismo Surf Academy because Forrest's board broke. So the fact that Forrest on a borrowed board is still threatening for this final position is really interesting. But that score to drop for Jean-Paul could make the difference.
Oh, it'll make the difference. I'm definitely confident of that. And going back to talking about the borrowed board, that's a testament right there to the Indian, not the arrow, because he can basically shoot anything is what he's showing us.
Great lines, Todd. And it does come in at a 7.17. So Jean-Paul moves up into second position. Live action from Costa Rica. Johnson gets nailed. He gets that clam sandwich. Hopefully he'll come out breathing, smiling, happy. He's got chance for more, but he's comboed at the moment because the pressure on Raphael, Jean-Paul, Forrest that they've put on Johnson has just meant that he needs a combination of 14.84.
Yeah, you know what? This is really exciting. We knew it was going to be a big day. It's finals day, but right now, this semifinal number 2, this is the prelude of what we are going to see today as the bar continues to lift. Exciting times here in Pismo Beach for our 2022 Pismo Beach ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Multi-gold champion underneath the pier right now, getting ready. Pirata.
That's it. That's iconic. What a shot. Him with the board up, standing there by the pier. I mean, I love that. A great moment. We're looking forward to some amazing action. The last 2 semifinals coming up. It's going to be men stand 3, but we're down into the last 2 minutes right now. This has been such an incredible semifinal. Look at those scores. Totals of 15, 14, and 11 of our top 3 surfers. So now Forrest Weinberg out of Long Beach, California, needing a 6.91. And the fact that he's already dropped a 7.93, he knows he can get that score.
As we see Pirata coming up in that next heat, making his way out on the north side. Each surfer is allowed to go out 5 minutes prior to their heat, so he's pushing it a little bit. He's only got 140 on the clock, but he's going to utilize that little rip that goes out next to the pier. It's like an escalator that'll just pull him right out just past the break. Once he gets out there, he'll paddle through the pier and come through on the south side.
I feel like the Japan surf team owes us one because, owes you one, Todd, because you spotted that there was a missing fin and he didn't even realize. And when the waves are messy, it just goes to show that your board does feel different. And sometimes if it's clean, if a fin's missing. But when it's messy, you think it could be the waves. But right now, Forrest Weinberg going for a 6.91. It's not going to happen on that wave.
You know what I'm seeing out there on that higher tide is some beautiful double-up sections right there. And we saw the Costa Rican, as you referred to it, as a clam sandwich. When he took off, that thing was lurching on the sandbar, nearly barreling. And as he got underneath it, it knocked him down. It took him out because it was closing out. But some really nice critical sections, and we've seen Raphael and Jean-Paul performing their maneuvers in that. Here we go. Look at this double up right here.
Live action, Jean-Paul. Beautiful turn there. Throwing spray in control. I can hear the South African team shouting, hooting. Rainbow spectrum at its best. Jean-Paul out of East London, the photographer, the legendary power surfer, looking strong, looking to replace a 7.17. I like that first turn. He's in a safe situation at the moment unless Forrest can get a 6.91.
Yeah, again, this has got to be a great feeling for our South African because, last year, again, I can only imagine what it felt like for him. All the excitement, all the training for last year's event, and then at the 11th hour being told that due to the pandemic, the South Africans were not going to be able to leave their country to come to the United States, and it would have been heartbreaking. And then to train even that much harder this year to get back here, and now seeing it all come together in the semifinals with that type of a performance, it's got to feel really good.
There it is. Brazil and South Africa have booked those second 2 spots in the grand final. Congratulations, this man on your screen, the heat winner, Rafael. He gets a 15.06 with that 9.23 and that 5.83, but it's Jean-Paul Valdry from South Africa who gets second spot. Wow.
Great
what
surfing.
A phenomenal bit of surfing. But stay tuned, para surfing fans, because we will switch into the last 2 semi-finals, the men stand 3. We've got the mighty Brazilian Prata coming up next. He's going to set the field ablaze right here live from Pismo Beach for the continuation of finals day at the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championship hosted by AmpSurf. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to finals day here live from Pismo Beach, the central coast of California. We've still got really good conditions. It's messier, but there's a lot of sections on offer, and we've seen levels go through the roof. But right now, keep your eyes peeled because our Brazilian Alcino Prata Neto is out there in the water, surfing for a spot in the grand final to defend his multi-world titles. But he's got now Michi Katsukara surfing for Japan and Alon Avasar also for Israel. So Israel eliminated from stand 2. Does Alon have an opportunity in stand 3, Todd?
He's got a chip and a chair. That's all you need, and he's got a clean slate out there in this semifinal number 1. But he's got a solid 2 surfers that he's going to have to compete against in order to book a spot into those finals. The good news is only 1 surfer will be eliminated in this semifinal, so it even puts a little bit more pressure, I think, on each one of them because they don't want to be that guy.
Absolutely. He's got a chip and a chair, but who's got the poker face?
Probably every single one of them. I tell you what, that guy Pirata right there coming out of the gates quickly on the backhand. Look at this section. Bang! Hooks it right there in the pocket. And this guy, he's got a very solid forehand and backhand. As you see that backhand snap right there in the most critical section. Going to be a great start here for him.
Under the lip action. This is fantastic.
Look at this section right there. Great timing as he drove up into it, gets right underneath of it, and then just pivots right and just hooks it and comes out of it with plenty of speed, plenty of momentum, cleanly pulls it off, and scores right there, dropping quickly, 7.67. Great start for the Brazilian.
And live action, he's got a nice bowly right-hander here. So he's up and riding, carving hard on the rail there. Big sweeping turn. Again, gets that second re-entry, adding to that 7.67. In life, opts not to use the prosthesis, the prosthetic leg, and then has this unique style of using that leading arm almost as a balanced leg, and it gives him a very low center of gravity, and you get to see much more explosive kneel style turns out of Prata. It's distinctive. There are other competitors who employ that technique, but none rival the power and the spray you'll see from the great mighty Brazilian based on the North Shore Prata.
Yeah, coming up in semifinal number 2, Dariel from Costa Rica, same approach, but he's a regular footer. So, both of them, one thing I noticed, and it seems to be a little point of differential from the other competitors, is they're so low to their board. Their low center of gravity allows them to really engage the rail and pivot quickly, whereas when we're standing up, even as able-bodied surfers, it's much harder to turn so quickly. I believe he wanted to maybe time his turn a little bit differently right there, but with a competitor coming up out the back, he wanted to obviously avoid him and not run into him, so he threw his turn a little bit sooner than I think he would have liked to on that wave. But it will be score number 2 going into the score line, and here we go, yellow.
Is our surfer from Israel. He gets a short ride there, so he's going to add his first score to the board. Parata drops 2 sevens, a 7.83 and a 7.67. I can hear the beach cheering, probably the Brazilian team reflecting on that last score dropped by Parata.
Potentially. I mean, there's a lot of things to be celebrated here on this beach today on finals day, so who knows what celebrations taking place right now. Let's look at the classification here we got in the lineup.
Any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower extremity amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent, such as double knee amputation, above the knee or prosthesis, or above the knee amputation. So what we see from Parata is he opts not to use the prosthesis, and that develops that beautiful style that Daniel Melendez from Costa Rica also employs, in contrast to our surfer from Japan here using the prosthesis. He's up and riding, he's charging, he's got that nice arcing line there, beautiful approach here. He's got an opportunity for one speed section drive here, climbing and dropping, gets that foam tap, doesn't ride out so cleanly, but already a lot of scoring potential delivered on that ride for our surfer from Japan.
Yeah, I like his style. I like his approach. He does really well bringing that prosthetic around up there onto the deck of the board and then keeping it rail to rail, going down the line. We've seen him throughout this event putting some big maneuvers together. That wave not really allowing the big maneuvers, but he was able to get a couple of them off. It'll get a decent score on the board for him, and now he can build upon that.
And Todd, we really get to see a full spectrum of the conditions we got on offer today. It hasn't got too big, but it's certainly delivering some great opportunities. So with that, let's go down to the sand for the post-heat interview with the winner of our last heat out of Brazil. He's booked himself a spot in the grand final, and he's with Axel.
Cheers, that's right. Thank you, Sammy. So, Rafael, you're now in the final. You're going to be meeting up against Jean-Paul Kejiro from Italy. Also, you will have the single highest score of the round, that 9.2 that the judges really liked. How are you going to focus now for the final?
Rafael, você está na final, vai encontrar na final o pessoal dos outros países. Como é que você tem a maior nota desse round? Como é que você vai focar para a final?
Eu vou focar no cara que está lá em cima, Andy Irons. Andy Irons está no meu coração. Andy Irons forever. E meu pai que está no céu, né? É ele que me dá força, né? É isso aí. E aqui é um patrocínio, né? Pô, cadê? Não tem dinheiro para nada. Cheguei aqui, ó, mendigando. Tô mendigando no Brasil. Isso é uma vergonha. Vocês não dão valor ao surf. Fico correndo atrás de bola. Futebol já era, é passado. O negócio é surf, galera.
All right. He's going to focus on his main idol, that's Andy Irons. AI forever, as he's told, and his father that is also passed away, and he's just telling the Brazilian people to sponsor him because he doesn't have a sponsor in Brazil. So that's the message.
All right, Rafael. You and Philippe were looking really, really solid. What would be your goal? You see yourself with a gold medal?
Você e o Felipe Kizu estão assim no foco, né, das notas. E aí, tá indo pro gold? Tá indo para medalha de ouro?
Olha, eu treinei bastante, né? Assim, ó, o cara lá em cima que sabe, né? Assim, a gente não... Mas eu pretendo, é meu sonho, né? Se for para ser, será. Eu treinei para isso, né? Tô bem focado, concentrado. E vamos lá, vamos com tudo. E Brasil, vamos! Iha, aloha!
He's been training a lot. His main goal is to go to the gold, so he's gonna go for the gold. And that's it, Brazil.
No worries, bro. We're going to let you focus on that final. Thank you so much. Obrigado. Back to you, boys.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff. That was great to hear. Role model Andy Irons, the terrible news of losing his father, but the plea for sponsorship and the focus on gold. You know, 4 huge issues there for that surfer, and all fueling him to surf into the 9 range. You know, that opening wave into the 9 range, wow, that's really going to put the pressure on the other surfers in that stand 2 final.
Yeah, as you would expect, it's going to be a super exciting final, especially based on what we saw there in those semifinals. And I can't wait. Hopefully we're on, you and I, to call it here in the broadcast booth. If not, I'm getting a front row seat to watch that one unfold because that will be a great final.
And talking of finals, Morocco have gone 1-0 up against Portugal in the quarterfinals of the FIFA World Cup. So Morocco will absolutely be celebrating, but there's a lot more to play for in that. I'll keep an eye on those
Ramsey
scores.
Boukiyam.
Ramsey, qualified for the CT.
The championship
finally.
tour. A bit of a journeyman for so many years on the QS, and now qualifying, our first Moroccan surfer ever on the championship tour. Here we go, live action.
Live action, Alon from Israel. Nice bowling section here. This is a good wall ahead of him, and he climbs and rides and glides and slides and moves beautifully across this section with control, with style, and always in the pocket. This has got to be a massive scoring potential, Todd.
Yeah, this is much better for our Israeli surfer here. You know, getting up, getting a couple of nice turns off on the forehand, and then redirecting, coming back. That'll feel really good. And then once the beach announcer calls out that score, he'll hear it out there, and it'll just put him in a nice, easy place as we're on the halfway mark now. So perfect timing, you know. You are only scored on your best 2 waves to qualify for the final, so he'll have one really solid one right now, and now he'll just need to build upon it.
And we should put a DR in front of Alon's name because he has a PhD. He's a doctor. He's an academic. He's written a great book about ADHD. He's been surfing since age 10. He's traveled the world, and he has hereditary spastic paraplegia. And he's surfing at the Paralympics at an incredible level, and he's just put himself into 2nd position. But right now, chasing a 3.35, our surfer from Japan, looking to replace that 0.83. Already got a 5.50. What do you think of this one, Todd?
That one's not going to be a real big score, but one thing I think is such a beautiful thing is the way he gets to his feet. He swings the prosthetic up on the front. He's a regular footer, so it's on his left, side there that he's got the prosthetic. And, us as able-bodied surfers, we basically do a pop-up / push-up to get to our board, and we're utilizing our arms for stability as we're getting up. He'll get up onto his back knee and then swing the prosthetic around without his hands touching the rail, a testament to just how strong his core is and his ability and agility to not fall down. I can tell you right now, there's no way I could do this. Check this out. Right there like that. And then he does touch it just a little bit, but that is so hard to do right there, how he gets up like that.
Absolutely. So looking to get that score in the 3 range. Judges waiting to deliver that score. So only spots for 4 surfers in the grand final. 2 surfers will move out of this into the grand final. But what about this from Dr. Alon? This was really strong. Always in the pocket, Todd.
Yeah, great first turn. Drives out of it, back up into another one. Then he cuts back right there. A little bit of a slash, and then another one now where he starts to redirect, coming back on his backhand. That's a great wave, by far his best wave. And as I mentioned now, he's got one really solid score to build upon. Watch this first turn right here. Bang! Hits it off the top, comes down with more speed than he went up with. Back out on the open face, hits it again, and then slashes it back, and now starts to lean on the inside rail and start to come back on the backhand. Great surfing here for our surfer in yellow.
So Alon's impairment is a neurological condition that causes motor deterioration, but he's been surfing since age 10. He's riding Rusty Preissendorfer boards, and he's now slipped into 3rd position because our Japanese surfer is dropped a 3.5. Talking of Rusty Preissendorfer, another great American shaper, Al Merrick, represented by Costa Rican Dariel. You've loved his surfing this week, Todd. What are you looking forward to seeing in that next semi-final from our Costa Rican?
And now Channel Islands, Britt Merrick really kind of driving it down there, and so potentially riding a Britt Merrick shape there. And speaking out in the water, we've got Parata, who I mentioned. He's missing his leg, and he uses his front arm as almost that second leg. Beautiful style, as he's got a low center of gravity, can really pivot. And that's the same style that we're going to see coming up from the Costa Rican, as we just saw there on the screen. He'll be in red. Dariel has a very similar style to what we see Parata out there.
And looking at the team standings right now, Todd, Brazil already booked a spot in the stand 2 classification, and now currently leading this heat, could be guaranteed of another finalist. They started further down in the rankings, but yet they're really going to be catching up.
That is big news. Something else that's big news is what I've just noticed. The winds have swung offshore. So watch when these waves break. You'll see it feathering a little bit off the back. You got such light winds that you'll see it's cleaning up on the face. And if it continues to do that, because the forecast right now shows really strong winds, and we're thankful that that forecaster is wrong. And I think the winds have swung just a little bit, maybe offshore, because I'm seeing a little bit of that flicker off the lip on occasion out there.
So if both these Brazilians, if this Brazilian Pirata gets in the final, which looks pretty solid, backed up by the fact that his teammate Rafael has just booked a spot in stand 2, they're going to gain an extra 850 points in the team standings for sure, which could well climb them up a couple of places, threatening USA and France, who are currently the front runners.
Well, I can tell you right now, it's going to be musical chairs until at the end of the day when the music stops playing, and then we'll find out who is going to take home that gold for the country. But it is great to try and keep up with those points and see, who is making those big jumps. And as you mentioned, Brazil looking like they're going to lock a couple of finalists in on a quest for their individual gold medals. So, multiple storylines here that you'll want to follow as we see our Brazilian paddling.
Pirata up and riding on the left. Nice section ahead. Engages that rail. Cuts back. There's that rail grab, spray, throw, turn that he's so famous for. Again, grabs that rail. Look at that acceleration. Look at the climb and the drop and the weave and the snake and the style. Brilliant surfing. But that 7.67 is his lowest score. Possibly not going to replace that on that ride.
I don't think so. If I'm a friend or a coach that's up on the pier and can yell down to Pirata, I'm going to say, hey, 4:30 on the clock. Get something that's going to give you some vertical face. That's where we're going to be able to elevate that score line. You've already got a pair of 7s. Let's go ahead and close the door. Be selective. Get a big section and go ahead. We know he's got the talent to just jam those big sections. He just needs to get himself on a wave that will allow that.
So, Todd, 51-year-old Dr. Allen, he's an educational psychologist. What's going to be going through his mind? He needs a fairly small score to get into that final.
We'll talk about Dr. Allen in just a moment as we look back at last of Pirata. You notice this wave, beautiful surfing. There's no questioning that, but he just needs some vertical face. As we look at the last of our Israeli surfer, quick little turn off the top, now leans back on the right, and Dr. Allen there finishing up on the inside. So, again, he's got a solid score in that 6 range. We're back to live action. He needs a 2.83.
Wow, opportunity, but he doesn't quite commit to that first section, but then does drop down in. So can he get a scoring potential on this face? A 2.83 he's chasing is going to be difficult to get a 2.83 on that ride, Todd.
Those scores that are that low, it doesn't take much. But we're seeing the level of talent that's out there, so I'm not sure, let's look at Naomichi, who has a 5.5 and a 3.5. I don't know, man. That's a close one. You're splitting hairs on a 2.83.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, Dr. Allen wants to get out the back, and he wants to get something a little better because he's not surfing for the 2.83. He needs something in that mid-range 5 or better.
Absolutely. I just would have liked to have seen a little bit more control on at least one of those sections to just feel like it could threaten the score he needs, but you never know.
Well, that wave he had didn't have a lot of power, so it didn't give him an opportunity to really lean into anything there. It was more just kind of covering ground. So we'll see. 2:40 on the clock.
Comes in at a 2.53, Todd.
Just short.
It's not enough. It felt like it wasn't going to be there, but live action right now. In second, looking to replace a 3.5, up and riding. Gets a nice takeoff there. Takes a fall. It was a good section. Not able to ramp off that section. Good takeoff. Probably not going to replace that 3.5, but still in second position. So as it stands, if nothing changes, he's still got a spot in the grand final.
So the thing is, Dr. Allen would be paddling back out right now and would have seen that go down, knowing that Naomichi is not going to better the scoreline. So it leaves the door open for our surfer in yellow to capitalize, only needing a 2.83, 2 minutes on the clock. Exciting times here and a bit of a victory lap here for our Brazilian current heat leader.
Live action on the left-hander, Plata up and riding. There's that rail grab turn. I love the way the spray comes off the rail as he engages that rail, and then the spray comes off the fins out of that bottom turn. Bowley section in the tube, out of the tube, shooting the pier, nearly makes it.
Oh, gosh.
Commitment 100% and risk and danger, and you can see the water safety team. They're checking he's good, but he is absolutely in heaven. He's so relaxed out there.
He'll be laughing. This guy surfs pipeline. He surfs V-land. He's used to live reef, inches below his board when he's riding. So I love what we saw there. One of our first attempts at a tube ride today. Pulls up in the pocket. Unfortunately, can't come out and literally when he goes down, he's right next to that pier, which would have sent most people into a frenzy. And, immediately we saw our volunteers and lifeguards get over there to assist him. He comes up and he's like, guys, how was that? That was insane, huh? And they're like, oh, gosh, he's loving this.
I can just see our next surfer, Eric Dargent, underneath the pier there waiting to go in. But what about this bowl inside section here, pulling into the tube, Todd Klein?
Yeah, great opening snap, and he was patient right here. He could see the double up, and he starts to kind of pull himself up into the pocket, gets up underneath it, but unfortunately, we call it the doggy door. He's trying to come out through the lip, and he can't punch through.
I reckon he recognized that if he came out clean there, he probably would have gone straight into the pier. So let's have a little look at this. Do you think he decided to press eject on purpose?
No, I think he just, the wave kind of pushed him down, and he was looking for an exit. A lot of times, as surfers, we try and punch through that lip, even though it's not going to allow us to come out cleanly out the front because it still will be a solid score. And unfortunately, as it pushed him down, the lip got him and took him down. It's pretty common, when the lip gets you like that, that'll take you off.
10 seconds remaining. Is Dr. Allen going to get a chance to book himself a spot in the grand final? He needs a 2.83. He's paddling. He's got an opportunity for a right-hander. He's got to really go hard on this one. Needing a 2.83 up and riding.
Wow.
Opting to go left. It's a nice open face section. Now steers off to the right. He's got bowl. He's got wall. But he's got to ride out of that maneuver. And again, it's chasing a 2.83. I think that could be really close because it was more than his 2.53. But was it enough to we would have known for sure if it was something more, but it's going to be ballpark.
Well, with the grand final berth on the line, the judges will go back, they'll watch video, they'll compare it to the other scores in this heat before they apply those scores. We'll find out when we come back.
Let's find out very soon. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because we got the second semifinal, the last semifinal of the day. The Costa Rican Dariel Melendez, the Frenchman Eric Dargent, and the Mexican Martin Diaz-Martinez. Ben Way, Shannon Hughes will be coming in to call the action live from Pismo Beach.
Welcome back to the action. It is finals day here for the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championships in Pismo Beach, California. It's been a great week. So many good waves being caught, and all that support behind the scenes from Amp Surf has been incredible to have. As we take a look at our second semifinal for the men's stand 3 division with 3 great competitors in the lineup, Ben.
Yes, for France in white, we have Eric Dargent. And for Costa Rica, Dario Barrio Melendez in red, and Martin Diaz-Martinez for Mexico in yellow.
I love that, Dario Barrio Melendez, as we see nice off the top to start things off for Martin Martinez of Mexico. Just gets caught up on that first section, so that wave he'll just wash off and get himself straight back into that lineup. Stormier conditions today. We've been paying attention for these first few heats. Still some really solid scoring potential, though.
Yeah, what's amazing is as though it looks so much colder, it's actually a bit warmer this morning as this kind of boxed-in cloud cover is holding in the heat. And the heat is hot as we see more size, higher scoring potential, and a lot of excitement down on the beach as we see Daryl going for this front side.
Great strong paddle for Daryl. Doesn't get into it. That wave just a little bit slopey And first of red drops through for Martin as a 7.00 as we take a look at some replays from the start.
All right, we saw White really stick with it. You saw he had to hang to the flats to make sure that he got room for his prosthetic to get up on the board. Now he's really connecting it and just working it rail to rail. Kind of stuck on top of a little double up. We do have these higher tide conditions, and it's still coming up. Dario Melendez puts in that turn. You could see he hit a little bit high, and that water was a bit deep as we have yellow. And this is our Mexican surfer. Nice snap under the lip there, and he kicks out just to make sure that he can get back out into position and get back in that priority game, because as with more size, it's going to take a bit longer to get back out into the lineup.
It's so true. You could really get hit by one of those sets. Thankfully, there are those lulls happening between the sets. It's not so consistent that it's just wave after wave rolling through, or say 6 to 8 wave sets, but there is that risk that you get caught on the inside, and it's going to be a little bit more challenging to get back out. A 7-0 for the start of Team Mexico. Martin is a great way for him to kick off this campaign.
It really is, and the judges are rewarding that critical, committed turn under the lip, and he knew that he'd gotten the score with one single maneuver, so smart move right there, kicking out, and I think we have a winner down on the beach.
Parada takes out the win in the last heat, and he's down with Axel now.
Thanks, guys. So, Pirata, we've lost some big names along the way. It's not your case. You've been consistently scoring the highest totals of every round, and now you take the win with a pretty dominant win. You're in the final.
Wow. I'm so happy I go to the final. I found some good waves, and the water is very cold for us. But that's it. Just try keeping straight the mind for the heat, and we try to go to the medal. That's pretty soon coming. Let's do it. That's the Japanese. Yeah, Japanese. Come, Japanese. You talking something? That's my friend. I think the second place.
Yes, second
yeah,
place.
You second place, Japanese. You go to the final with me.
Thank you.
Ah.
日本の皆さん、朝からありがとうございます。2位でなんとか通過しました。ファイナル。イエーイ。
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。Bravo. Thank you.
Cheers, guys. We're going to let you free focus for the final. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys too. Aloha, Brasil. Vamos pra cima. Final. Woo!
Back to you guys in the booth.
Into the finals. That was maybe my favorite interview of the week. Of course, we've had so many good ones, but love that energy for both of those competitors from different nations coming together, feeling it out as they make it to the finals, and we see an incredible 3-turn combo from our surfer in white, Eric of France, and just still with more on offer as he comes to the inside.
Wow, just an amazing ride by Eric, and I'm just amazed at how his prosthetic, that surf foot, is able to stay in contact, especially in these cold conditions where your wax gets a little bit more slick, and there's literally about 20% of contact on that prosthetic foot, as we'll watch in the replays. But Eric Dargent is a very talented skateboarder, action sports hero for the adaptive world, parasurfing world. And you can see in his approach, he's very comfortable hitting the lip, and he knows how to get in those tight sections and those transitions.
Great breakdown. Scores through a 9.13 for last of Eric, and showing why he's one of the most comfortable out there on on a full variety of boards, whether it's surfboards or anything else when he's on land. As we take another look at this one, what did you like about it?
First, I like that he had enough room to get that foot planted nice and early on this one, which we didn't see on the previous one. Look at that. Hits it nice and high, gets the nose way out above the lip line, and this is really going to show how high up he hits this one. Gets that setup turn. He's looking here. Boom. And he gets half of the board out and gets right back into action, gets a nice bottom turn that projects him into that next section. And just amazing. The main thing that I watch as he rides is having to make room for that prosthetic and maneuvers. All of his strength is being put on that back leg. So his thigh muscles, his everything must be so activated, and it's got to really burn at the end of the ride.
It's so true. Thankfully, it's just 20 minutes on the clock, but he does have so much more time to get another couple of good waves. Sitting in a solid lead at the moment with a 5.64 requirement on our surfer in second for Martin. But having just a 3.5 as the backup score means that if Eric connects even just that single turn out the back, he's going to be increasing that requirement to take away the lead by a lot. And Dario Melendez, he really needs to be able to find himself on a good wave, because with just those couple of twos, he's sitting at the bottom of the pack. As we take a look now at live action from the Mexican, straight up under the lip, nearly able to pull off the hook, but just goes down, Ben.
Yeah, that was a little bit more inverted than physically possible to bring back into that. But I love his approach. I love his commitment. And he is really coming into this heat really aggressively. We did see Daryl, which was in second priority, not sell him on the wave, but kind of put a little bit of pressure. And so that bought him space to go for this one. Let's see this, Daryl. Nice big floater. He's able to stick it. And we have seen in earlier rounds where they get up above that lip line with control, they're rewarded. He was needing, so his requirement went up after that last score came in. So he was actually needing something in the 4s before yellow's score came in. He is looking for a 7.63, but with that wave, he will definitely get rid of one of those 2s.
Yeah, so scores to come through for last of red for Daryl, chasing a 7.63. That was a really nice re-entry. Off the top, like you said, broke that line, the horizontal line at the top of the wave, which the judges love seeing. That board starting to go vertical, punching through that horizontal line on the horizon or on that wave that they're riding on. So they'll be rewarding it well. We're just waiting for that score to drop through now. Martin dropped in a 3.4 for his last wave, and he's had a great consistent run so far. He is 28 years old. He's been surfing for about 8 years. And he has a Bachelor of Sports, but he also loves music. He's a bassist in a reggae band called Iron Deer in Mazatlan in Mexico.
Right on. I didn't know about that. We're going to have to get him in our jam session. And as we have a multitude of musos in our crew, Axel's an amazing percussionist and guitarist. We've got our French judge is a pro-level guitarist who all of these guys play in their own bands, and we always get our family jam session, which may be going on tonight.
And that's one of the things that I've noticed as a common thread as well throughout so many of the bios for these surfers on isasurf.org is the love of music for so many of these athletes, for these surfers. They have music down there as something that they're, take as one of their hobbies that they're really passionate about. Playing instruments, listening to it, and being involved in that scene. So it's great to see that tie. There's always been this tie between music and a musical lifestyle going hand in hand with surfing.
Yeah, and the thing about music, I mean, sound is just complete freedom. There's no rules unless you're trying to copy someone else's music, but it's very meditative, and as I'm kind of a high-power, high-punch individual, my music time is what really grounds me and relaxes me, and so you need that balance, and surfing and all of this combination of maneuvers, it's all rhythm, it's all timing, and so it just feeds to one another.
Yeah, it feeds in so well together. Now scores are in for Daryl. A 6.57 brings him right back in the conversation to be able to qualify for the finals. He's chasing a 3.84 now to take second away from Martin. Eric still in a great position, but even that could be taken away because his heat total is not that high. He's going to need that backup. As we take a look at Daryl now, nice big snap on his backhand, following up after his first 2, and the wave selection that left flying into the pier, perfect. Hopefully that board doesn't smack a pylon because he's so close to them, but that was a very good wave selection and well read throughout.
Yeah, I'm glad he doesn't have a longer leash because that thing might have smacked into the pylons as White is going to answer back. And just look at that prosthetic. There's literally about a ½ inch of contact on the board, and it's just amazing how that thing sticks to the board. In my case, I would think that having a traction pad or something that absorbs and kind of sticks that that prosthetic to the board would help, but that's also going to impede him sliding his foot into position. So it's interesting where he's got that worked out, and these guys, they've tested so many different kinds of feet on the prosthetics, different kinds of wax traction boards, and when you get that perfect match, you just kind of stick with it.
Yeah, it really is such an important part of it. It's part of that knowing that equipment, feeling really comfortable, especially in competition. Maybe fun to kind of test out some different things when you're out there for a free surf. But right now, they want to make sure that board is dialed in and every bit of equipment, if they're using a prosthetic or not, is all solid. As we take a look at this last wave of Daryl.
Yeah, I like this, and we're seeing him on a round nose board this time. We're used to usually seeing him on that real kind of high performance equipment, but in those earlier rounds, he was having a hard time getting the wave. He's able to make 2 solid turns. I like this big wrap, getting back onto the foam ball, getting under this one, and he gets that nice snap under the lip as he comes through, gets another one, and that's where he knew that he got the score. Narrowly misses the pylons with that as Eric Dargent on the heel of that prosthetic, able to really control with his back leg all of that movement from the toe edge rail to the heel side.
Now we've got scores coming through. It's a 7.60 for last of red for Dario Melendez. Takes him into the lead. Eric Dargent now requiring a 5.04. We are waiting for Eric's last wave to drop through to see where he'll be sitting in that first or second. And that now means that Martin Martinez is down into third.
Yeah, and so now we're seeing scores on there, but I believe we still may have a score coming in for Eric Dargent. I'm not sure. It says that he needs a 5.04 to take over that lead position. However, that last wave, Dario Melendez pops up on the top.
We are currently in our men's stand 3 semifinals. The top 2 surfers will be advancing through into the final round, which will be coming up later today. And there we go with the scores. A 6.33 rolls through for last of Eric and takes him back to the lead.
Yeah, and so he was needing something in the high fives. He gets that 6.33, which pops him up on the lead position. And that also has something to say about the team points, because France was second to USA with 11,785 points coming into the day.
Yeah, all those team points are really going to come into play, especially as we head into the finals, which will be beginning in our next heat. Coming up next, we're rolling into our women's Prone 1 final. After that, it's just going to be back-to-back finals until we crown the last of our gold medalists today. And those points are really going to come into play. 1,000 points going to every surfer who wins the gold medal, and points tracking down for silver, bronze, copper, and every single placing. So even placing third in a heat this week over fourth in a heat, if it was an elimination and they didn't get advancing positions going through, that third place is giving that full team more points than the fourth place finish.
I love that. I love it where it turns into sort of that video game at the end there of just adding points and everything counts. It's just really, really fun. And so this is the last, I believe this is the last heat. Is this the last heat of our semis?
This is the last of the semis, and right after this, we're into the finals.
All right, exciting stuff. Wow, so we're going to have a head-to-head battle between Sam Bloom and Sarah Betancourt, two very big names in this competition, both gold medalists, and a little bit of a contrast in styles between the two surfers. Sarah Betancourt, who is a Marine captain, has that real strong upper body that pumps rail to rail. I saw her kind of with her game face on earlier. I don't expect her to use my board in this competition or in this heat because we have a lot more pumping surf, some steeper walls, and she's going to need to kind of slow down and keep it tight, whereas my board was helping her through the stuff which is a little bit softer, help her build that speed and carry the speed. But today it's going to be more about slowing down. And so also with Sam Bloom, as she was riding longer equipment, now that she's been put into this non-assist division, it's going to be interesting how it works out because she's going to need that perfect balance of getting out into the lineup, being able to bust through waves, but also having to paddle herself into the wave instead of her pusher getting under the wave as it was previously.
And as you were mentioning there for Sarah Betancourt, she has all that strength in her core and her upper body, so she's able to use all of that. Where for Sam Bloom, she actually lacks the strength through her core. She's got really strong upper body, which is why the reclassification has happened for her in this season. But for her, it will be more challenging actually to be able to make it out and to be in a solid position, especially with better sets that are rolling through today with all that water moving. It's going to be a little bit more challenging. So it'll be interesting to see how things play out in that first final as we take a look at a line rolling through here. Eric has a look, decides not to go, and he is sitting under third priority, so he's kind of freed up at the moment to just take a look at the lineup.
That's exactly right. He's got that freedom to just stay in third priority. Yellow and red holding that first and second priority position. They're probably sitting a little tighter on the top of the peak, as we can see here. So red's sitting right next to Martin. He's waiting for him to paddle. He's not going to get this one, so first priority will go to red. So that's very, very, when you get down to these last dying minutes, it's very important that you use that priority well, and Dario's positioning with Martin was very, very a great strategy. You see him staying on him, and now red is able to block yellow from getting a wave. Right now he wants to save that priority, and so he's going to let him go on this one. He knows that he needs a very, very high score to get into sort of a dangerous position, And at this moment, with 2 minutes remaining, it is so important that red has the first pick over whatever waves come through.
It's so true. And to get into those sevens, which are the requirements to take the advancing position for our surfer in yellow, who's now up and running again, it will very likely require a solid-sized wave because those conditions have just picked up a bit. This is a great-looking wave, though, for Martin. I like that it's got that nice bowley section. That's a great whip in the pocket and nice control throughout that entire wave. So great surfing from him. Curious to see where the judges will reward things, though, when it comes to getting into those higher score lines. The 7 from him before, the 7.6 of Daryl, and that 9.13 of Eric have all come from waves with a lot more size and a critical section at the start.
I agree completely. And as we watched that wave, it looked like he had a great flow, nice and smooth. He was able to fit in a couple maneuvers there. But today, it looks like, let's pick this one apart. So you see him sticking with it, looking for that open face. Unfortunately, to build a lot of speed around that section, he was basically just getting into that clear spot. So not as much speed and not much oomph in that first turn, but that second one a little bit better, but he is coming out a little bit out of control, so that will not reflect into his score, I don't think. And today, just as you were saying, we've got more potential, we've got more critical sections, and the riders who are being rewarded is for that really risky under the lip maneuver.
So true. So waiting for the score for last of yellow, we're down to 30 seconds on the clock. Red's been holding on to priority for a while, being selective of the lineup. He's going to have a go on this one. Nice, easy takeoff. And actually, he's just going to stay down and ride it in. And may even think that that heat is, well, he probably doesn't think it's finished. He just knows that he's in a good position, and he's going to work his way in. So waiting for that score for last of yellow. Eric also moving himself in here. He looks hungry, though, to want to catch one more wave to be able to get up and standing. And as the buzzer sounds out, it's a 5.5 on the board for Martin Diaz Martinez of Mexico. The reggae bassist does not make it through into the finals. It is Eric Dargent of France and Dario Melendez of Costa Rica that will be joining in the men's final. We've got more action coming after this, starting out with the very first final of the day. The women's prone 1 will be hitting the lineup right after this. A wave in a prone position and does not require assistance paddling into the wave or getting back onto the board safely. This includes surfers that have a multiple sclerosis, that have cerebral palsy, or a thoracic spinal cord injury. And it's been great to be able to see the different styles coming through in each of the surfers with their approach to the waves and the little nuances that they bring into things. We were talking in the previous heat about the fact that Sarah Betancourt has that strong core, and she really uses her arms to pump rail to rail on that board, where someone like Sam Bloom, who doesn't quite have that core strength, has very strong arms and has been a bit of a pioneer on the women's side specifically in really digging those arms into the face of the wave. As we get a look at the first wave for our South African, Tracy McKay, flying through that opening section, caught that wave with so much ease as well, put herself in a perfect position, and this is a great wave for the South African to start things off with. Nice drive down the line as well as she carves back and now redirects fully for that judging panel to pay attention to all of those dynamics.
Yeah, as I'm looking at that board, look at that really, really steep tail rocker that it has. And so having that nice relaxed rocker in the front was what it was enabled her to glide on into that wave almost with no paddle. And so her positioning was great as far as that. And so whenever you have a flatter rocker, you have that danger of piercing the nose, but since they added that curve in the back, once she's up and riding, she's able to pick that nose up and out and keep that board turning and redirecting more quickly.
Well, a great start for Tracy McKay. We've got a 4.33 on the board for Betancourt, taking her into the lead. Now waiting for first waves of Sam Bloom and of Catherine Beatty. Catherine just goes down over the falls. That was a solid-sized wave. She was putting herself in position for it. But like we've been seeing throughout today, Ben, those bigger sets have been more of the closeouts as opposed to a wave that's going to hold open. Sarah Betancourt now with a paddle out the back, and she's just a little bit too far out for that one. And our surfer in white, Catherine, just punches through the lip. So she's got herself under control. She's back on that equipment very quickly. And with 16 minutes on the clock, there is still no priority decided between our surfer in red and our surfer in white, as they have not caught a wave yet.
Yeah, so we had Sarah take a look there. She does, as we've mentioned before, when you're in that lower priority, you still have that freedom to search around. As soon as you get back out, you're going to go right back to last priority unless one of the other surfers catches a wave. So in that meantime of the higher priority surfers using their priority, you got that freedom. But just as you were saying, no one else has a ride. As soon as Tracy makes it back to the lineup, out into the takeoff spot, then we'll start achieving those first and second priorities.
Tracy just dropped in a 5.33 on the board. As we take a look at this specific division, the women's prone 1 includes surfers that are riding in a prone position that do not require assistance paddling into the waves or getting back on the board safely, which is why you see them out there all on their own. They may fall off the board, but they're able to pull themselves back on and get themselves into position. As we see 3 of our surfers sitting at the top of the lineup. Now Tracy dropped in that 5.5 for her opening ride, which is a great way to start. Paddle here from Sam Bloom, and she gets into it, but she goes down over the falls, riding a really short piece of equipment. I believe that board is about 5.5, and just unable to hold on to the landing coming out of that first turn. Now Catherine Beatty up and riding on her opening ride, and she'll just kind of come unstuck on that first section, as we can see Tracy there holding on to that handle on the front of her board to be able to get herself out to backline again.
Yeah, so what I'm noticing, you did mention about Sam's equipment. I think it's one of her longer boards. We have her maybe wrapped up with her leash with this wave coming through. So our Amp Surf volunteer letting these sets go by, get that board back around, unravel that leash, making sure that she is able to get into safety. They're not allowed to push her, but they will be able to keep her in position and make sure that she's stable and out of danger. But it does show that there is a much more activity within these pylons, as that used to be the safety zone up until today.
Yeah, you can really see how much more energy there is in the ocean, which is why we're rushing through finals day. So the official call has been made after competition began this morning to decrease the time on all the finals down to 20 minutes as opposed to 25, because we know that the swell is increasing a lot through the day. It's going to be huge tomorrow, and we've got some really solid winds that will be kicking up as that storm comes down the coast. So to want to just try and chip away at the time for today and to be able to run all of these heats in the safest conditions possible, while also allowing the surfers the opportunity to get a piece of the bigger action that's been coming through the week, because it has been so small in the lead up to finals day. So been great to kind of see that, but you can just see how much turbulence there is in the water today. Now we've got 13 minutes left in this heat with Tracy McKay, the South African, currently sitting in that gold medal position as we wait for the rest of the competition to get their second waves. Let's go down to the beach and catch up with Axel.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Right here with our next finalist. Eric, talk us through that 9 that got you into the final.
Yes, I go to the final. I'm really, really happy. Next year, I stopped just before the final. Oh, I'm so sorry to go in France, to go in USA, and after no final. Today is good. I go to the final, and I surf with lot of happy. Yeah.
What can we expect from you in the final?
During the final, I find a good ride. I have a board, it's magical. This is a board of Axel Lawrence, and with this S-wing, it's just perfect for me to have balance and to turn. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I hope this afternoon there are waves and we can can show how we surf because sometimes we surf in small waves. We cannot show how we surf really, and we have a good surf. People with disability surf really, really good, and we want to show that.
Axel, I have a question.
Absolutely. We have a question from Ben Way in the booth. Yes, Ben?
Yeah, I wanted you to ask Eric if he's ever experimented with using traction on his front foot, and why is his choice for wax? Is that to get his foot into position easier?
Have you ever experimented traction on the front of your board, or do you use wax, or how is that with the front foot? How does that work for you?
Oh, my front foot, my prosthesis.
Yes, do you have
yeah.
the word traction in the board? Do you know like that different texture in the board?
I have texture especially on my foot to know to be fixed. My foot is really fixed on the board. Yeah, I can do turn and yeah, I can.
No worries. Congratulations on the win and best of luck in the final.
Thank you, and je fais des gros bisous à ma chérie qui me regarde. Je t'embrasse.
The regards to mon chéri. All right, back to the booth.
Thanks so much. Now we've got scores to come through for last of Sarah Betancourt. Taking a look at live action in the water, we've got 10 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock for our very first final of the day. Sarah chasing just a 1.18 at the moment to get herself into that gold medal position. And it's been a great heat so far with Tracy getting away with that big score to start things off and to put pressure on the rest of the field, because now if she's able to get a backup score, she's going to have a solid requirement on the rest of the contingency.
Definitely, and as we're watching during that, well, there's that score, 7.17. She jumps up to the lead, and what I was going to say is during that interview, it looked a lot more dynamic, that ride from Sarah. She was bouncing in and out, redirecting, and just keeping that speed and that punch, and it reflected in her score. We see Red taking a paddle here. Unfortunately, she's stuck behind the wave.
Stuck behind the wave, unable to get into it for Sam Bloom. Now, Sam is a two-time gold medalist for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, but before this year, she was classified to be competing in the Prone 2 division, which includes having an assistant out in the water. So her husband, Cam Bloom, her constant partner in and out of the ocean. He's always been out in the water with her in these moments. This is the very first time in her career that she has had to surf in the Prone 1 division without assistance. Now this week she's proved to be a consistent threat throughout that towards the gold medal. Now she's got some work to do ahead of her though, halfway through this heat, and we haven't seen her really take off on a solid wave yet as we take a look at this last wave of Betancourt, which has her sitting in the gold medal position.
I love that redirect, and she was in a position where she could have easily gotten pushed out of the back of the wave, and that fade, that direction change, allowed her that extra turn, which reflected on her score. I like this angle much better. Look at this. Redirects. See how this double up? She could have easily gotten stuck behind that, and she was able to pump her way over that and redirect back into the pocket, almost going into the pier. Luckily, as we mentioned, she has that strong upper strength. She could throw the board and make sure that she braked and before she had hit the pier. Earlier on, we had seen our surfer in blue get stuck into the pilings as we were watching orange keep her in place. And as we've spoken with our visually impaired classification about the communication, our volunteers also have, our safety crew have hand signals, and we could see the two outside guys seeing if they needed to come in for help. and the hand signals was everything's okay. You guys stay in position. I've got it in here.
That's so true. Now for Tracy, she is 52 years old from Durban, South Africa. She underwent treatment for cervical cancer, and it was so aggressive, the radiation, that it damaged the nerves in her spine. Now, at that stage, she was living in the UK and thought her life was ruined. And then it took her a while to work out that it was up to herself to be able to make changes, positive changes in her life, and to start pursuing the activities that she once loved. Through that, she started swimming in the year 2010. Then decided she needed an even harder challenge and took up para-rowing in 2014. That still wasn't enough, and in 2018 she decided to start surfing and just fell in love with it from the start. Loves being in the ocean and loves that feeling, that connection with a wave, specifically being on a board. She's walked away as a silver medalist in this division in the past and is very excited to be back here competing in the USA once again.
Yeah, that is so cool. And her team, I saw in one of the earlier heats, one of their riders had made it through. They were just charging down the pier, and Oliver's daughter, Cece, gave me a very cool South African keychain, which I have in my pocket. I'm really happy to have that.
That's so cool. It's always great to see, different teams, and you see this at different sporting events around the world, but here for this year, to be able to see the teams coming together with a pin or with a keychain like that, something representative of their nation that's small enough to travel with and travel maybe with a lot of them, to be able to exchange as little tokens of appreciation from nation to nation is really sweet. As we see the South African contingency down there with the vuvuzela as well. You can hear that thing from miles up and down the beach.
Yeah, there's another instrument we can throw in our jam session. So we've got Sarah Betancourt out in the lead. She's got third priority, so she's basically just waiting for white and blue to take waves, and now she can basically, unless a really big score gets put on the board, she will be able to kind of relax and keep that priority when it comes back to her, as we're down to 6 minutes, and it would probably be towards the end of the heat where that first priority will come back to yellow, and if she uses her heat management right, she will strike right at the last moment. And as you were talking about those pins, I remember that Idu Kanjis had their little pins, and they had other competitors from other countries wearing their pins, and it's fun to have that support of your opponents, but also part of your parasurfing family.
As we take a look at live action now from Catherine Beatty, this has been a slow heat for her as well. For our Altadena surfer, loves competing and surfing out at Oceanside Harbor. Now great looking wave for Catherine as she's racing down the line. Green face for so much of that left as well, which the judges are going to love. Great set as we see Sarah Betancourt riding just behind on the wave before. And for Catherine, this could be the moment that makes a difference for her. She has even more of a section open up in front of her, gives that fist pump. Took her a long time to be able to find that wave. For our second USA surfer in the lineup, she's chasing down an 8.33 to take the gold medal away from her teammate in Sarah Betancourt.
Yeah, and Catherine's also a writer in the television industry, and she worked on the show NCIS, as well as something recent that she had written has just gone on air. So she's got to be taking that fun energy of being able to wash off a project and see it materialize and get to focus her energy on surfing, which we will see that score for her. She started with a 3.17. We saw her take that one wipeout, and now I think she's going to have that 3.17 as her backup. And Sarah Betancourt, we saw, was behind her, took off. Even though she was in third priority, she could see that Catherine had gotten a good wave, and she needed to distance herself out, and she did with a 6.23.
All right, so that distance is really helpful for Betancourt. Scores to come through still for the second wave of Catherine Beatty. And Sam Bloom, you could see her positioning herself there on the inside, trying to get into a wave that would maybe give her a little better of a chip-in opportunity. She struggled in this heat to be able to find her positioning in the water, and that's a shame for the two-time gold medalist, as we see a big set rolling through here. And we'll track now with live action of Tracy McKay, who's taken off on her second wave, so she'll have a small score to come through to back up that 5.5 in second position as at the moment. But we're still waiting for that last score of our surfer in white to really get a feeling for the situation in the lineup.
Yeah, and as you can see, she just went from needing a combination of 13.40 and reduced that requirement to 8.0 and moved into second place with that 5.40 for that last ride. So now we have Team USA and the first and second positions, as we will have, I believe, another score to be worked out for blue. Now red has first priority, and it looks like a set came in. She's just trying to get her bearings, get back on the board, and it's a lot of work, and she's also doing a great job. Unfortunately, she loses that first priority. Now yellow has first priority with 3 minutes remaining, and right now red is in a combination situation where the requirement is not able to be made with one single score. The max points is 10 points for a perfect ride, so she definitely has to get 2 scores in order to meet that requirement.
Yeah, that'll be a challenge at this stage. You can see those fins placed on the top of her board, which allow the stability for her legs, as she doesn't have the use of her legs, to be able to stay in position when she is on that board. And the equipment looking great underneath her body. Now, Sam Bloom has put together some of the best books in the world. Her story, covered in Penguin Bloom, has just been backed up with a second book a couple years ago called Sam Bloom, Heartache and Birdsong, the story of her healing journey to return to the ocean and to life after enduring an accident.
One thing I saw as you were mentioning those fins to keep their legs in place, she wasn't able to get her legs centered on the board. One of those legs is actually hanging off to the left side, pulling her weight off to that left rail. So you can see how she's trying to reposition. Man, I'm feeling her struggle right now because it is so much work to try and get their legs into position as a catcher or a pusher. And with her physical condition, physical challenge, she's unable. Her best bet would actually be to dismount and re-enter the board and try and get those legs between those fins. We see the distance between those fins is very narrow, so it makes it very difficult to fit her legs between there. And also, as she climbs up the board, those are digging into her chest. And so that's one thing that we've been, as designers, we're trying to get away from those fins, as they can be a dangerous aspect, but we do need that. We need those, something to lock their legs and keep them from going off the side of the board. There she goes. She's going to re-enter the board.
As we saw a paddle there from Tracy McKay, now we're down to 1 minute on the clock. Sam Bloom just getting hit by another set here as she's on her way back out. And Catherine Beatty, she dropped in a 5.4, which jumped her up into that silver medal position. She's now riding again on another great-looking ride. Got herself out to backline, and nice green face to start with. She's going to trim her way through just past Sam and just past that pylon, as she's looking for now an 8-point ride to be able to take the gold medal away from our 2-time gold medalist in Sarah Betancourt. But Catherine Beatty, the rider for NCIS, pumping her way through to the inside after another great ride.
Wow, and time just flew by. I can't believe we're out of time already, as we saw Sarah Betancourt ending. Well, she's still out there. She's got 10 seconds to use this priority, but she doesn't need to, as she has a pretty dominant lead. We still haven't seen that second score for White, or that last wave for White, to see where this final standings sit.
Now we're waiting for scores to drop through. Betancourt with a paddle here. If she gets into it, which it looks like she just will miss, that wave wouldn't count anyways because that time has run out. She's currently in that gold medal position as we have a score to drop through for last of White, Catherine Beatty. We're just waiting for it now, but she is chasing an excellent 8-point ride to take gold. That would be the best wave of the heat so far, and I feel like it's just going to fall shy, and we are going to see Sarah Betancourt crowned for a 3rd year in a row your gold medalist.
Yeah, that is so exciting. As we saw her paddle, I think she was just kind of trying to get in and make space for the rest of the competitors of the next heat, and wow, that is so cool, and I love seeing how excited this face of Catherine, which she has come from the WCMX, where they do wheelchair skating in skate parks. She does hand plants with the wheelchair. Very, very cool, very aggressive rider. And now that she's got into surfing, she's just adapted very quickly. So we're still waiting on that score, I believe.
Still waiting on the score for last of White. Chasing an 8-point ride. For Catherine, she walked away with the copper medal at last year's World Parasurfing Championships. So she's already bettering her rankings than she ever has before, getting an even better medal, as we see some great camaraderie there between the 2-time Prone 2 gold medalist in Sam Bloom and her husband Cam there carrying her in. Sarah Betancourt with the team down on the beach as we're waiting for the official announcement for her to possibly walk away a 3-time gold medalist, and we're just waiting for that last score to roll through.
Yeah, well, what we do know is Team USA definitely has the gold and silver. We just don't know which rider does. And wow, man, it feels like a win for me. It's the first gold medal my boards have ever won in one of these parasurfing championships. I'm so stoked. And I really didn't expect her to use it in the bigger conditions. And here we go. It's in. It is a 4.90. So there we have our gold medal winner, our champion, Sarah Betancourt, Team USA, finishing it off with a total point score of 13.40.
Incredible run for Sarah Betancourt. Goes 3 times in a row, a hat trick of gold medals, 2020, 2021, and 2022. For your gold medal in the women's Prone 1 division here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. An incredible achievement, the consistency from our captain in the United States Marine Corps. And what a way for her to finish out in her parasurfing career to get a 3rd gold medal. She'll be going for 4 next year, which is up there with the greats of all time in women's parasurfing.
Oh, man, you can just see the excitement. And the difference in her expression before the heat and after is so different. She had her game face on.
Incredible run for Sarah Betancourt. And Team USA there with a gold and a silver medal is going to keep them in that front-running position for that team's gold medal overall. Now coming up next, we're heading into another final. We'll be into our men's visually impaired 1 final, and we'll be right back with all that action right after this. Well, welcome back to the action. We've just seen Sarah Betancourt win her 3rd gold medal here at the ISA World Surfing Games. And we are into our 2nd final of the day, our men's visually impaired 1 division, as we have Kirk Watson of Australia up and riding on his first wave. Just a couple minutes down in this heat with 17 to go. We've got 20-minute finals today with some bigger conditions, challenging, windy, a little bit more peaky all throughout. And you can see now all the surfers in position in the lineup as we take a look at Elias Ricardo DL Figgy, as his nickname goes, now up and riding on a solid takeoff for Figgy. Great execution. Now staying low and compressed, wanting to stick with this, feeling it out, getting that weight and that momentum pushed forward on that opening exchange.
Wow, that drop was just so impressive, and the way he stuck down and kept his composure. I mean, I'd compare that to dropping it in on a skateboard half pipe with your eyes closed. The chances that you're going to stay on the board at the bottom are so slim, as we have in red for Team Brazil, Elias Figgy, Ricardo Deal just up and riding. Just before that was Kirk Watson for Australia in white, Tomás da Silva for France in yellow, and Ben Newman for Team Germany in blue.
So this is a huge moment for Tomás da Silva, feeling so bummed. We heard in that post-heat interview after the semis that he didn't make it into the finals in the year before, and so for him to be into the finals, excellent result for Thomas so far this year. For Ben Newman, he is a bit of a rookie to the scene. Came in last year and didn't really expect much out of it. For his very first time competing here for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, Ben walked away with the bronze medal last year and is looking to go one better this year. All right. As we take a look at some live action here, that was a really solid set. We'll track with Kirk Watson with a quick in and out.
Yeah, so we've seen, it looks like Kirk Watson might be using a little bit different equipment because of the change in size. We have seen a considerable rise in the size of the surf coming through, partly due to that incoming tide. Today we have a high tide of up around the midday, around 12, so that push of the ocean energy plus the increase of swell is going to add a lot of punch to these waves.
And this is our visually impaired 1 men's final, which includes any surfer that rides a wave in a standing position with an IBSA classification of level B1, which means that they are blind with no vision. So for these surfers, they're going to have a coach out in the water with them, which is why you're seeing 2 people in the same color jersey. That coach is doing everything possible to give that surfer the best picture of what's happening out there through communication.
Yeah, that is very true. And one factor that we do have is with this bigger swell, they lose communication with the rider, and you've seen the spotter try and take the next wave after to try and get close with them and also lead them back out into the lineup, as it's a much bigger job today.
Yeah, as quickly as they can. Well, we've got a 617 for Elias, a 417 to start for Kirk, and we have a gold medalist, 3-time winner here for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Sarah Betancourt is on the glass.
You're on.
Between friends, you guys are down to the wire.
All right, we're right down here with Sarah. Sarah, we're live now. We know how bad you really wanted this. So it's Victoria Faggy, Melissa Reed, and now you with a 3rd gold medal.
Magic board. I don't know.
I know it takes some time to really absorb everything, but what's going through your heart and through your mind right now?
Really, it's just I'm so thankful for my coaches and the support staff and my teammates. We were there for each other. We had a plan, and it worked out, and I'm just thankful for all the hard work we've put in for the past year. It's amazing. Man, the conditions were tough. All 4 competitors, all of us. I mean, we battled, and we fought, and we all did our best, and I hope the world saw that these were challenging conditions, yet we still surfed it. We rocked it. Catherine here, bringing in the buzzer beater, trying to take it away from me, but we went 1-2, and I can't be more proud of Team USA right now. So stoked.
Catherine, the U.S. taking gold and silver. How is it to share the final with Sarah?
Oh, I'm so stoked. I mean, that's what we've been hoping for all week. And honestly, last year, my first competition, I had no idea what I was doing. And Sarah took me under our wing. When I was out there, she was like, giving me instructions. And so this year to go 1 and 2 with her is like, I can't even believe it. Like, we're just so stoked. And like, we've worked so hard all year. So this is amazing. And like, we just had fun out there, you know, the conditions were rough, but we were like, let's just go out and surf and catch some waves. And I'm just so impressed with all the women in this division from top to bottom. We were just like such great surfers, such good vibes, such a great week. And I'm so proud of all of us, but especially of Team USA.
Axel, I have a question.
Oh, I have to say one more thing. And I couldn't have done this without Catherine, because before the heat, I had a little bit of excitement, a little bit of nerves going on, and she's like, hey, we're just going out. And in our heads, we were telling each other, hey, let's go for a free surf. 20 minutes, let's go out free surf and have some fun. And thank you. She's an amazing teammate, and that's what we are on Team USA. We're here for each other, and I'm just so thankful.
We have a question from the booth. Ben Way is in the booth, Ben.
Yes, Axel, I just wanted to congratulate Catherine also on her project that she wrote, which has recently aired on TV, and if she wants to talk about that.
Ben wants to congratulate also Catherine for something just aired, right, on TV. You wanna share a little bit of that?
Oh, sure, yes. I'm a television writer on NCIS, which airs here in CBS on America. And I had an episode that aired on Monday. So when I'm not surfing, I'm writing TV. It's another passion of mine. So I'm just so stoked I get to do both, and that everybody's supportive of it. So, yeah.
This is massive for Team USA, host nation. Congrats, Sarah. Before we let you go, who do you want to dedicate this victory to?
I have a lot of people. First off, I want to say thank you so much, Ben. I love this sport. It was amazing, and I'm super stoked to work with you again. I really need to thank the Semper Fi in America's Fund and Challenge Athletes Foundation Operation Rebound for allowing me to come here and providing me the funding to pursue my dreams, and especially my husband, Matt, and my 2 sons at home, Tyler and Kyle. I love you guys so much, and I'm excited to see you. Woo!
Go Team USA. They're solid at host nation. Taking the win. Back to the booth, guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Catherine and from Sarah. Incredible silver and gold medal finishes. And now into the heat in the water. We are in the finals. We've only got 11 minutes left. It's been a lot, and there's been some activity rolling through. Kirk Watson of Australia currently sitting in the lead, Ben, with a 5.33 and a 4.17. Elias Figgy Deal from Brazil sitting with a 6.17 as his only score at the moment, chasing a 3.33 to take another gold medal home. With a paddle now, let's track with Elias. Great looking section in front of him. All by feeling how that board is engaging with the surface of the water, feeling that wind on his face as well, and a great takeoff for the start.
Yeah, we saw a little we saw him fall off the board, but he was still in a place where he could have kept with the wave energy. You saw him try to give those paddles. Had he stood up, he might have been able to keep that wave going, and he's already got that score, 6.17. At least he'll have a backup score now. We did see Kirk Watson on 2 good-sized waves making that drop. It looks like the judges are also rewarding just the board control and just the sheer amazing feat of making the drops without being able to see anything is just amazing.
Yeah, it is so challenging. And to be able to see them charging waves of these size, having that feeling, that communication from the coaches being absolutely important. Now in the water right now, it's our silver medalist from last year's World Parasurfing Games that's just dropped back into the silver medal position for Kirk Watson, going for first gold, as we've seen Elias jump himself into that gold medal position with a 6.17 and that 6.66, which has just dropped in to improve the score line. And that now puts Ben Newman of Germany, who walked away with a bronze medal last year, and Thomas De Silva, a first-time finalist here at the World Parasurfing Championships, in a combination situation, meaning they need 2 fresh scores on the board to contend with that gold medal.
Yeah, and while I'm sure our fans of Germany or France, it looks like a huge job in front of them, but if you look at their second score, they have a 0 there. So whatever they put on that score is going to chip away at that requirement and make it for a much smaller job ahead of them. So they just need to get into action.
Quick paddle there from Kirk, unable to get into that wave. He is from Sydney, Australia, 49 years old, grew up on the northern beaches, and grew up loving surfing. When he lost his sight as a teenager due to a degenerative condition, it progressively took away different parts of his life that he loved: his sight, his opportunity to drive, independence, confidence, bike riding, and surfing. But it was getting himself onto a sailing team, getting into ocean racing, that introduced him back to water sports after losing his vision completely. That then taught him the importance and how much fun he could have by being part of a team dynamic and still to be able to compete at a high level. He has competed in many campaigns and races, including the 10 Sydney to Hobarts, some massive sailing races around the world. And now for him to be in that team dynamic here in surfing, being able to have a coach, a friend, someone he can trust in the water with him to walk away into the finals is really impressive. As we see Thomas De Silva of France, I love this guy's style. Excellent execution. And this is going to be a really solid wave for the judges to take a look at as that board just touches the pylon. Hopefully there's no ding on it, but that doesn't matter. He is going to be straight back out there and just paddling straight up the face of these waves to get himself in position. And Ben, that was a really solid wave and great wave selection.
That was unbelievable. And here we have Kirk finally getting to get down the line a bit more than his previous waves. Not as big as his earlier waves, but definitely showing that control. But Tomas De Silva, what an amazing ride. And also the work of our AMP Surf volunteer. He must have been really giving some verbal commands that, hey, you're getting closer to the pylons, jump off the board, steer left, steer right. It seemed like he kind of knew that he was avoiding danger there as he just smoothly gave a little love tap to our Pismo pier here. Luckily, with these high tide conditions, it's not as sharp on the pylons as at the low tide, where it starts to bring out those barnacles and mussels.
Yeah, great call as far as the AMP Surf volunteers being down there. They would have been shouting out, all right, you're coming close to the pier, be careful, kick out at whatever stage, to make sure that they know exactly what's happening out there. The German, Ben Newman, goes down on a massive takeoff. That was a head-high set that he goes down on. He's caught now on the inside a little bit. His coach there out of backline, and our surfer in red, Elias, with a paddle, almost gets into it but doesn't quite. And now this competition is underway. 6 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and Thomas De Silva has dropped in an 8.93 on the board.
Let's watch this one. So he gets a nice quick tap here. Finds this open space. He gets such good drive off of his bottom turns. You see him redirecting, just constantly translating that feeling of water through the board into his feet. You see it give that little tap right there. No worries there. We got Kirk on the drop here. Not as big as his earlier waves. Remember, he had a 5, something in the 5s and 4s previously for bigger waves, but slightly shorter rides. And so we're going to check. I'm not sure if we'll have that score coming in, but yes, 8.90. And here we go. That is the score for Kirk's last wave. That bumps him back into second place.
So Kirk Watson of Australia back to second with a 4.77 to back him up. He's sitting with a 5.33 as his top score. Our current heat leader, Elias Deal, sitting with a 6.67 and a 6.17. He got out to a really quick start, but now you've noticed in the last couple attempts to catch waves, he actually hasn't been able to get into them. So he's probably feeling a little bit of frustration out there, really wanting to secure himself, knowing that a couple of sixes at the moment is not enough to secure that gold medal position, especially when our French competitor, Thomas De Silva, already has that 8.9 on the board and only needs a 3.94 to take away gold.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. As far as Figgy not being able to get in those waves, he's feeling it, but the spotter is feeling it even more as he was the one that told him to paddle on those waves. And so as someone who spotted for Matt Formston, when you tell them a wave's coming and they can't get into it, you feel like you've just tossed them on you've made a huge mistake, much more than the surfer. But Figgy Deal's out in the lead, 6.67, 6.17. I noticed that Figgy is he's on his Laura Shapes, his own pro model, Figgy Deal model. They're both the boards that he's been using throughout the competition are a stringerless EPS epoxy construction with the black strips you see. That's carbon fiber that is made to control how that board flexes and also keeping it from breaking in half.
Paddle here for Kirk Watson. He looks like he's in a great position on this wave. Nearly gets that pop up, but just has that weight centered forward. Elias up and riding. He was under second priority, but in a different spot on the wave. Nice reform starting to open up for him. Great composure and great style as he's pumping through to the inside. This wave is just fizzling out, though, with strength, and is not going to be able to find that reform once again. Our surfer in yellow, Thomas De Silva, just takes that wave on the head, but maintains in control of his equipment, and he's going to be right back into position. Kirk Watson as well. Now our surfer in blue, Ben Newman, is back at line out the back once again as well. And let's take a look at this last exchange.
Okay, so red making it through. We did see white, which in some ways, had white not gone down on the takeoff, that could have been an interference call. The interference is always basically up to the spotter, making sure that you have the other competitor being conscious of where you are on the priority board and making sure that you don't send them in a dangerous spot to where you could perhaps get a priority interference. I don't think that will be the case. It was almost kind of two separate peaks on that same wave, so I think they'll be fine there.
The Irkundji's down there hoping that Kirk Watson can walk away with a gold medal. They've been a great crew, so many great support teams from multiple different nations. As we see scores starting to trickle through for last of Elias Deal. And a paddle here for Thomas De Silva. Now all the pressure is really sitting on Thomas. He's in the best position with that 8.9, and he just needs to get a backup score. If he can get himself into another good takeoff, he could very likely be sitting in the lead.
Yes, and as we saw, unfortunately, Ben Newman could not get in that one. He was holding first priority. Now he's going to go to third priority. The reason he doesn't go to fourth is because Red is not back out into the lineup. So Red's going to come back in fourth priority. One of probably the least competitor that really needs that priority at the moment. But one thing I wanted to say about Ben Newman, as we've heard that he started in a standing wave in the city waves in Germany, like they have in the Munich airport, where it's flowing water, high-speed flow of jets blowing a very thin, very shallow amount of water over the form of a transition, almost like water running over a skateboard ramp, to where gravity fights you and keeps you in position. You get the feeling of surfing, although it's very, very different. After that, he went to wave pools, which is much, much closer. But now we're in the open ocean where it's so unpredictable and it's so hard to tell what wave is going to give him that advantage. And also the spotter doesn't have as much experience in natural ocean conditions as the other spotters probably do.
So true. Great analysis, as we saw a couple of attempts there from Ben and from Kirk. Ben with another paddle, and he's unable to get into it. We're down to the last 90 seconds at the moment. It is our reigning gold medalist, Elias Deal, who is currently sitting in the gold medal position. And it's a big requirement on the board for our surfer in second in silver. A 717 for the Australian would take him into gold. And now the requirement is up to a 4.14 on our French competitor, Thomas De Silva, because Elias has increased his scoreline with a 637.
Yeah, so Elias just really, it seems like Figgy's taken searching around. You saw him get back into that end of that priority chain, but he is just using that freedom, trying to see if he can extend his lead in any way and distance himself from the silver, bronze, and copper positions in this final. And now we're down to 40 seconds, and this is going to be a very important paddle for yellow.
Really important, but he's just out of position on that peak, and he's unable to get into it. 30 seconds. We're not saying it's over yet, but it's going to be challenging. One more wave rolling through as Ben Newman is up and riding, and I love seeing this for our German competitor. Finding himself the best wave for him for the final, getting all that distance through that midsection as Thomas is now up and riding. So he has got that balance, but that wave doesn't give him that push, and I think that's going to be a tough ask to do a 4.14 without finding that open face, Ben.
Yeah, and just as we saw at the end, his board flew up in the air. That shows why we see a lot of these visually impaired surfers with helmets. You can't see the board coming down on you, and that's a very dangerous thing that can happen to any surfer. As we see Roberto Pino flying the flag, Ordem e Progresso, order in progress on that flag of Brazil with the multiple stars on there. I made a board with Brazil's flag on it, and I had to count exactly how many stars, and it was it wasn't easy to get everything accurate.
Now scores are coming through. We're waiting for last of Ben Newman, but he's in a combination situation. Thomas De Silva drops a 2.60, which is enough to take him into silver. Surfer in white drops in a 4.83 for this last wave. Let's take one more look at it.
Yeah, so we saw how he kind of swung that one. Big, deep bottom turn. I think that's what they gave him the score for.
So a 4.83 for Kirk Watson and a 3.17 for Ben Newman. Official results, it is the Brazilian with back-to-back gold medals with Elias Figgy Deal taking away the gold medal, France with silver, and Australia with bronze as copper goes to the German.
Muito obrigado. I know, muito parabéns, which means big congratulations to Figgy. And he has the most contagious smile on the beach, and I can probably predict that his smile is going to clear out this storm, and we're going to see sunshine later on.
Well, an incredible result once again, consistent as well. 3 6s in the scoreline for Elias Ricardo Deal as your 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Champion, your gold medalist for the men's visually impaired one. We've got more action to come with our women's final for the visually impaired, with our men's final for Prone 2 hitting the lineup with Sam Bleakley and Todd Klein in the booth.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Men Prone 2 final here live from Pismo Beach. Kicking off the action, we have our surfer in white going for a wave there. He doesn't catch that, but we've got David Teixeira in yellow out back. He is a multiple world champion looking to get that lively rail-to-rail surfing in the mix right here. We've just seen Figgy get that defense of his world title. Incredible entertainment there. Challenging conditions, but world-class parasurfing on the line. I'm back in the booth with Todd Klein.
Yeah, we've seen some fantastic action. We know it's always going to reach its highest point when we get to finals day, and you could feel the energy this morning before the athletes took to the lineup, and now we're seeing it translate into some of the biggest scores of the event. Surf's the biggest we've seen so far in this event, and it's on the come up as well, so it's only going to get better. We just hope that that win stays at bay.
Absolutely. So we got a really exciting final here on the cards. Of course, this is the Prone 2 classification. So this is any surfer who rides a wave in a prone position that does not require assistance in the water, paddling into a wave and getting back on the board safely. So you might see triple limb amputations, or spinal cord injuries, or MS, multiple sclerosis, or cerebral palsy being the chief impairments that are infringing these surfers. But what incredible performances we're seeing all event, from the likes of Claudio Morales out of Chile, Tomoko Fujara out of Japan, David Teixeira out of Brazil, and a standout for me, the Costa Rican Matthew van der Huth. He has been absolutely breathtaking and has posted a lot of the highest scores of the Prone 2 classification.
Well, all of these surfers right now in the lineup would be looking at the opportunity for the gold, because we lost last year's gold and last year's silver. Speaking of gold, this guy's got a few of them to his name, and he is our current gold champion, our gold medalist in the VI1.
And incredible. I mean, you know, Figgy there, he's a blind surfer. This is parasurfing at its most elite. Like Ben Way made the analogy, imagine closing your eyes and dropping in a skateboard half pipe, and that is the experience Figgy would have taking off in these big conditions today.
Imagine closing your eyes and just trying to get out of this booth, let alone get out into the Pacific Ocean and some solid surf and catch a wave and then perform maneuvers like we saw Figgy. Just unbelievable talent, and once again, he's at the top of the world with that gold medal. It's got to feel so darn good.
And so good for Brazil's team standings, because that's going to be a big opportunity for Brazil to move themselves up the league table. At the moment, it's really between USA, France, and Brazil, who seem to be battling for that Team ISA trophy. Live action, David Teixeira there, gets that nice rail engagement, beautiful, powerful cutback again. Bottom turn, sets himself up in the bowl section, nice bank off the turn there. This is incredible, big re-entry, flips the rail, comes unstuck, but already some good surfing as we see a wave ridden for our Chilean Claudio Morales. Nice takeoff there. Unable to ride out on a single fin on the Pearson Arrow board, but gets that nice quick projection. He'll immediately need assistance. The water safety team need to get to him as quick as possible, but he looks good. He's okay. He's got that flotation device. He's happy. He dunks under. He's a waterman. He's here at the elite level. And now it's Matthew, one of my favorites for the final bowling section, but takes a nosedive.
Yeah, what I noticed right away was the wave selection for Davi. Really good wave that he took off on. He had some beautiful maneuvers out the back. Had he finished that final maneuver, we might have been looking at a 10. Nonetheless, it's still going to be a very solid score for Davi, kicking off in the yellow out there for Brazil. And as I was making mention, we lost earlier in this event our defending gold medalist, Jose Martinez, as well as yesterday we lost one of the legends in this class, Jesse Blauer, who was last year's silver. So the door is wide open. Here's our four surfers right now. One of them will be a new gold medalist.
And with that, gold medals, let's take it down to the sand, because defending his title, the 2022 Pismo Beach RSA World Parasurfing Champion, Figgy from Brazil, he's on the sand with Axel.
Cheers, Sam. Thanks so much. Vicky, we're live to the entire world. You did, again, my friend, so dominant. You're at the top of the world. I know it takes some time to really absorb everything. What's happening? What's going through your mind and your heart right now?
Yeah, man, amazing sensation, because it's very hard moment. The top of the world is too hard to do, man, too hard work, but I am good, I feel good. My friends, my stuff, all guys, thank you so much. Thank you, family. Thank you, God. Yeah.
How does this gold medal compare to your previous gold medal?
The gold medal, man, is for my friends in my city, for everybody, for my family, the gold.
You're now becoming such a dominant figure, Figgy. You're going to be an example for many generations to come. What would you like to tell the new young guns that they're starting to?
The people need come to surfing, enjoy the life, because the surf is the best lifestyle of the life, man. Thank you.
Would you like to also say something to your spotter who's joining us in the interview, your spotter, Bruno?
Oh, thanks, guys. For me, this is like the Everest. It's the top of the world. Thank you. Thank you.
The Everest mountain. Thank you, guys.
Time to celebrate, Figgy. We're going to let you go, man. Parabéns, parabéns, Brasil.
Valeu, galera. Valeu. Ouro pra casa e pra Brava. Valeu.
Back to the booth, guys.
Parabéns, Brazil, Everest, the top of the mountain, the
Mount
pinnacle, the
Everest.
highest point. What a great analogy there. And defending that world title in style. And what a great ambassador for parasurfers and para-athletes all around the globe.
Well, I think they summed it up right there. You know, they're climbing all year just to get to this point, and then once they get here, they can see the top of the mountain, and there's only going to be one that's going to get there, and he is that one, and he's got that gold medal. It's beautiful.
And straight in there answering back for Brazil. After seeing Figueiredo win that gold, we've now got Davi Teixeira kicking off with a 7.83. As we see on our screen, our surfer from Chile, Claudio Morales, getting all of that assistance from the water safety team, and he's back on board. He's got his pusher and his catcher working in unison to safely get him back onto his board, because a lot of these surfers have spinal injuries. Their level of paralysis means they can only move their upper body, so it's a team effort, and in these challenging conditions it is testament to the training and the athleticism of these elite surfers to be performing at this elite level out here in these conditions at Pismo.
Well, wave selection is paramount in any surf competition, but especially in this division, because if you take off on a closeout, it's really going to take a lot of time to get out the back, as we see our Costa Rican getting a nice wave here. Started out going towards the pier on the left, redirecting back a little bit on the right. Now he's looking back. He wants to head back left on the inside, double up, and able to pull off a couple of maneuvers here. The Costa Rican looking to battle back. Davi, the surfer we saw get that right-hander with some beautiful turns on the face of that wave. Even though he fell at the end of it, he had already performed some beautiful surfing out the back, gets that 7.83. He's really set the tone here in this final to open things up.
A nice answer back from Matthew there. I like the use of the hands to just connect with the different opportunities for trim and angle. Very more able-bodied in those hands. That's one of his techniques. You'll see some of the surfers like Jesse Belawa, unfortunately eliminated, who's not got such mobility in the hands, so it's more about the elbows and the shoulders and that lean. But what about this from Davi Teixeira? Rail-to-rail action, Todd.
Well, I mean, look at the wave selection. Great wave, but he, as an athlete, knew right where to be on this wave at all times with multiple cutbacks right in the pocket. He had that big section coming at him. He committed, but unfortunately just got the board a little bit at too much of an angle and goes down. And it looks like he might have another shot here. It's super important that the relationship between him and his pusher, the wave selection must be key, and it looks like another good wave potentially.
Live action, Davi Teixeira blasting off the top there. Really strong turn, flicks that hair away from his eyes and then cuts back hard, re-engages again. Another strong weaving back and forth, snaking collection of top turns and rail turns, and then pulls that arm further up and just gets a little bit of momentum to pull his body weight slightly further up the board to keep trimming, attacking that section, accelerating, looking extremely lively, and wow, what a wave that will be to add to that high 7.
Yeah, a lot of maneuvers there, but if you look, where those maneuvers were performed, it was more on the inside, a little bit of white water around him, not the open face that we saw him get that score up in the 7-point range. So I expect this one to come in pretty good south of that score, probably something in that 4, maybe 5-point range, but we'll see what the judges think. We got 5 judges on the panel. They'll put the scores into the computer. The computer automatically drops the highest score and the lowest, and then we'll average out the remaining 3, and that's how we get the score.
Davi Teixeira from Rio de Janeiro, born with amniotic band syndrome, which was the trapping of his limbs in the womb, and he is one of the icons of parasurfing, using that rail-to-rail approach in his surfing. He is a former silver and gold medalist here at the Parasurfing World Championship, and he would love to take Brazil all the way to that team trophy. As we see live action, Tomoko Fujiwara up and riding there in trim. Nice engagement, lean into that inside rail again, lean, 3 leans, 3 engagements of that one rail, switches back to the other rail, nearly nosedives but comes out with speed, riding a slightly longer board than Davi Teixeira, and just got that more subtle zen-like approach of Jesse Belawa, where it's that really precise, fine transition of weight between the 2 elbows and then accelerating once more. Good maneuvers, good control, and great speed, Todd.
Yeah, all the way through that wave. Out the back, some nice maneuvers on a solid wave. Some critical sections. That's going to be another great score there for our Japanese competitor, Tomoki. He opened with a 5.83. This one could be right in that range, even better than that, I think.
And like Jesse Belawa, Tomoko injured himself in a surfing wipeout in 2009. Caused a fracture of his spine, and he is been a long-time surfer, and that intrinsic relationship these long-time surfers have with reading the waves can make a big difference in lines, in trim, in staying in the pocket.
Absolutely. You identify something there. And again, I think something that's really important is that your pusher out there is just as in tune with the conditions as you are, because he or she is the one that's putting you in position on each wave. And, so it's that team right here in this particular division that is so important to have that knowledge, that wave knowledge. And these conditions a lot different than we've seen throughout the week. The winds have really picked up. The swells increased a bit. And I think what I've identified out there, the scores that are really starting to elevate are the ones that come together and double up and hit that sandbar that creates those critical vertical faces, and that's where those maneuvers, where these surfers want to perform those maneuvers to get those big scores. So wave selection is going to be very critical as we look back at last of Davi.
So this was interesting. You called it, Todd. You said that this came in at 7.33, and you said a lot of the maneuvers were on the inside, so it doesn't come as high as his first wave, 7.83. Difference between outback maneuvers and inside.
So scores are in. This was a 7.
This was a 7.33. So
okay.
It was lower
yeah.
than that
So
first
for me,
wave.
I'm a little surprised. I would have thought it would have been a little bit less than that because again, the judges they want to reward the degree of difficulty in those critical sections. Look at this, the steepness on this one. This one's doubling up across this section.
Wow, what a smoker for our Costa Rican from the Pacific coastline of that Central American powerhouse of wave riding. Matthew, styling, charging, connecting again through this inside section, but that has to be the biggest, fastest ride we've seen of the final so far, Todd.
Yeah, he'll be definitely stoked. Team Costa Rica will be stoked. But again, what I'm seeing and identifying is they really want to see you maneuvering that board from one rail to the other. That's what you're really seeing from Davi, who's leading this heat with a pair of 7s. Even though his second wave wasn't on one of the bigger set waves that offered up the vertical face, he was busy. He stayed busy, engaged on the rail at all times, and he's up again.
Live action, engaging that rail. There's that distinctive cutback, that arc. I love the aggressive facial expressions we see from Davi Teixeira. Takes a nosedive, doesn't ride out of that. Won't replace his 7.33, but committing, high risk, high degree of difficulty, and answering back our Chilean Claudio Morales. Again, a nice fast right-hander, almost barreling over him with that Pearson arrow single fin, projects into the float, but dags that front rail. Sean Brody there paddling to assist, but he's going to be absolutely fine. And that was a nice score for Claudio, but I feel as if Matthew and Davi are the front runners.
As you see Claudio there, all smiles. Again, I've had the opportunity to volunteer and be out there as a catcher, and can be rather stressful because you're thinking, oh, I got to get over there immediately. And you get over to these surfers, they're so comfortable in the ocean, and you'll hear it sometimes in the posting interview, that the ocean is literally their sanctuary, and it looks to us sometimes as chaos all around them, and for them, they're in the perfect bliss moment out there. So it's really cool to witness firsthand here in this final with less than 5 minutes to go. It looks like Tomoki, our Japanese competitor.
Bowley right-hander, big drop, takes a nosedive. That was a promising section ahead, similar in speed and face to the Costa Rican's wave from Montezuma, but unfortunately he takes that nosedive, so he won't replace his low score of a 5.83, but he's in the bronze medal position. So currently Davi Teixeira in the gold medal position with that 7.83 and that 7.33. Matthew Vanderhoof from Costa Rica in the silver medal position with a 7.03 and a 5.17. Tomoki Fujihara from Japan in the bronze medal position with a 6.3 and a 5.83, and sitting there from Chile in the copper medal position, needing a combination of scores, a combination of 15.16 to move to gold. That's 2 waves in the excellent range is Claudio Morales.
Yeah, with 4 minutes to go, Davi out there in the yellow jersey looking to be in a great position to once again get that gold for his country and his teammates there on the beach, flying that Brazilian flag, a 7.83 and a 7.33, really putting the pressure on the other surfers out there. The only ones really that have a shot at it right now is our surfer in blue, Matthew, as well as Tomoki in the white. And both of them needing scores in that excellent range. But unfortunately for Claudio, he's in a combination situation.
And Todd Klein, look at that wind. You can see on your screen, look at the stars and stripes blowing hard there. This wind is increasing, and it feels as if we're really getting a transition in the weather. But talking of transition, look at that rail engagement there from this mighty young Brazilian, Davi Teixeira, 17 years old, going for gold.
Yeah, he rides out of that final move right there. It's going up in that 8+ range. But again, what I'm seeing from Davi is, he's going to continue to push the envelope out there and put everything into every single turn. You'll never see him straighten out from a section. He's going to attack that section and unfortunately catches the nose and goes down.
And Todd, so many big names didn't make it to this final. Jesse Balauer, Jose Martinez, Freddie Maramon out of Colombia. Some of the stars of prone parasurfing not here in the grand final, so that really emphasizes the level of surfing we've seen from the likes of Tomoki Fujihara, up and riding right now, chasing a excellent 8.83, 8.86 to go into the gold medal situation. The Okihama surfer, the 48-year-old, riding with style. He was a copper medalist in 2017, and he is currently in that bronze medal position.
Yeah, once again, a beautiful wave there for our Japanese competitor, looking to improve on the 5.83, but more importantly, looking for the 8.86 to get up into the gold. Really close, though, between him and Matthews, so it could be the difference on that last wave to potentially move up into the silver medal. We'll see.
So Matthew now has a chance because he's sitting there in priority with 2 minutes remaining, chasing an 8.13 to slip up from silver to gold. But right now it's David Teixeira with a 15.16 combination of that 7.83 and that 7.33. Those panel of 5 judges marking those scores, those rides out of 10, the highest and the lowest eliminated, an average taken from the remaining 3. What will be going through Matthew's head right now, knowing he's in priority and he's chasing an 8.13?
Give me a wave, give me a wave, give me a wave. 1 minute, 30 seconds to go. That's what he needs. He needs a wave. He has first priority, so that's ideal for him because any wave that comes through, he has first right away, and he just needs to make sure that his pusher gets him in the right section to perform the score that he needs of an 8.13. He's going to go up and over that one in hopes that there'll be more coming through. 1 minute, 10 seconds, current heat leader.
Samba surfing star from David Teixeira out of Brazil, out of Rio, puts that board on rail and then doesn't ride out of that. Won't replace the 7.33, wasn't in priority, so he had the freedom to choose that wave, but now is there going to be an opportunity for a Costa Rican to strike hard?
All eyes on the surfer in blue out there, out the back. You can see Team Brazil a little bit nervous still, knowing that the door has not closed yet on the other competitors. 8.13 is the score needed for Team Costa Rica in the lineup. Matthew, he's got a 7.03 and a 5.17, but he's going to have to perform his best on the next wave if he can. With 35 seconds to go, he needs a score in the excellent range. Davi, possible victory lap.
Again on the Samba style from Rio de Janeiro, current gold medalist, engaging that rail, looking to replace a 7.33. Nice bowly left, a lot of maneuvers, open face, out back maneuvers, staying in the pocket, getting a last hit on the inside there, unable to ride out of that hit, but already perhaps replacing that 7.33.
It looks like it could be a victory lap, I think, with 10 seconds to go, time winding down. Team Brazil would be counting this down right now. I think he's got the gold medal.
There we go. The hooter has blown, and David Teixeira is our 2022 ISA World Parasurfing gold medalist in the Prone 2 classification. The 17-year-old from Rio de Janeiro, who is an absolute icon of parasurfing. He only just scraped through on a buzzer beater to get out of the semi-finals and book himself a spot in the grand final, but boy did he deliver when it mattered.
Yeah, he would be reflecting on that moment because literally he needed a 4-point ride, if I reflect and remember the score that he needed, and it was so close, and he got it, and it gave him an opportunity to get into this final, and he led the charge from start to finish, wire to wire, and he is our gold medalist here in 2022.
Powerful moments for Brazil.
Roberto Pino.
Pino on the beach there, flying the flag. He's been at the front line supporting all of his teammates for every win, and Brazil looking so strong for the team trophy with back-to-back wins. So, congratulations, David Teixeira, but stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because the finals continue. Coming up next, we have got the women's visually impaired 2 classification grand final going for gold right here, live from Pismo Beach, as we continue finals day at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, hosted by AmSurf. company here for the grand final of the visually impaired 2 classification, with Alili Medina out of Puerto Rico, Melissa Reed out of England, Ling Pei out of Canada, and Alison Eakin out of the USA, all going for gold here. Puerto Rico, England, Canada, USA, messy conditions, consistent waves, a lot of space between the competitors. This is the visually impaired 2 classification, and it's all to play for, and the front runners would have to be the young Alili, but going for her 4th gold medal, Melissa Reed, up and riding on your screen right now. We see our surfer Alili. She takes a fall in red. Melissa Reed looked like she might have committed to that wave. Also our surfer Alison Eakin from blue looks like she might have a score on the board if both feet touch the board. We'll have to wait and see. Judges will be tabulating that, and of course the relationship between the athletes and the spotters is absolutely essential, particularly in these bigger conditions. Todd Klein.
Yeah, hopefully there was no interference at the start of this final. You know, nobody wants to kick off a final with an interference. Hopefully that didn't happen, but out of the corner there, we could see 2 surfers taking off. It was Allison and Alili, red and blue. So I'm hoping it's no harm, no foul. Hit the reset button, get out the back. But yeah, very important, that relationship between you know, the coach that's in the lineup along with the surfers that are out there. You know, the coach in this division is obviously more of the eyes to help get them in the right position as sets start to approach. And you know, we'll see some solid scores come out in this division. You know, the 3-time gold medalist out there, Melissa Reed, she would, you know, no doubt be the one to beat.
Absolutely, and favorable conditions for Melissa going for that 4th world title. And this classification, low partial vision, any surfer riding a wave in the standing position with an IBSA classification level B2 and level B3 eyesight. As I said, Todd, Melissa from Cornwall, from Porthtowan, that beach break, that vibrant heartland of Cornish and British and European and international surfing. Conditions will be similar to a winter's day she might ride at home, so she'll be very comfortable out here. In contrast to Alili out of Puerto Rico, who's been a standout in the event in the clean waves, but still having to adjust to the slightly colder waters here at Pismo Beach.
Yeah, probably the biggest transition for the Puerto Rican surfer, to your point, would be the wetsuit for sure. You know, very tropical down there in Puerto Rico. Generally, it's board shorts and bikinis. Here, you're not going to see much of either because it's definitely chilly out there in the water around that 55-degree mark. We've got strong southerly winds blowing into the pier right now, but we have seen an increase in the swell as we've got a big low pressure out in the Pacific that's, you know, pushing upon us. And so, you know, the decision was made to have finals day today because, you know, once that storm hits us, we're going to be done. So big day of finals, and this man right here, another gold medal to his name.
There he is, world champion, gold medalist, Davi Teixeira. He, ladies and gentlemen, in the Prone 2 is your 2022 Pismo Beach ISA World Para Surfing Champion, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, flying the flag. What an incredible performance that was, and he really rose to the occasion after just scraping through that cutthroat semi-final and getting the score he needed on a buzzer beater.
Yeah, and again, for me, you know, obviously his surfing was very impressive, but it was very impressive for me. I've been around since 2015, been able to be a part of this event and watch the surfers adapt each year to the conditions and their equipment, but he had to change classifications. He used to like to get up onto his lower limbs and almost, you know, kneel on the board. Now in the prone division, he must lay down. He's done tremendous. He's at the top. He's got a gold.
He's at the top. He's 17. He's got the gold. He speaks brilliant English. He's Davi Teixeira, and he is with Axel.
Thanks, guys. Thanks so much. Davi, at such a young age, you already hold the Guinness World Record, and now you have a gold medal. What does this feel to you, bro?
Yeah, that sounds great for me. I feel so happy, so grateful, because I wait 4 years to win it again. And like I said, bro, I won. I want to win every time, but win isn't the most important. You know, man, we are winners in Jesus, and he is the best. He's the best. He said me that he would give me the win like a gift, but it don't like for me, the winning is the most important. No, the most important is the people who are here and this energy, and that's it. That's it.
Who would you like to dedicate this win?
I would like to dedicate, of course, first one to my team, my my equipe, my coaches, Bibi Lima, Andrea Lopes, my shaper, Edgo Surfboards, my family, and the first and the top spot, Jesus, because it's for him, it's about him, and he gives me the victory. And it isn't for me, like my victory, it's our victory, it's for us.
Absolutely, Davi. What's next for you? What's this next year looking for you?
Yeah, next year I'm looking for winning again and being the Paralympics with surf.
Well, you're looking very solid, my friend. You're on the way for LA 2028. We hope to see you there, of course. And next year, I'm sure you're going to keep breaking. Congratulations and enjoy the win and the entire team.
Thank you. Let's go.
Back to the booth, guys.
Wow, congratulations, David Teixeira and Todd Klein, talking about it being our victory, and that really is a symbol of the parasurfing community as we see Ling Pei live action paddling for that wave. She doesn't catch that, so we've got some scores to drop, some scores to share. Elili and Melissa both kick off with a 2.67, but Alison Eakin kicks off with an interference call, so it's a non-priority interference.
Yeah, as I was hoping that wasn't the case. We saw two surfers take off at the very beginning of this heat, close proximity, and they obviously deemed that the other surfer had the inside section and so therefore had priority on that wave. So the good news for Allison here in this final is that second score will be halved, not completely gone because it was a non-priority interference. I believe we'll get confirmation on that, but nobody wants an interference in a final.
Up and riding Elili. Looks like that might well be a score. Hands may not have been deemed to have left the rail for the judges to deliver a score. We'll wait to see what they make of that. Of course, the qualification of our judges is elite. These are the best judges in the world, and it's an international panel. And the level of training, the certification of the ISA judging course, and the amount of hours these judges have gone through competitions to get selected to be in this panel is it's Paralympic levels, and we are talking highly specialized staff.
Yeah, it's top notch all the way around here, and it has been for years, but it only gets better. And our judges, they continue to adjust with the changes in the sport of surfing, tweaking it for, I think the biggest thing that I've seen changing, and it's for the better for these athletes to even the playing field, is the classifications. So, the judges, though, 5 judges on the panel take the high score, the low score, average out the remaining 3. They've been doing a fantastic job and nailing it every heat.
Wow, what a busy start here. Nothing big on the scores, but you can see the energy is massive. Elili, a 2.67. Is she waiting for a second score to drop? She's not. Melissa, a 2.67. Again, no second score to drop. Alison Eakin kicks off with a non-priority interference, so that second score will be halved. She's got a 0.77 and waiting for that second score to drop, that if it was a perfect 10, she'd only get 5 points out of it. What will it be? The judges will determine that very soon. Our surfer from Canada, Ling Pai, has not got a wave yet, so she's sitting in yellow to the left of your screen, more towards the south side. Todd, a little reflection on positioning. Where would you suggest the surfers go in these choppy, shifty conditions?
Well, let's see. I think Ling's trying to get into this one. She does have first priority. This wave's going to be challenging, though, for her. It's got a little bit of a rib in it that never let her get down the face. It's almost like a speed bump was across the face of that wave, so she couldn't carry the momentum down. Unfortunately, now she'll lose priority.
Big news, Melissa Reed. We didn't get to see that live, but she drops a very, very strong score, a 5.50. It puts her out there into a commanding lead. But Elili, the young Puerto Rican who's been an absolute standout all event, the 13-year-old, she now needs a 5.50 live action. Elili's going to swing and take this one, a bowly section. She's up. She's got a nice open green face, good turn, good cut back, strong, powerful, smooth, dynamic surfing. Again, connecting with that section there. Can she get the reform? She's looking really beautiful in that approach, in that speed, in that variety, and I think that could go really high, Todd.
She's going to first place after that performance right there, I believe. We'll wait and see what the judges come through with. Great wave selection and great utilization of that face, engaging the rails, couple of turns, gets hung up a little bit on that final connection, the double up on the inside, but she needs a 5.5. We saw a 5.5 for Melissa, which unfortunately we didn't actually see. We just saw the score drop, but I think it's going to be right in that range. Here we go. Beautiful looking wave for Ling.
Up and riding, nice, smooth, fast takeoff, aggressive but stylish at the same time. It has a kind of Rel Sun-esque elegance, does Ling there. I love what I'm seeing here, Todd, and I can hear the Canadian team hooting on the beach.
I believe, you're fantastic with all the stats. She does have a gold medal to her name, correct?
We'd have to.
I believe so, from one of the earlier years down in La Jolla, because I remember she has always been a standout in this classification, and that is a great start for her. She waited a while, almost halfway through the heat, to pick up her first wave, but patience paying off. That's going to be a great score for her. And standing by, last of the Puerto Rican surfer in red, an 8.5. She goes to first.
Wow, and rewarded for that nice, clean, controlled open face surfing, but there was one money turn where she put that board hard on rail through spray and then continued to carry that momentum and that torque into a variety of multiple maneuvers.
I love what I saw through the that last set. Multiple ladies getting great wave selection. This was that score that came through solid for, nope, this was her second score, not the 5.5 for Melissa Reed. This is the score up in the excellent range for our Puerto Rican surfer.
So there's the money turn, Todd, coming up.
Yeah, big first snap to open things up. That's what the judges want to see. If you can get to your feet and commit immediately like she did, scores are going to go through the roof, and that's what they did. This wave selection right here, though, beautiful.
What a nice open face wave. Fast, speedy, demonstrating the rights are going to be the big scorers.
Yeah, and really trimming, getting a lot of speed on that one. I love the rail-sun comparison. Just nice, graceful style and approach. And the main thing I took from that one was the wave selection. If she can get back out there and do it again, but maybe lean a little harder on those turns, she might have a good chance at getting that gold medal.
So Ling is a certified clinical exercise physiologist, and she is married to Chris Oberly. So she's now moved over to California, originally from Vancouver, and she is going to drop a really decent score, and sure enough, it comes in the second highest score of the final, a 7.17. Going for gold for Canada. Ling Pai drops that 7. Melissa Reed doesn't catch that wave.
Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake right there. She had first priority, so now she will go into fourth priority once she gets back into the lineup. So coming up next, we see the Hawaiian there having some conversation and, talking to some of the team there from Team Hawaii, and he's looking forward to getting out there and flying that flag for the islands.
Yep, Aaron Polk has been on fire. He's one of the favorites coming into the men's V2 classification. Live action, Alili having a look. She doesn't go. Our surfer in blue, Alison Eakin, is opting for this left-hander. She doesn't quite catch that wave, but the situation is Alili is in gold medal with a 8.50, and she's up and riding, looking to replace a 2.67. Nice bottom turn, good, powerful top turn, and rides out of it with control, and she is pumped, and she is buzzing, and she is going for gold.
And I've just got some information. I actually thought that Ling Pai had got a gold in the past representing Canada. It was actually a silver in 2020, so 2 years ago. So thank you for that information. And I knew she'd been on the podium before. I knew she'd medaled. It was a silver in 2020.
Interesting. Alili, she's age 13. Would she be the youngest gold medalist in the Parasurfing World Championship, or has Davi Teixeira already beat that? We'll come on to that soon, but right now up and riding, Melissa Reed chasing that 4th world title, 3 times women's world champion in the V2 classification. A great fast ride, trying to connect with that next section, but already delivered some strong scores, and this could solidify her silver medal holding, but she's going to need to get something in the excellent range to charge along with Alili, who's probably still in gold medal right now as it stands.
Oh, yeah, she's definitely going to get rid of that 2.67 and extend her lead over the other competitors out there. And as time ticks away, look at this. Beautiful wave selection once again, and you saw immediately how she leaned on that inside rail, drove right up into that big critical section, bangs it, kicks out with confidence. That is going to be another score that's going to be close up into that same excellent range and really putting the pressure on the one that has all the medals, and that's Melissa Reed.
Yep, but I like what I saw from Melissa, so that could well go into that top 2. So, of course, Alili would be 13 if she won the gold. It'd be interesting to work out. At 17, how old would Davi Teixeira have been in 2016? So that's 2016. Let's do some quick math. I think Davi would have been younger than Alili, so it wouldn't be record-breaking for the youngest
It would be in this division.
Champion, but it would be in this division.
100%. And as I said, I thought scores were going to be right up in and around that excellent range. It is last of Alili. She's got another 8-point ride. She's got an 8.83 and an 8.50. Look what it's done to the field. Every single one of the surfers now is in what we call a combination situation. The best ride you can get out there is a 10. They all need to replace their current scores. They need a total of 17.33 to overtake that gold medal.
And Melissa currently now in the silver medal position. So Alili has combined the field. Ling looking to get that second score on the board. She's got a 7.17. She's paddling for this wave with 5 minutes remaining, moving into the last quarter of this final. Todd, what do you think of this situation?
Well, Ling Pai is going to be, probably the best position to get the silver. She needs to back up. She's got the second highest single wave score outside of what Alili has done out there. She's got a 7.17, which is a great foundation for our surfer in the yellow jersey out there, but she needs to back it up to pull up ahead of Melissa Reed, who sits in that silver medal position right now. 4:30 on the clock. She needs to get out there and find that open face like we saw her get on her opener, that beautiful right-hander that gave her the opportunity to get that 7.17.
Big set on the horizon there. So Melissa Reed, 3 times world parasurfing champion in this classification.
Oh,
Big
no.
heavy wave for Alison Eakin. She takes a fall on that. She doesn't rise to her feet. Alili is in the gold medal position. Melissa Reed is in the second silver. She's looking to replace that 5.47, and she's up and riding on a nice left-hander here. It's a good section, nice drop, great control, smoothly slides out of that section there as we see the Pelicans in the background just moving their way down the coast. All of the surfers in a combo situation, so all of them need to get 2 scores in the excellent range to get near the current gold medalist, Alili Medina from Puerto Rico.
Yeah, it's never over, but it's pretty close to being over. I think that Alili is going to get the gold, so now the real battle is for that silver, the next medal on offer that has not been a runaway as far as the scoring goes. Melissa Reed currently sits in that position, but once again, I'm looking at that score line. Ling Pai very much in this to get that silver from Melissa, and with 3 minutes on the clock, she's got the 7.17 already, Ling Pai. She needs to get out the back, which she is, on the left of our screen there, wearing the yellow. That's about the same area where she found that right-hander that gave her that opportunity.
Up and riding Alison Eakin on a left-hander. Good low stance there. Heading towards the pier, heading north. She will get a score on the board. Alili is closest to the pier. She's deepest. She's in priority. She's in gold medal position. A real changing of the guard situation because Melissa Reed has dominated this division. She's going for her 4th gold medal. The 32-year-old from Porthtown in Cornwall has just been incredible, surpassing all achievements of any other British surfer in competitive surfing. And she is also a 2 times Paralympian, having represented Team GB at the Paralympics in Rio and in Tokyo. So, will the changing of the guard shift to the young Puerto Rican with that 8.83 and that 8.50? It looks very, very likely with just 2 minutes remaining. Todd.
Well, you mentioned the changing of the guard, and it's the changing of the weather right now, too. Look at the white caps starting to get upon the ocean face out there as that wind really starts to pick up out of that southerly direction. And that's why in these finals, we're not holding the standard 25-minute finals. We've gone to 20, because there's plenty of surf on offer, so it's not, jeopardizing these athletes from getting the scores that they need. There's plenty of waves on offer within a 20-minute frame, but we're also trying to get things done and wrap up and give out those gold medals before that that Pacific storm really gets upon us.
And as we move down into the last minute, I noticed the paddle movement there as Alili getting close to Melissa, and it looks like it's that storm conditions. This is what we've got, and this is what it is on the screen. There we go. Those bigger sets getting further and further out, breaking further out, and Alili with 1 minute 20 seconds remaining. She is in such a positive space right now, and she has really set the field ablaze all event, and everybody's been talking about her surfing, but right now it's Alison Eakin up and riding. She's got a 2.40, and that second score will get halved because she did get a non-priority interference at the beginning of the heat, as we see Melissa on the left of your screen, and Ling still going to get that second score. And like you said, Todd, she is favorable for a silver if she can get that second score.
Yeah, she is so close. It's scary, but she needs to get on some open face. And here we go. Currently in that second position was Melissa Reed paddling. She doesn't get into it. 40 seconds to go. We know the gold medal is going to go to the Puerto Rican, the youngster from the island of Puerto Rico. What a special moment for her. This is massive.
Absolutely. You know, age 7, she lost the vision in her left eye from Isabella. The 13-year-old Alili Medina is going to be our gold medalist here in the visual impairment 2 classification here at the 2022 Pismo Beach ISA World Para Surfing Championship. What an incredible performance from the young Puerto Rican, and she might get the opportunity to ride home in style here. She does. She's up and riding. She's on a nice right-hander. This will count. She doesn't need to replace one of those excellent range scores, but wow, what an achievement for the 13-year-old. And congratulations, of course, to Melissa Reed, who went into this going for that 4th gold, but having had 3 golds back to back in your career is incredible. Melissa comes out with a silver, but this young woman, changing of the guard, Alili Medina, she is your gold medalist.
Yeah, such a beautiful moment there. She was riding that wave, and it was starting to really sink in that she is on top of the world. She is the gold medalist for women's VI2, and the youngster from Puerto Rico, she adapted just fine from a bikini to a wetsuit and had some great maneuvers out there, pair of 7s. And what was the total? She had a couple. She had an 8.
She had 8. She was well up into the 8s, and she's also a martial artist. She practices jiu-jitsu. She's a white belt with 4 stripes, and she's a green belt in karate. And what a lovely scene there. Congratulated by the American Allison. And wow, I mean, that really was a special performance. Congratulations, Alili Medina. You are our Women's Visual Impairment 2 classification gold medalist here at Pismo Beach. But ladies and gentlemen, stay with us because we will be moving on to the men's category in this same classification. Live from finals day at the ISA World Para Surfing Championship hosted by AmpSurf. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand final of the men's visual impairment 2 classification here at the 2022 Pismo Beach ISA World Para Surfing Championship hosted by AmpSurf. I'm Sam Bleakley, still in the booth with Todd Klein. The action has just been absolutely breathtaking. We've just seen the young Puerto Rican 13-year-old Alili take the win for a brilliant, strong team Puerto Rico, but right now we shift our attention to the men in the same classification as Aaron Polk out of Hawaii is against Roy Calderon out of Costa Rica, Miguel Flavio out of Brazil, and Jack Jackson out of Australia. All of these men going for the gold, and all of these men also wanting to contribute to that ISA World Parasurfing Team Trophy. And it feels as if Brazil has got a lot of momentum at the moment this morning, already with 2 golds, but watch out because there are other contenders, of course USA and of course France.
Well, 3 of these competitors right now in this final were on the podium last year. The only new addition to that equation is our surfer in blue, Jack Jackson. And so he'd be excited to be invited to the party this year for this final. And, well, our defending gold medalist out there is Roy Calderon, up and riding right now.
So this is Miguel Flavio.
Sorry.
Big, snappy, fast section there. And look at the flow and the speed and the aggression and the control. I love that. There was a really nice open face section demonstrating that despite some of the biggest scores getting dropped on the rights, those bowly lefts have got good scoring potential, Todd.
Well, again, our surfer there, Miguel Flavio, being a goofy footer, he's going to want to go on his forehand, just like we're going to see from the Hawaiian here on this right.
Aaron Polk up and riding there on the right-hander there, trying to gain speed and then reconnects, going left now, cuts back, rebounds off the foam, stays in control, rides out of that. Relative to Miguel's first wave, who do you think will come out on top on scores between Aaron and Miguel there, Todd?
It will be Miguel, because Miguel was able to commit a little bit deeper and a little bit of record-breaking coming through for that last heat. That's a first medal in history for Puerto Rico.
Absolutely. We knew something special was happening there. And, of course, at 13, you know, to win a medal so young, there's likely going to be a lot more to come. And it would be great to see Alili at the Los Angeles Paralympics surfing for her country in 2028.
I hope she doesn't have I hope her calendar is clear for next week, because she's going to have a lot of media obligations.
Wow, records being broken, as Todd Klein just shared, the first Puerto Rican to win a parasurfing medal of any color. Alili Medina, the 13-year-old, just surfed so well there. There was precision, there was control, there was elegance. Everything was clean, and it was so smooth.
Yeah, it was. You know, it's impressive for any athlete at any age, but at such a young age to have the poise that she had out there against the talent that she was up against, and to come out on top with a gold, it shows where the future of our sport is headed.
So waiting for those first scores to drop. Miguel Flavio, he drops a low score of a 2.33, but it's likely to be overwritten with this next score coming in. Waiting for that to be tabulated. Waiting for Aaron Polk's first score to be tabulated. Waiting for Roy Calderon out of Costa Rica to drop a score. So 2 waves ridden for yellow, 1 for white. Red comes in at a 4.17. So Aaron Polk's first wave a 4.17. Miguel's second wave a 5.33. Puts Miguel in the current gold medal position, but we've got 14 minutes remaining, Todd.
Yeah, it's early days in this heat, and while you were, dropping those scores out the back out there underneath those birds, one of the whales actually completely breached, and pretty cool to see that during our finals here. And the winds, they're blowing, but the good news is for us, it's got enough side shore to it that it's got clean enough faces for some beautiful surfing.
Live action, Jack Jackson, beautiful big roundhouse cutback, one of the best turns we've seen, and he shoots the pier in a dangerous situation, bearing in mind that this is our visually impaired surfing. But wow, what incredible surfing from Jack Jackson. That one particular roundhouse cutback for me was very, very dynamic, Todd.
Yeah, it was. Again, showing that commitment. And with 14 minutes on the clock, we're just getting started.
And with that, let's go down to the record breaker, the first medal for a Puerto Rican surfer in the parasurfing event. Congratulations, Alili, out of Puerto Rico. You are our gold medalist for the World Parasurfing Championship.
Alili, where do we start? You were in the final with a 3-time world champ. Took her down. You're making history as the first Puerto Rican to take a medal in a parasurfing world championship. You're top of the world. What's going through your mind right now?
I'm so happy right now. I'm like so proud of everything I've accomplished with my dad, especially. He's been my coach since day one. He's my moral support. He's everything. And I'm just really grateful for everybody in Puerto Rico supporting me all the time.
When you left Puerto Rico, were you expecting to come back with a gold medal?
Yes.
So you got it. What's next for you? Because we've been talking about the change of the guard, and it looks like you just solidified that.
Well, I'm now going to try and compete everywhere on the adaptive surfing circuit, and I'm really excited for that.
Who would you like to dedicate this gold medal to?
My friends, family, my dad, everyone in Puerto Rico.
Dad, what it feels to have a daughter with a gold medal right now?
Wow, me siento súper orgulloso de ella. Sé que ha sido un trabajo bien fuerte de entrenamiento. Wow, en verdad no tengo palabras para describir toda la emoción que yo siento. Solo le quiero dar las gracias a ella por el excelente trabajo que ha hecho y por todo, en verdad, por ser la hija maravillosa que tengo, la que Dios me dio. Todo se lo debemos a Él, al gran Dios, que es el que nos ha dado la fuerza para llegar hasta aquí y lograr este logro tan grande para nosotros, tanto para la familia y Puerto Rico.
Dad just saying how proud he is, of course, of Aleli, what this means to them, to their family. He wants to thank God, wants to thank the opportunity. This means so much to them, and this is just going to be a new standard for everyone. Aleli, congratulations. This is history in the making. We're so proud, everyone watching back home. This is very special. Thank you for sharing everything with us. We're going to let you go before you can celebrate. It's going to take a little bit of time to absorb this, but your life is about to change. Are you ready for that?
Yes.
All right, we're going to let them go. Puerto Rico está cabrón. Congratulations. Back to the booth.
Congratulations, Alali. I mean, you know, she said she came here to win gold. She delivered. The confidence, the smile, the future face of parasurfing. I mean, already at the elite level, but at 13, what a bright career ahead for the young Puerto Rican.
And what a special moment for the family. Dad being the coach there, and you could see just the excitement coming from him and the passion and how proud he was of his daughter to reach that point in her life to get a gold at such a young age. She's just getting started, and as I said before we went to that post interview, it just shows where our sport is headed. It's growing, and the level of talent continues to elevate each year that we come here.
Live action, Roy Calderon from Costa Rica. Nice right-hander, engaging that rail, cutting back, keeping a high line. He doesn't keep trimming out of that ride, but Jack Jackson is out there in gold medal position. So that 5.83 for that left-hander with an incredible rail engaged, long, drawn out, but critical roundhouse cutback. I absolutely love that turn, and I think that could be a real keeper.
Yeah, it's going to be all about the commitment as we've seen throughout this day. And with 10 minutes on the clock, we're halfway through this heat. And if you look at the score lines there, you know, the highest single wave score right now is for Roy Calderon, who is our defending gold medalist, with a 6.17. So I think he's in a really good position. The other surfers with 5s and 4s, and no one with a real backup yet. So I think he's in a good position, and there it is. Scores just drop. He gets a 2.63, moves up into the lead, but he's going to want to increase that backup.
Yeah, absolutely, Todd. He doesn't want to be carrying that 2.63, but now that's the highest score of the final so far. Jack Jackson gets a 5.83, Miguel Flavio gets a 5.33, and Aaron Polk gets a 4.17.
Yeah, former champion himself, Aaron Polk from Hawaii. So, you know, coming from Hawaii, he'd be excited about the conditions being a little bit woolly out there, where some of the other competitors may be on edge. The Hawaiian to be flourishing in these conditions. But just like we saw our surfer in that last heat from Puerto Rico, very tropical. Aaron having to put on some rubber here, just a little bit of difference here for him to adapt to.
Live action, Jack Jackson looking to replace that 2.07, opting to go again for the left-hander, but that wave didn't rival the bold, the shape, the power, the scoring potential of that 5.83. So won't change the situation for Jack Jackson, who's now down into the silver medal position is with Roy Calderon out there in gold, but all to play for because any one of these men can deliver a big score.
So once again, looking back at last year, gold medalist was Roy Calderon, who's currently out in the lineup leading once again. Silver medalist was Miguel Flavio out there once again. He's in the yellow, finds himself in third at the moment. Aaron Polk, he is our surfer in fourth, representing Hawaii in the red, up and riding right now. He was bronze.
Live action, Aaron Polk attacking this section. Is he going to get the opportunity for a re-entry? He is. This could be important for Aaron. This is going to add to that 4.17. Miguel takes a fall. He won't replace that 2.33. Aaron's wave there. He kicks off with that 4. He'll get a score. It might not be a keeper, but it could put him up to either silver or maybe bronze.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll wait on those scores to settle in. Still plenty of time on the clock, Sammy, with 8 minutes to go. And I think it's going to come down to one of those surfers getting out the back, putting themselves in position, showing some patience, and waiting for that wave that gets that vertical face. Every heat that we've seen so far today, that's where the judges want to see those maneuvers performed, is on those vertical faces as we look at this classification.
So these surfers have low or partial vision. Any surfer riding a wave in a standing position with the IBSA certification level B2 and level B3. And of course, the relationship between the athlete and the spotter is key. And this is a very, very unique classification, especially when all the surfers are huddled close together like that, because there are 8 men in this final right now. 4 are being scored, but 4 spotters can make errors that can prevent their riders from getting those gold medals. As we get the replay here of our Brazilian surfer, Todd.
Yeah, Miguel, this was one of the earlier waves, and you see multiple times he's getting up into the lip, and he liked what he performed there on that wave as we get caught up on the current heat in the water. This was the 417 for Aaron Polk on his forehand, looking for this double up. He finds it, gets down the face, and then redirects back, carves it around, and the Hawaiian finishing up on the inside of that one, catching a little bit towards the end, not carrying the momentum, and then this was the 583 for Jack Jackson.
And look at this turn. I love this. Wow, full arcing turn. Brilliant control, and the danger factor of going into the P. I mean, what do you think of that, Todd?
Well, a lot of commitment, and that's what the judges want to see, committing to that rail all the way around. And then this was the second wave here for Aaron Polk, this time on the backhand. Not quite the score that he saw before. This one comes through in that 3 range, and you saw just really the one redirect was only the real committed turn. Comes through in a 3, and there's the current situation right now in the lineup. 6 minutes to go. Our defending gold medalist currently in that first position once again, and he's up and riding.
Nice right-hander from Roy there. Big re-entry, slides from tail, aggressive. Brilliant surfing. He's feeling it. One movement there to the heart, to the claim. He reckons he's going to get a big score. He'll certainly replace that 2-6-3. As we see live action, Jack Jackson again putting that board on rail. His cutbacks are absolutely breathtaking. If he could have just ridden out of that, that would have really made a massive difference, but it could still help in his hunt for gold.
He's still throwing away that 227, no doubt. And, things are going to change because the wave prior, Roy Calderon, massive turn for him. These two surfers right now, obviously, were leading the charge, and they're going to continue to lead the charge because they're both going to replace scores in the scoreline with 5:30 to go.
So we've seen golds already for Brazil, but we haven't yet seen a Costa Rican gold. Jack Jackson for Australia going for gold for the Irakanjis there, waiting for that score to drop. I love the rail work from Jack. The commitment, the danger, heading towards the pier in this visually impaired classification. Extreme surfing right on the line.
Yeah, really, he's performed the best cutback in this classification out there and in this final. That's probably his strong point, being the goofy footer, heading towards the pier. As soon as he feels that wave that it's going to give him that power source to cut back, he does.
But how about that turn there?
Commitment and timing on point, and the fact that, we are watching visually impaired, you would not know it. If you just walked up to the beach, you'd think this is an able-bodied athlete performing like that. Unbelievable surfing, and the fact that he's visually impaired just puts it through the roof. This turn, though, right here, look how this wave doubles up, a lot of speed, and then just puts the rail in the water, commits all the way around, and once again, just, committing to that turn. That's what the judges want to see. Great exchange there between those two athletes.
So, for me, that was a completed maneuver, but did he ride out of it enough to really, really reinforce that score from the judges?
I think it was completed. It was actually the transition from the one rail that he was engaging to drive back out where he actually went down. So the turn that we're referencing, it was completed. It was when he went from one rail to the other that he actually went down. So I think it's going to be a solid score.
Comes in at a 4.23. Keeps him in silver. Up and riding Aaron Polk on a big fast right-hander here. He's going to engage that rail and readjust and hit that foam climb section. He doesn't ride out of that re-entry. So Aaron Polk looking to replace that 3.9, needing a 917 to move up into gold and oust the current leader, Roy Calderon from Costa Rica.
Yeah, Roy Calderon in a great place right now with this, a point difference between his two scores, a 717 and a 617. But, I'm thoroughly impressed by our Australian out there. He was the only surfer in this final who was not on the podium last year, and he's contending, pushing Roy, who is our defending gold medalist. And right now, Jack's sitting in that second position, that silver position, pretty solidly. And Aaron Polk, the Hawaiian, he needs something 5 or better to start to move up into that next bracket and get that silver.
The two goofy footers in priority 1 and priority 2. So we got Miguel Flavio, goofy footer out of Brazil. He needs an 801. He's in priority situation, first priority. But our Australian JJ, Jack Jackson, he's chasing a 751, and he's in second priority.
And as you just laid that out for me, and I kind of looked at the setup right here, Miguel Flavio, he's got a 5.33. He can easily jump right up into that silver position. And obviously that's not the goal. He wants to get the gold. He'll need an 801, but keep an eye on him. He's strong.
Big section ahead. Is he able to engage that rail? Jams that re-entry. Can he ride out of that? Nearly. So chasing a 8.01 to move up into gold medal position. Miguel Flavio from Brazil.
Yeah, that'll be incomplete, but let's look at that. He had a 2.33 in the scoreline. Big section, big turn. Even though he didn't ride out of it, he will replace that 2-3-3. It comes through at a 3-2-3, so he moves up into the bronze, and now needing just a little bit more to move up one more medal to get the silver. He needs an 8:01 to get the gold.
There's Lee Ferrier and Sam Bloom for the Irakanji's Team Australia, watching their teammate JJ Jackson is out there chasing a 7.51, and he's in first priority with 1 minute 45 seconds remaining. Miguel Flavio drops a 3.23, so he moves up into bronze. Aaron Polk down in copper. Roy Calderon from Costa Rica out there in gold. A bit of a lull, but 1 minute 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so definitely something to keep an eye on as we hear some excitement outside. Everybody's celebrating here on finals day. Time winding down. Priority is going to be something we want to keep an eye on. First priority is with blue, second priority white, third priority red. What that means is our surfer Jack Jackson from Australia has first right away. The other surfers can take the same wave as long as they don't impede the scoring potential. So split of the peak, no problem, but definitely don't take off or even push the white water down to impede that scoring potential with 1 minute to go.
Movement here. We've got Jack Jackson in priority. He's making a shift south. We've got a little set there coming very close. Keep your eyes on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, because the situation could change if Jack Jackson gets a 7.51 or higher. Is he in position? It looks like he is. He's got to turn. He's got to go. He's only got 40 seconds. It's not going to be an open-faced left, but it is a nice drop there. Can he climb down into it? Unfortunately, he can't. So Jack Jackson now will go to the back of the queue. Is 28 seconds remaining. Aaron Polk has a paddle. Miguel Flavio on this right-hander. He needs an 8:01. He's up and riding, and he engages that rail but doesn't climb out of that float. And it looks like nobody's going to be able to catch up with Roy Calderon with just 10 seconds remaining, Todd.
Looking like Roy's going back-to-back gold medals here in our men's visually impaired too. And the Costa Rican, you mentioned we haven't got a medal yet for Costa Rica in 2022. We'll take a gold.
There it is, our gold medalist for the 2022 Pismo Beach ISA World Para Surfing Championship Visual Impairment 2 classification out of Costa Rica, Roy Calderon. Brilliant performance from Roy. He's been really strong all event, and he delivers the 34-year-old defending his gold medal. What a brilliant bit of surfing. The surfer from San Jose looking sharp, looking lively, and massive congratulations to Roy getting Costa Rica's first gold medal of the event. Exciting stuff, and it will continue as we rifle through the finals. It'll be raining medals because we got the kneel, the stand, the sit, the prone, and the stand 1, 2, and 3. We've got loads more coming up, so stay tuned. Shannon Hughes coming into the booth with Ben Way to call the final of the women's kneel here live from Pismo Beach for the ISA World Para Surfing Championship Finals Day, hosted by AmpSurf.
And what an impressive performance for Roy Calderon of Costa Rica to take home the second gold medal for Costa Rica at this year's ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Yesterday we saw Jimena Ruiz also take home gold for Team Costa Rica. And there he is getting the chair up the beach, Ben.
Yeah, we actually had a little talk with Roy about his equipment. That's his 5'9" average Joe from Britt Merrick, Al Merrick shapes. And he's been sticking that same model since last year. He got a replacement. And we have the Neil class on a very similar board. You can see on the right side there. And I asked if that was one of his boards, and they said, no, we both like that same model. One set up for Neil and one set up for stand-up, all with the same fin configuration. But he is stoked.
Incredible. And for Team Costa Rica, for both Roy and for Jimena yesterday, taking away the gold medals, they've both gone back-to-back because they were the gold medalists for Team Costa Rica in last year's World Parasurfing Championships. So keeping that consistency for one of our Central American nations going here at the World Parasurfing Championships. And now into live action. We've got our women's Neil final out in the water.
Yes, out in white for Team Chile, that's Noemi Alvarez. And for Canada, in red, Victoria Feige. Adri Pascual in yellow for Team Spain. And in France, Emmanuel Blanche, as we have live action, Victoria Feige.
Getting started for the three-time ISA gold medalist, going for a fourth gold medal. Now, Melissa Reed in the visually impaired 2 category was also in the running for that, but we saw the young Puerto Rican competitor take out the gold medal. So this, if Victoria Feige can take home a fourth gold medal, she will be record-breaking and be the only woman in the field with 4 gold medals.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. We saw on that short wave, 2.83, 2.33 are her scores. We've got 2 scores for White on the board, as White just making it back out into the lineup. She'll get that third priority spot. And I saw Victoria on her way down to the beach with her Team Canada support. And once again, she's back on that. Laura Shapes, our Figgy Deal, our visually impaired champion. Figgy Deals, Laura Shapes. It's a swallowtail, and I noticed they pulled the center fin out of it, so she's running as a twin fin, but using that bigger board, and she was on the line of using that DHD little fish that she loves. I think it's because it's a farther paddle out and a harder takeoff that she went for the bigger board.
As we take a look at the replay here for first of Noemi, goes down over the takeoff, and let's look at first of Victoria. She goes down as well.
Yeah, so a lot more punch in the whitewash today, and if you're not going faster than the wave, you're going to get steamrolled from behind the wave. It's going to pick the tail up and sink that nose in, which we saw for both of our competitors, and they didn't have any chance of that happening in our earlier rounds as we had much smaller waves. And here we go, Victoria. This is that replay. She hits a little bit high, and although we have bigger surf,
as we take a look at live action here with Victoria, great looking wave, finds that longer length of ride than those first 2. So she's made some adjustments, that equipment seeming steady underneath her body now, and she's going to be putting a bigger score on the board than the 283 at the top.
Yeah, another change that we are seeing is we're getting in the higher tide. The tide is starting to fill in, and it looks like we have a winner of that last heat down on the beach.
Let's go down and check up with another gold medalist with Axel.
Cheers, guys. Thanks so much. Roy, I'm gonna first mention about Team Costa Rica, and then I'm gonna go into what feeling to back-to-back world champ. Roy, ya vimos lo que hizo Jimena, rompiendo ese récord en la historia de las mujeres con la sumatoria más alta, y luego ahora tú con una medalla de oro, la segunda, bicampeón mundial, bro. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Estoy muy feliz. Siento que el esfuerzo, los entrenamientos en Costa Rica y la atención que hay que tener a los entrenadores es muy importante. Era un hit con buenas olas, donde la verdad es que en primer lugar se lo podía llevar cualquiera de los equipos que estamos adentro. Sin embargo, había que estar con la cabeza fría y con las indicaciones que los coaches nos decían para agarrar las mejores olas.
Yeah, he was very focused on his training from day one. The conditions in the water were really challenging. He's saying that really the gold could have gone for any country, and he was just lucky to really solidify that and taking the win. Háblanos un poco, Roy. I'm going to ask him about his team, and I'm going to ask him what's next for him. Háblanos un poco de lo que fue tu equipo para este mundial, que fue la diferencia del año anterior y qué viene para ti a continuación.
Sí, bueno, nos preparamos, ¿verdad? Como mencioné anteriormente. Sabíamos al lugar que veníamos, ya habíamos competido el año pasado. Entonces nos preparamos tanto en agua fría, ¿verdad? Y entrenamiento en olas con malas condiciones y buenas condiciones. Y bueno, ¿qué viene para este año? Algo muy nuevo para mí es que había cambiado de trabajo, ¿verdad? Porque quiero seguir mejorando en el surf. Ahora este año que viene voy a ser instructor de surf, me van a enseñar muchas cosas y voy a estar más en el agua. Entonces creo que para el otro año voy a traer un nivel muy alto para seguir dando la pelea, ¿verdad? Que es parte de atleta. Si no fuera por los atletas que hacemos todos esos esfuerzos, parte de estos campeonatos no fueran tan importantes.
Yeah, Roy just sharing that for this year's, he really trained really hard in warm water and especially in cold water, and he was just training a lot, and now he has a new job. He's not going to be a surf instructor, so that means he's going to have to spend much more time in the water, continue to raise the level, and he's going to be super ready for next year. Roy, lastly, I'm going to say he wants to dedicate this World Championship. ¿A quién quieres dedicarle este campeonato mundial?
Bueno, mi esposa y mi hija que me apoyan desde allá de Playa Grande, ¿verdad? A mi mamá, a mi papá, que ellos también me estuvieron escribiendo antes de venir al HIT, ¿verdad? Con todo el apoyo y a todos los ticos. Muchas gracias y a todo el equipo en general, los compañeros del equipo y toda la asociación de surf adaptado en Costa Rica.
He dedicates this to the federation, to family and friends, everyone back home, everyone who's been supporting from day one. He wants to send this, and before we let them go, we also want to talk to the spotter. Hermano, parte del equipo también. ¿Cómo fue esta experiencia para ti? How was this for you, this second gold medal?
En realidad es sumamente orgulloso poder repetir el bicampeonato, ser bicampeón, entrenador, defensor. Creo que fueron unas condiciones sumamente difíciles en donde cualquiera pudo haber sido campeón mundial. Sin embargo, como lo dijo Roy, había que mantener la mente fría y saber actuar en los momentos que lo logramos. Creo que es un premio al esfuerzo. Roy es un atleta que se distingue por su disciplina, por su enfoque, y eso lo estamos viendo como resultado con la segunda medalla de oro.
Yeah, he said it's been really challenging. They were really training really hard. They know the level is coming up, and all the merits are really for Roy, who's been training so hard, who's been taking this world champ attitude and now taking the second win. So really solid. Felicidades, Costa Rica, pura vida, hermanos. Celebrar ahora sí, los dejamos. Hay que seguir con la celebración y ver las demás finales.
Así es, ahí vamos otra vez. Nos vemos el otro año.
See you next year. Back to the booth, guys.
Thanks so much, Roy, going for a third next year because he's just walked away with his second gold medal for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. An incredible performance once again. As we're looking at live action, we've got 11 minutes left on the clock for our women's Neil Division finals. And we've got Victoria there having to just kick out as the solid size set is rolling through. A deep takeoff for Noeme, and that was a solid drop. Unfortunately, just goes down.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty heavy wipeouts in this round as they're getting a surprise in having, wow, look at how she was able to recover on that one. This one was amazing.
All right, great wave from Audrey, and unfortunately just gets that wake shifted too far back and falls down on the finish, but that was a great takeoff from her as well, chipping in from the foam, and you can see Victoria having a look at a wave like that as well, where maybe with those really steep takeoffs, it might be a bit challenging to get into it if you're late to it. Where taking the chip in with the foam is going to allow you that softer entry while still allowing you to engage with those reforms on the inside and that clean face.
Yeah, very, very difficult conditions. And as all of these competitors were in very, very small surf, about a quarter of the size in their early rounds, and they're really having to put a lot into the paddle to get into the waves, now it seems like they're getting too far in front of it, and they could actually kind of sit back, let that wave catch up with them, and they may only need one paddle as there's so much wave force to get into them. And we've seen all of our riders get steamrolled from behind by getting too far in front of it.
As we got a paddle there from Victoria Feige, she's unable to get into it. Our women's kneel division includes any surfer who is riding a wave in a kneeling position with above the knee amputation or both lower limb amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent. As we see the 3-time gold medalist flying down the line, great looking wave, holding tight to the rails to be able to keep her body on position. That was a decent section, and this will no doubt be the best wave of the heat so far, and we'll start to see that increase in the scoreline.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be her best wave. She was fighting so hard to stay on top of the board. One thing that I'm noticing on the bottom of our scoreboard, we have an interference call. It looks like a priority interference. Took away Emmanuelle Blanchette's wave, and so now she's looking at 8.33. This will, she'll start working away as she's going to have to replace those scores.
Yeah, she'll need to get another score on the board. Down to 8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, so Emmanuelle with a score to drop, as we see a wave starting to roll towards her. Now, Victoria was able to put down a 5.50 on the board during that interview, backs it up with a 2.5 for the last one, and now we're waiting for her last score to roll through to see if it will come into play for her top two, similar to that 5.5, which was her third wave taken off on. She's currently sitting in the lead, and with that next score to come, it's going to increase her distance to walking away with another gold medal.
Yeah, so just looking at Emmanuelle's board upside down, she's got two different options of where those quad trailer fins can go, and it looks like they've gone with a really far spread out option which is going to keep that board from doing a hard pivot turn. It's going to want to drive it down the line. So she's going to have to put a lot more effort into turning that board. And as far as I'm concerned, I would take those back fins out, as you need to be able to improvise as the soft spots open up on the wave. That will send her shooting on past it. So I think she's struggling.
Now up and riding on a great-looking wave. She's trying to put herself in a position to take away that gold medal, chasing a 6.50. This is a great rebound for her because she just has those couple of ones on the board bend. And last year, she walked away the silver medalist. So she's been right there on the brink of walking away with the gold behind Victoria.
Yeah, and Noemi was so good at redirecting and really connecting with the wave's energy. She doesn't need much behind her to make the maneuvers. So I think she should stick to those smaller waves, maybe position her through the inside, although she'd have to fight more sets. If she stays in position and gets one of those in-between sets, I think that's where she's really going to capitalize on the scores.
Yeah, I love that insight from Lima in Chile. She loves that surfing gives her a constant change in the adrenaline that she gets to feel while she's out in the ocean, and that's exactly what we've experienced this week. Constant change in conditions. Pretty big on our opening day, solid with those big sets rolling through, but different winds, a little bit cleaner. Through the middle of the week, it was really fun, kind of mellow, contestable conditions for all of our para surfers. Now today, the change, the adrenaline that Noemi gets to experience by being out there with bigger waves rolling through and it being more consistent, that turbulence in the ocean, and just having to figure out a new piece of the puzzle here at the south side of Pismo Beach Pier in reading the conditions and putting yourself in the right place on the wave.
Yeah, one more thing that I've noticed today, I mean, we have so many of our competitors getting pushed into the pier. We have more west direction. We don't have that energy flowing through from the north side, keeping them away from the pier. We actually have it opposite, pushing them towards the pier. And so that's the reason we've seen bigger scores on the lefts, but that also makes it a little bit more dangerous if they go too far, because it gets really hard to keep them out of danger inside this little cluster of pilings.
Yeah, it is really challenging, especially when those bigger sets roll through. Now, if she can make it through this little set of pilings before the next set, then she's going to be in a pretty good position. She'll just be able to punch through this little set, and she's pretty close to the pylons at the moment, but we've got a great crew there from Amp Surf to make sure that she is safe and in an okay position. As we're looking at scores to drop through, she would just be hearing that under the pier that she has now put herself into a gold medal position with a 4.93 as her high score. Backed it up now with a 4.07 for her last, has her sitting in first. But we are still waiting for a score of Victoria Feige to come through, as we've got 5 minutes on the clock, and we can see our surfers positioning themselves out at backline. This has been a great heat. Only 20 minutes is not that much time. Everything rolls through so quickly. We can see Emmanuelle there, putting herself in position. She is a mother of 2 kids, has been competing since 2021, and has walked away second in France for parasurfing, and that's an incredible result for her to qualify for this year's World Parasurfing Championships.
Yeah, as you're seeing those drone shots of how much they're having, how much effort they have to put into getting out today, it's a much more tiring 20 minutes than we've had before. As we saw Victoria Feige, she's under priority, so she's just searching around. We did see her kind of immigrate to the south side peak. And the one thing with this nice crossed up, kind of choppy conditions is that you have opportunities all over the place for rights and lefts.
As we see a great takeoff for Emmanuelle. Great looking wave. Love that spread wingspan to give herself that pivot position on the board. Goes down on the finish, but that was a really solid takeoff.
Yeah, it'll be one of her better waves for sure. But as you saw, she got on that wide open face, and the board just flopped over as she's fighting that big spread out fin cluster. You did see Noemi on that twin fin with a real forward cluster where it allows you to make rapid fire direction changes.
As we see Audrey now up and riding, so she's looking to build on the score lines, a 2.3 on the board for our Spanish competitor. Audrey loves sports, and she also competes in adaptive alpine skiing, so absolutely loves that thrill and that rush as well of being on the mountains, being in the snow, and what a similar feeling it is to taking off on one of these big waves in cold conditions. So she's been putting together a great campaign here to be back to the finals once again. Finished out with a copper medal at the 2020 ISA World Championships. And we do have a score in for our surfer from France, a 5.03, starts increasing that heat total.
Yeah, so that moves her into third place. You can see her requirement still 9.66 to take the gold, but she is definitely improving her situation, and just hearing your scores go up adds to your confidence and probably feeds to your energy a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely going to feed in that energy. Tracking now with Victoria Feige, your 3-time gold medalist, just positioning herself on her equipment there. She's got that 6.67 that's finally dropped in on her score line, a 127 for her last wave. So she's now increasing that gold medal position. Her heat total up to a 12.17. And it's been really cool to be able to track with her story. After her injury at just 18 years old that left her partially paralyzed, she returned to skiing and surfing. Her accident was due to a snowboarding injury. And so for her to return back into the ocean, growing up as a Grom, surfing and body surfing with her family in Canada, and then now in her adult years to be able to find consistency in competition. She's also moved recently to the North Shore of Oahu and loves surfing waves like Haleiwa when they get big and solid. Her goal in women's surfing is to push the level of progression that we're seeing from women's parasurfing. She wants to be getting better barrels, and she really wants to start engaging that air conversation in women's parasurfing. And I feel like this is the perfect discipline for her. Victoria's competed in the wave ski divisions in the past, but she just fell in love with being able to surf in this kneeling position on a knee board. And that really will allow her those opportunities to get deep inside of a barrel, as well as to have that speed and that drive coming out of sections like the end sections of Haleiwa to get that board up into the air.
Yeah, and I love how you said that. The knee boarders are always the ones, besides the body boarders, to be able to reposition their bodies, fit within the contour of the barrel, starting back in the days with George Greeno, one of the pioneers of the kneeboarding world, and also the man we have to thank from bringing surfboard fins from a big square blob stuck on the board to direct the board and giving them that shape that was derived from the tails of fish to allow flex, allow these rapid direction changes. And at the time, George Greeno did the most vertical lines on a wave that anyone had ever seen. And so kneeboarding has always been a very, very strong part of the surfing culture.
And now you can see that priority coming into play. This is how competition works. Surfer in red has first priority. White's down into third priority, which means that red is able to take off on any wave that Noemi might be looking at, our surfer in white. And with just 10 seconds to go on the clock, it is looking so favorable for Victoria Feige again. As we're counting down and we have no more scores to drop, she has gone undefeated in every single event that she has competed in the last 5 years, and she does it again. Victoria Feige, your 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Gold medalist, goes 4 in a row for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships and breaks a new record in women's parasurfing to be the very first woman to have 4 gold medals.
Well deserved in that heat. All of our competitors got a real shocker in the first couple waves. She was able to gain her composure and pick off the right ones, which was not easy in that heat at all.
Very challenging, had to make some adjustments as well from the beginning of the heat. Took off on a couple of waves, had those early falls, but made those adjustments and was able to come out on top with a couple of solid scores. So very impressive finish for Victoria Feige. We're so proud of you, and we'll be catching up with you soon. Coming up next, we've got even more finals with our women's Stand 1 division. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with all the action.
Hi, my name is Dana Cummings, and I'm a below-knee amputee, and I was in a major car accident back in 2002 and had both my legs crushed. Yeah, so after losing my leg in a major car accident, I learned to surf about 4 months after, and I caught my first few waves, and I just loved that stoke and that feeling, and it was life-changing for me. You know, a one-legged kid like me could learn to surf. We could teach more people how to surf, and so that's how me and 3 of my friends created Amp Surf to teach people with disabilities and to get them to focus on their abilities, not their disabilities. And so I think having parasurfing in the Olympics would be absolutely phenomenal for not only the athletes, but for the Paralympics as well.
And are back with our 2022 gold medalist for the women's kneel division. She's gone 4 in a row, Ben, and it's been incredible to see that consistency, all the hard work, the training behind the scenes paying off for Victoria of Canada once again.
Yeah, they are very, very stoked. And it wasn't an easy road either, as we had a variety of conditions. And as you're saying, coming from Hawaii, you're used to training in waves with punch, unless you're on the South Shore kind of training in Waikiki, which I'm sure she trained in a variety of conditions, but she favors that more punchy surf, and she had to get through some really weak, gutless conditions to get to this round.
That's so impressive to be able to see her capitalize on different types of conditions through the week. A couple of paddles here quickly for our surfers in the final. For our women's stand 1 division, Ben, here we go.
In yellow for Team Chile, we have Catalina Castro, Faith Lennox for USA in red, Liv Stone also for USA in white, and in blue for Brazil, Cristiana Fernandez.
4 great competitors. Liv Stone with 2 gold medals in the field, going for her 3rd. Faith Lennox going for a very first, as well as the rest of the competitors. And this has been a hard-fought battle for our women within this division. We've seen so many solid waves ridden. Faith Lennox really has had that consistency in dropping the highest heat totals and the highest single wave scores throughout the event. So she is maybe the favorite coming out in this year's contest because of that consistency throughout. But she's up against a 2-time gold medalist in Liv Stone. As we see Cristiana Fernandez of Brazil go down on her opening wave, Liv Stone, nice takeoff towards the pier, gets that big drive down for the first turn, and she'll kick out just before she gets into that trouble zone. Faith Lennox had a look at that wave and decided not to go.
Yeah, she's slightly paddled, but of course she's out in the lineup farther out than the other competitor, so she's going to hold on to that first priority there as we see a score for yellow, 3.67 for that opening ride, and we'll have a score coming in for Liv Stone in just a moment, as well as blue.
Nice wave for Catalina Castro of Chile to start things off. 16 minutes on the clock, so still plenty of time. And Ben, you can really see the way their positioning is in this heat. They are hugging that little pier bowl left. And I had a chat this morning with Victoria Feige, and she was identifying that left might be where the best waves are rolling through. And so we'll see if these women start pushing themselves into a different zone or if they've identified that same thing.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see, completely contrary to our first days, as we saw the energy coming from the north blowing through from the other side of the pier. You can see these little ripples and these little kind of 45-degree angle cross waves pushing into the south side. So now it's much easier to run into the pier. You've got a lot more energy pushing behind you from coming out of the almost out of the south side, the left side of our screen, which is completely the opposite of what we started with. So everyone's having to switch it around, where we saw our highest score on rights before, when we had more of that north direction coming through the pier and stretching the rights along. Now those lefts are kind of getting stretched out.
Scores in for first of Liv Stone, a 5.33. Great way for her to kick things off. Cristiana gets that one in for her big takeoff. Would have been great if she'd been able to hold on to the finish, but she got that single score on the board, which sets her up in that priority rotation, and is always a nice thing to just get that first wave underway, especially when the conditions have changed. Even with a fall, it's nice to just shake it off and get right back out there.
You saw Faith Lennox take a look again there. She did not paddle, so she retains that first priority, which at a moment right now when everyone else has scores, it's very, very important. But I think we're going to get back down to our next gold medalist.
Victoria Feige, your 2022 world champion, 4 in a row, is there with Axel.
Cheers, Shannon. Yeah, that's right. Victoria, we've been breaking a lot of records in this World Parasurfing Championship. You now have a record of your own, being the only female parasurfer with 4 gold medals. How is that for you?
It's kind of unbelievable. I worked really hard with the team coach, Shannon Brown from Team Canada. Thank you for the support. I couldn't have done without him, and all of the great vibes here on the beach. But it's kind of surprising because it was a little tricky out there to find those little corners. And honestly, I couldn't hear anything. I really couldn't see the priority board that well. I thought I was losing most of that heat, but I pulled it off. I'm excited.
How does this gold medal compare to the previous ones? Who would you like to dedicate this win?
Oh, I just would like to dedicate to all my friends and family back home in Canada and all my great friends in Hawaii too. But I hope it shows that even if you don't think you can be a parasurfer, I didn't start out winning or doing well. I started out struggling to catch any waves, frankly, but I just worked and worked, and I had help from this adaptive surf community to improve, and now I am so excited to see where we can progress to. Now I'm excited to free surf and, yeah, just go for barrels and airs.
What's a different flavor of this World Parasurfing Championship? I mean,
Oh, I did feel a bit of the pressure. I know that all the girls in my heat are really bringing their best and raising the level, and I want to thank all my competitors. Naomi has really tough to beat. She just such respect for her, and all of the girls in the field. We're just charging, and I can't wait to see us in the Paralympics.
what's next for Victoria Feige?
A nap. I can't wait to cheer on the rest of our field and see whatever finals day brings. I just want to thank Surf Canada, Rip Curl, the High Fives Foundation, CAF, which sponsors so many para-athletes. Thank you for the support, West Coast Yuki Shapes, and thank you for the ISA for putting on this great contest.
No worries. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your beautiful energy. We're going to let you celebrate.
Thank you so much.
Back to the booth, guys.
Huge moment for Victoria. Put in so much work over the years, and I love her nod back to the early years where it was really challenging for her, difficult to catch waves, to find positioning, and to just gradually build in that success now to being one of the most accomplished women in parasurfing.
Yeah, what an amazing, she's always got such great positive energy. And a nod to Axel as well. We've got Axel doing the post-heat interviews, it was something that got shuffled around. He's bringing so much heart in these interviews. Axel Gutierrez from Los Cabos. He arranges music concerts and events down in San Jose del Cabo. So when you get down there, beautiful place to be in the winter. Look up Axel Cabo, and he's doing a great job. I would normally be down there, but I'm really happy to be in here with you.
Yeah, it's been really fun to call the action as we see some paddles here. A paddle from Liv Stone just puts herself in position, decides not to take off on that one. Now, current situation in the water, a 3.67 and a 3 for the Chilean competitor who walked away with the silver medal last year at the Para World Surfing Championships, which improved on her best result up until that point, which was a copper medal in 2020. So she's been a consistent finalist over the last 3 seasons. She's now sitting at gold medal position, but not by much because Liv Stone is chasing just a 1.34 and doesn't have that second score on the board yet as we see Team USA.
And this is fun to see Ale Lee from Puerto Rico, our gold medalist for the visually impaired division, down there rooting on Team USA. Of course, Puerto Rico is part of the USA, and we have Faith Lennox out in the back, still holding on that first priority, being very, very calm. We also saw Parker Olnick, one of their young up-and-comers. And you see Faith Lennox, she's been maneuvering around, kind of checking out the scene, letting everyone catch waves, and making sure that she grips onto that first priority to really open up with something that's going to give her a score.
Now, Faith had an incredible run within USA Surfing and different events running for parasurfing here in California over the last 12 months. She's taken out so many victories, so she's got that consistency coming in. This is a very first time for Faith, though, representing Team USA at the World Parasurfing Championships. Prior to this, she was representing Team Hawaii when she walked away the silver medalist behind Liv Stone's first gold in 2020. As we see a little paddle there from a couple of the surfers, and they're getting themselves situated out the back once again. Priority sitting with our surfer in white and blue sitting in second priority. So for Liv and for Faith, they're such good friends. They love traveling and surfing together. It's been a really big deal for them to be here competing on the same team this year.
Yeah, definitely. And as we see, that priority has switched. So Faith, you can see her over in the pocket. There was a left that she caught that we haven't seen yet. And so there must be a score coming in for her as we see Liv using this little whitewash punch to help her get into this one. She's got that nice open shoulder now to redirect. We know that her first score was from that kind of snap back, and here she goes shooting the pier. And as we get in these higher tide conditions, we're going to start to see this extra inside option coming alive.
That was a really solid backup wave from Liv Stone. Waited for it, positioned herself, took a look at a couple other waves, finally found that one that was going to get her that nice running left straight into the pier. Now this is going to really make the situation difficult for the rest of the field. And there it is, a 6.67 for Liv Stone. puts her into the lead and means that our surfer in blue, Christiana on screen, is chasing a perfect 10 to take gold. Catalina is down into second, chasing now an 8.33. And Faith Lennox is now in a combination situation needing 2 scores as we've got 8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, the one thing about Faith is I believe we have at least 1 score, possibly 2 scores coming in for her. So that requirement will change as she does get rewarded for her earlier rides. We haven't seen those yet. And here we have blue, nice open face. Finally, enough open face to redirect. I really like that backside snap. And she's got a nice balanced, great stance on the board, good body positioning. And she's keeping it going through that inside so that she can start to capitalize on this end section on the inside. And just when it looks like it's over, she's still going. And so this is definitely going to make that 2 her backup score, and she could be getting something really nice for this.
That was a great wave from the Brazilian. She's down into 4th at the moment, chasing a 10, but this is going to greatly chip away at her requirements to be putting herself into a gold medal conversation. 7 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and Faith Lennox has dropped in a 3.37 on the scoreboard, so she's now chipped away her requirement and is now chasing an 8.63 as she's sitting in a great position at the top of the lineup under second priority behind Catalina Castro. And now remember, all those requirements, they are to take away that gold medal. So every score requirement is to move into first, which means that between second and third at the moment, there's not really that jockeying or maybe that use of priority from yellow over red to keep that second place advancing. But for each of them right now, they want to get a solid score to be able to take away that gold medal from Livestone.
Yeah, you know, the difference today from yesterday and the previous days is that Pier Bowl right, that peak where they're sitting on, was basically the only high-scoring option, whereas today we have more swell. We've got this kind of choppy conditions kind of activating 3 or 4 peaks within the lineup, and we've seen scores well south of this area as well, so we don't have to have everyone feeding off that same piece of cheese right there, and they can actually kind of get some freedom to pick out some different spots. But we are starting to see that inside left that goes into the pier that has been a really good option for the high tides.
And a paddle there for Faith. She's unable to get into it, which is a shame. That looked like a nice peak with the chip in, but you can see that wind is starting to kick up. Now, before this heat, we could see that the wind was just starting to come into play. We know that that storm is brewing. It's going to get stronger and stronger. We're expecting that by 1 o'clock this afternoon, that wind is going to be significantly stronger. And it's just starting to really kick up now as well. And that's going to cause some turbulence on the face of those waves and make it even more challenging to catch every wave that rolls through.
Yeah, another thing in Faith's case is that she only has that right hand to paddle and scoop that water for that forward motion, and so it's much harder to get the board up to speed than it is for the other competitors. And in Liv's case, she has those 2 paddles where she's able to really kind of displace some water and get that board moving faster.
5 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, and Liv Stone sitting in the lead. She's gone back-to-back with gold medals. In 2020 for her first, in 2022 for her second. She first entered into that conversation back in 2018, competing for Team USA, and she's been a real consistent threat for them, walking away with final appearances. And now, over the last 2 seasons, she's proved herself to be one of the fiercest competitors in the field. She's now going for that coveted 3rd world title. We've just seen Victoria Feige on the women's side walk away the very first to ever get 4 gold medals in the women's parasurfing category, an incredible feat. And now Liv Stone, if she walks away with a 3rd this year, she's going to be right there step in step behind Victoria year after year with that chance to continue upping the number of medals that can be won by a single individual. As we see a good looking set rolling through here, Ben, we've got our surfer in white with first priority. She gives it a pass. Yellow now for Catalina, up and riding. Great start, and that wave unfortunately hits the deep section and just dies out.
Yeah, what we were seeing there for a moment was Liv holding first priority, and Yellow was in second. I believe Yellow was in second priority. She was kind of going after her, and I don't know if that might be a team strategy to kind of move her off the peak and make room for Faith to get a wave. That's pretty interesting to see what happened there, but now we have Team USA in the top 2 priority spots.
Yeah, they're in a good position. Now for Faith Lennox, she has a big ask in front of her, chasing down an 8.63, but she's been dropping excellent scores in heat after heat on her way to the finals this week. So it would be no surprise to see her get herself into one of the better waves rolling through and get a couple great snaps to get that score. However, coming down to 3.5 minutes, you start to get that pressure as well. It's the finals. Gold medals are on the line. It's the World Championships. And then to be able to capitalize on a wave that rolls through, there's a lot more that's going on behind the scenes and in the mental game as well as being able to just perform when that wave arrives.
I completely agree. I'm sure the breathing's getting a little bit faster. The nerves are really starting to get to you, and that can really kind of affect your decision making. And so you got to keep it cool under pressure, especially with limited time. In Faith's case, she needs one score, but she's going to need a really good score. And with the increased swell, the time that it's going to take to get back out of the lineup, if that one wave doesn't work out, is going to be possibly longer than we have left in the heat.
Now scores have dropped through for the last wave of Cristiana. She's jumped into second with a 7.67 for the Brazilian powerhouse. She's now chasing only a 4.33 to take gold. She drops in the highest wave of the heat so far been, and the 50-year-old has put herself in a really good position to be trying for that gold medal with 2.5 minutes to go.
Well, now you can see White holding first priority, trying to keep Blue out of her gold medal position. So she's sticking to Blue like glue right now, as Faith Lennox has some work to do. Faith has that second priority, but you can see White really staying on Blue.
Our surfer in blue, Cristiana Dantes of Brazil, as you're right, you can see Liv there. She's going to not let her out of her sight. And we'll see this wave go past. Just pushes Cristiana a little bit too deep on it. Yellow has a look as well for Catalina. Now Cristiana chasing that 4.33. She is a survivor of breast cancer, faced 16 chemotherapies, which left her without the full use and mobility of one of her arms. She didn't think that she was going to ever be able to surf after that, having grown up a surfer and loved being in the water. And to make that comeback has been a dream come true for her now to be able to travel and to represent Brazil among such an incredible field and talented group of athletes has been a really life-changing experience for her.
Wow, and that last drone shot, you can really see how that energy is coming in at an angle now. Look at this. So you can see that almost a 30-degree angle coming out of the south. And so that energy is really switching things up. It's making it harder. It's not spelled out for you on where you need to take off now. And we have our 4 competitors really scattered around the lineup. But Blue's just going, man, let me get a wave. And she may have to sell Liv on a wave to try and make herself some space to get that gold medal position. But I just don't think there's going to be the time to do it.
Down to 38 seconds on the clock. Liv Stone with priority. Has a strong paddle. Now she's unable to get into that wave, so priority's going to switch. Red's going to go into first priority. Blue's going to jump up into second priority. It means that White's going to drop down into fourth priority. There is a chance with a wave rolling through here now for Cristiana chasing a 4.33. Quick paddles, and she's unable to get into it, which means that White's going to gain priority again over Blue. Now if White can get herself into position for some tactics here to get herself into a wave, as we check with Catalina Castro. She's chasing an 8.33, gets a great claim there to finish off on her wave, and there's not going to be another opportunity for Liv Stone or for Cristiana, as we can see her in sight. Faith Lennox as well without the chance to catch a last wave. Now we do have a score to roll through for Catalina Castro, but it is looking so favorable for our USA surfer, originally from Pennsylvania, relocated to Oceanside, California. Took up surfing a few years ago when Bethany Hamilton introduced it to her, and has just fallen in love with it after being an athlete and competing across multiple different sports as a child. She is officially your 2022 ISA World Parasurfing gold medalist. Her boyfriend Aaron there from Team Costa Rica meeting her down at the beach, and she has gone 3 in a row for the women's stand 1 division.
Yeah, that is amazing, and that says a lot for our team points for Team USA. Once again, pushing it up there and distancing themselves out, and we will have more updates on where our team standings are in just a bit. But yeah, USA's having a good morning.
Great morning, Liv Stone putting in a lot of training time with the great Courtney Conlog as well. Back at home in Southern California, they're running mock heats just in the days leading up to this year's championships. And all of that work and that hard work has paid off for her once again. As you can see her there with the teammates rolling through. An incredible performance. Team USA walking away with 2 more medals in this division, with Liv Stone in gold, Cristiana Fernandez in silver, Catalina Castro in bronze, and Faith Lennox in copper. Liv Stone, your 2022 gold medalist. We'll be right back with more action with our open sit final hitting the water right after this.
Hi, my name is Dana Cummings, and I'm a below knee amputee, and I was in a major car accident back in 2002 and had both my legs crushed. Yeah, so after losing my leg in a major car accident, I learned to surf about 4 months after, and I caught my first few waves, and I just loved that stoke and that feeling, and it was life-changing for me. You know, a one-legged kid like me could learn to surf. We could teach more people how to surf, and so that's how me and 3 of my friends created Amp Surf to teach people with disabilities and to get them to focus on their abilities, not their disabilities. And so I think having para-surfing in the Olympics would be absolutely phenomenal for not only the athletes, but for the Paralympics as well.
Surfers, and at this year's ISA World Parasurfing Championships, we have seen the level of progression continue to be pushed and continue to rise, as we've got some surfers walking away, you know, their second or their third medals, and we've got so many more vying for those positions. We are now into our open sit category for the finals, and we're seeing a wave there from Juan Camacho of Costa Rica. A little bit of action as we were listening to that great piece with Dana Cummings of Amp Surf, and you can see those conditions looking wild out in the lineup, Ben.
Yeah, it sure is. And we saw Juan get his first wave, and I think as he was heading out, he just tried his luck on a second wave. So I believe that was his second wave we just saw. We also saw a first wave by red, Felipe Kizilima for Brazil. So out in this heat in red, we've got Felipe Kizilima for Brazil. In white, Guillaume Collin for France. In yellow, Juan Camacho for Costa Rica. And for South Africa in blue, Doug Hendricks.
Good looking set as everyone pops up and over. Felipe Lima has to be the one with the target on his back. He is your 4-time gold medalist, competing all the way back in 2015 at the very first Parasurfing World Championships, and has been very consistent in the field through the years. And this open sit category is the only division in the field that is co-ed, where we've got women and men competing because there's so few competitors within it that we're unable to fill out a full women's division. And it's been great to see Lisa Franks in the mix with the men this week. Alana Nichols, who is a former world champion as well, pulled out of the draw earlier this week, but would have been right here battling it out for a gold medal. As we've got some small scores that have started to roll through. For that first exchange, it's a 3.17 for Guillaume of France and a 2.17 on the board for Juan Camacho. And we're waiting for scores now of Felipe Lima and a second score of Juan to drop in.
Yeah, and as you were mentioning, Elena, we would have loved to see her. Last year, I know that she did some gnarly, I think it was an El Rolo under the lip and pulled it, and it was in the highlights. And she's the better half of Roy Tuscany, also a wave skier for High Fives Foundation. So we have Philippe. It looks like it'll be his second wave. We haven't seen his opening score yet, but look at these bumpy conditions. And as you watch them on these sort of kayak-style boards, it just looks like river rafting as they're kind of navigating around streams and currents and eddies, and it's really exciting to watch this as they are really able to capitalize on the wave energy because they have that extra motor to keep connecting the waves.
15 minutes to go on the clock, scores to drop through from the last exchange, and let's go to catch up with your 3-time gold medalist. Liv Stone is with Axel.
That's right, Shannon. Thanks so much. Liv, that was not an easy final. You really had to fight for it. You were all the way trying to stay close to Cristiana, minding for that, but you did it. Once again, you get a gold medal.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. It's super tough conditions. I was stressing pretty much all day. Oh my gosh, these winds, these waves, it's just crazy. And then my goal was just to go out there and catch 2 waves, and that's what I did. And, you know, the judges awarded that. I was super thankful. And then the Brazilian came out with like a 7-6, and I was like, wow, she did incredible. But I know that I had like the upper hand. I got advantage, priority. And it's just the sport of surfing. I didn't want her to get another wave, and if a wave would have come, I would have paddled for it to, you know, kind of do that blocking, and kind of felt bad doing it, but it's the name of the game.
How does this gold medal compare to your previous gold medals?
This one definitely means a lot because these past couple of months I've just been trying to get in a really good headspace, and I've just been struggling, to be quite honest with you. I've been really struggling in heats, and I haven't felt like myself, and I haven't felt like I've been able to show the judges what I've been able to do. And I went out, I told my parents this morning, I said even if I go out and I get 4th, I'd be happy, because yesterday I surfed the best heat of my life, and I got a 6 and a 7, and I was really able to show the judges what I could do. And I felt good no matter what, and the gold is the bonus for sure. And I came out today just trying to stay grounded in who I was, and in faith in God, and just stuck to my game plan.
Lastly, who would you like to dedicate this win to, Liv?
Gosh, dedicate this win to my friends and family, and all the supporters here, and my mom and dad, and my boyfriend Aaron, and my Auntie Ange, and all my Papa and Susie back at home watching, Tim Stamps, everyone. Thank you so much. The board's incredible. My equipment was dialed, and so thank you for everything, everyone.
Thank you, Liv. Thank you so much for sharing everything you are with us, for your talent, and for all your sportsmanship. Thank you so much. Absolutely.
Faith did incredible all week. She got like a 7 and an 8, and she was surfing absolutely incredible. And she's one of my greatest friends. So, you know, this win goes to her and all the other people, all the other women here. I want to dedicate this win to all the other women that showed up this event. It's a record number of women, and it's incredible. And I'm stoked to get more and up-and-coming women in the sport of adaptive surfing.
Thank you so much, Liv. Epic performance. We're going to let you go enjoy this gold medal.
Okay, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Back to the booth.
Thank you so much, Liv Stone, your gold medalist once again, and all the work she's put in behind the scenes paying off. Talking about those record-breaking numbers, we had 28 national teams here. We had 181 athletes, including 59 women in the draw, which is up from 7 the first time that the Adaptive or Parasurfing World Championships ever ran. So to see those numbers increase with 33% being a women's field has been incredible. As we take a look now at some high-performance action out in the lineup with some replays, Ben, of Guillaume.
Yeah, Guillaume Colleen, nice direction changes, drifting the tail out on those first turns, keeping this nice flow of energy all the way through this one, finding any spot that he can capitalize on a maneuver, and he's doing a great job. We know we saw him do those kind of flat spins and some flare in the smaller conditions, but it is really this flow and rail-to-rail action that we're seeing that can really display his talent.
Felipe has dropped in a 7.10, now looking for the backup score to increase on that 1.93. Couple of strong paddles here. This wave hasn't quite picked up for him until this moment. He's finally able to engage that rail, but even giving that shake of the head shows that he's unsatisfied with the quality of that wave.
Yeah, and another thing that we are starting to feel here in the tent and see down during the interview as that tent was blowing into the pier, we have this south wind, south onshore wind, blowing against them on the rights now. So we could see not Felipe Kizulima needing a little bit more wave power, but it's also needing more power to fight against that aerodynamic force pushing him the opposite way as he goes right on the wave.
Well, we knew that storm was going to be rolling through, and we've also just received more confirmation that we'll be finishing out our finals today as we see Felipe Lima on another chance here. Great drive back, and now just to try and find out any of those corners. Keeping that flow is going to be really important in surfing today, and the judges are going to reward those that are able to connect the dots in a seamless manner. We've got our surfer in yellow riding just behind as Felipe is putting together a great combination to work his way through to the sand. We'll take a look now at the back half of the wave for Juan Camacho. Not entirely sure what he got up to out at the start of it, off the takeoff, but he goes for that roll on the inside as well, and that will leave blue with first priority for the South African Doug Hendricks. Doug having yet to catch a wave in this men's final, as we're more than halfway through, has had a couple paddles, hasn't been able to get into it, and now we'll see that priority switch.
Yep, so white is going to gain that first priority. However, blue still on that outside, and we don't see red or yellow back out in the lineup just yet. But it is going to get very difficult as far as wave selection goes, as we have things blowing around with this wind, and the high tide's not helping to smooth things out as it did earlier on in our competition, as we just have so much wind energy pushing through.
Yeah, that wind has really picked up strong. As soon as we finish competition today, which will be our last final of the men's stand 3 division, we should be done just before 1 p.m. We're going to roll straight into our closing ceremonies. So if you are down around the beach, be sure to stick around for that, and it will be a great way to celebrate our champions. Now Felipe with another score to drop through. We're going to see what sort of lead he can put himself into. Juan Camacho with a 4.1 and a 2.83 at the moment. All his scores are in. Guillaume has one more score to drop through. He's currently sitting on a 3.17 as his high, but has just improved with a 7.10, and Guillaume has gone into the lead. Now we're still waiting for that last score of Felipe to drop through, and there it is, a 5.4. So current situation, Felipe Lima in the lead, Guillaume in second, Juan in third, and Doug Hendricks in fourth, still looking for that first ride.
Yeah, just as he said, we saw red pop up into that gold medal position where he's so used to being, and Doug Hendricks sort of in a blocked position by white right now. Guillaume holding that first priority. However, he's just going to let him go for it. We want to see him hit some scores on the board. So now Doug Hendricks gets to get into action.
All right, it's taken him a while, but he's gotten that first wave. Now he's going to kick out early. He's got a couple turns thrown together for the start of it. And out the back, Guillaume looking solid as he nearly drifts that tail out too far, but manages to hold on to control. Big wall of white water in front of him. And you can see how much more energy there is in those waves today. That wind's really pushing it strong, all that white water, and that just shows how much energy these surfers are expending as well with every paddle and every stroke.
Yeah, we can see Guillaume almost bust the fins out, and on these wave skis, the rail is stepped down from the deck, so they've reduced all of the volume on the outside perimeters of the board to just let it grip in situations like that.
Your 4-time world champion going for his 5th, digs the nose in, but goes for the roll. Is he going to ride out of it? Not with control, but he may be able to flip around straight and just can't quite figure it out. But that was a challenging section.
Yeah, that's really, really exciting stuff. We love seeing how they're connected to the board even when they're completely inverted. So it does give them a chance if they happen to be in the right wave of energy to get pushed out of that. We may see one of those made in this heat. But we had 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Finally, South Africa's got a score on the board, 3.10. So now he is into the game.
Yeah, that's a great score as well because he still has huge requirements to get himself into first, but he got those 2 quick turns. Now he would be able to recognize, okay, they've rewarded a 3-1 for those 2 small, kind of lackluster turns. If he gets himself into a wave with some actual size and a critical section, he could easily be looking into that high point range.
Definitely. As we're just seeing Josh Loya, Josh the Jedi, we'll be seeing him a little bit later. Looks like they're kind of checking out the scheduling, see when he's going to be out in the water. Right now, we have just under 6 minutes remaining, and Philippe, with not such a commanding lead over White in the silver medal position, White could get something in between his 2 rides to replace that gold medal position, and that's what Red is going to have to defend now as he is holding the first priority. You see the blue and white surfers, those are the next heat. They're not in this heat, so they don't count. It looks like we almost had our other competitors lined up outside, but they will be starting in 5 minutes as the blue and white in this heat are just starting to come into screen.
Yeah, and they've been allowed to paddle out just a little earlier today because those conditions are so challenging that to be able to get them out into, out into that zone a little bit earlier is a great call. Down to 5 minutes on the clock, Sarah Betancourt went to win her 3rd world title today, and a great accomplishment for Team USA. Been very consistent with not just in one category, but in multiple categories, having more than one finalist. So they're looking very strong to defend that team gold medal once again. And they were one of the teams fielding one of the bigger overall teams. They came into this event with 17 athletes. Spain had 18 athletes in the draw. France, 16. And so we had a couple of those nations that were right there, 1-2 surfers plus or minus, that were really going to be the strong ones with the number of competitors to be competing for those gold medals, as well as for that team medal. And Team USA is looking strong again with multiple gold medal wins.
Yeah, so now we have white and red getting a little bit closer to each other. It looks like white's kind of using. Felipe Kizalima was here last year. He knows the break a little bit more. Guillaume's here for the first time, so he's kind of using his positioning to spell out what might be the best place to get a scoring ride here. He needs a 5.40, and we know that he is capable for that. His requirement is exactly the backup score for Felipe. So they are very, very close right now as we have white basically making sure that red takes off just to ensure that he doesn't get any problem with an interference call.
Yeah, really need to make sure there's no interferences. We've already seen a couple of those in competition today, and that's an important part of things, especially that you want to avoid during a final. But sometimes things just happen, and it's almost unavoidable, and you just have to kind of shake it off and go, you know what, next time, or maybe that interference is only, one with a half-point complication thrown in the mix, and so you still have a chance to be able to walk away a champion. Now down to 3 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Guillaume from France is a wave skier that loves surfing in the Mediterranean Sea, so not necessarily on the east coast of France, but loving those warmer, more tropical feels of the Mediterranean. He's putting together a great performance this year, sitting in that silver medal position, and he's only chasing that 5.4. He's got equal high scores to Felipe, so a 5.4 would actually tie him with the exact same heat total for that gold medal. Now Felipe Lima, the 4-time world champion, he has put together some incredible competitive journeys throughout his time. He's a 3-time U.S. Open champion, a 3-time Hawaii champion, and after breaking his spine in a fall off of a balcony at age 18, he's been able to kind of shake things off and to find ways to enjoy his life just the same. He is now accomplished in different adaptive sports like diving, windsurfing, foiling, and canoeing, with parasurfing in this sit division being one that he is the most accomplished in and really enjoys being able to get in the water back at home in Florianopolis.
Yeah, well, we're starting to run out of time, and it's looking like that wind is still kind of it's pushing some of that swell direction off to the side laterally, so it's not accepting the sets that it was earlier, and it's sort of it's going to be up to those bigger sets with more power that can really stand up against this wind.
Brazil, also one of those teams that's pushing for that overall gold medal. One of the stronger teams, although they only came in with 13 athletes to the event this year, they've got multiple that are in their running for those gold medals. So they're going to be one of those that's really pushing against Team USA to try and walk home with the gold.
Yeah, so right now we're seeing white sitting a little bit farther in. He took a paddle there. I will see if that gives the second priority to blue. And blue still needing that second score. Yep, it did it. So we switch priority. Blue gets the second priority. Red's taking off right now. Blue will now get first priority. So we see blue kind of moving in to where red just took off.
Yeah, this is a great wave for Felipe. Huge top to bottom turns. Breaks through that horizontal line on the wave. Goes vertical. And he is looking very strong to be increasing the score line. Now, I was thinking maybe that was a mistake for him to be taking off at the start of that wave, because then he was going to leave Guillaume out there with priority. But that wave just opened up and had such good shape for him. That smaller size wave, it hit that bank really well. He is such a good competitor. He knows this lineup so well. He's taken out so many wins here before that for him, he knew that wave was going to offer that opportunity, and he could be looking to put a much bigger ask on the rest of the field. As we see Doug Hendricks now getting into his second ride, he'll kick out right before the pier. And our surfer in white, that's who I'm curious now to see. Where is Guillaume sitting? And scores are through for Felipe Lima. It's a 9.43, and that means that Guillaume, paddling into this last wave, is chasing a near perfect score to put himself into a winning position. Great first turn. Nice strong paddle here. Makes the connection to the inside, and he's looking side to side. Now an impressive wave, But considering the size, considering the shape, the pocket that wave of Felipe Lima had, it's going to be hard for Guillaume to be able to get himself the excellent score. And we are once again going to see Felipe Lima crowned your gold medalist for the open sit category. And he now has 5 world titles to his name.
Unbelievable. You just see the stoke in his face. And, wow, that was really the make it or break it moment right there that set him apart. And he was also finally able to display his talent.
He was able to really pick out the best of the lineup for Felipe Lima. He's been so consistent through the years. Once again has proven that he is the name to beat coming here to the Parasurfing World Championships. Now we've got more action to come with our men's Prone 1 division hitting the lineup to crown another world champion. We'll have Sam Bleakley and Todd Klein in the booth.
Hi, my name is Dana Cummings, and I'm a below knee amputee, and I was in a major car accident back in 2002 and had both my legs crushed. Yeah, so after losing my leg in a major car accident, I learned to surf about 4 months after, and I caught my first few waves, and I just loved that stoke and that feeling, and it was life-changing for me. You know, a one-legged kid like me could learn to surf. We could teach more people how to surf, and so that's how me and 3 of my friends created Amp Surf to teach people with disabilities and to get them to focus on their abilities, not their disabilities. And so I think having parasurfing in the Olympics would be absolutely phenomenal for not only the athletes, but for the Paralympics as well.
Welcome to the Men Prone 1 Grand Final here live from Pismo Beach at the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championship. Going for gold, Casey Proud out of Hawaii, the mighty, the effervescent, stylish, beautiful surfing, Christian Otter Bailey for USA, Antonio Muller for Germany, and Marcel da Costa for Brazil. Sam Bleakley back in the booth for the next 3 finals, joined by the silky surfing, smooth talking Todd Klein from Florida.
Yeah, exciting times being surf fans like you and I to call the action here with the world's best out there in this prone division. Opening up right out of the gate, Casey Proud, the Hawaiian, late takeoff.
Big drop there, jams that rail hard, hangs on tight, full commitment from Casey Proud. Not connecting with that last inside section, but will surely be rewarded for the commitment on that big late drop. Hanging that line, dropping a score on the board.
Yeah, and if you've just joined us, you've tuned in at the right time. This is the finals. We've already got new gold medalists in our event already, but we've got a few finals to go, and the conditions have changed dramatically. We had smaller, clean conditions throughout the week. Today it's definitely come up a lot, and now the winds have really come up. So if you've been watching a little bit earlier in the week, we had anticipated originally to have our finals tomorrow, but with the swell that we've got out there and the conditions that are coming tomorrow that are unruly, we're going to finish up here today. 5-time gold medalist right there, Kizu. That last wave, you and I were out there on break watching it live, and you knew immediately that was the final wave that was going to lock up another 5th gold medal for him.
Yeah, we were watching it. You showed me those fingers, and there was all 9 of them, and it was exactly what it was. It was a score in the mid-9s, and it was incredible. But dropping a 5.17, Antonio Muller out of Germany kicks off with a strong start. Casey Proud gets a 2.83 for that wave we saw on the screen. Nice late drop from Casey, but not rivaling that opening wave from the German. And answering back, our German surfer is going to add to his scores. Nice engagement of the inside rail, using that front arm to almost hold his nose and then dragging that inside arm to help initiate that full, solid, strong, fast cutback, paddling, full upper body capability here, looking extremely lively, Antonio Muller, and then engages with that rail once more for the inside section reform, paddling to keep up with this wave, weaving back and forth, kicking off with a 5.17 and adding something that looked pretty decent behind.
Yeah, some real nice redirection on multiple occasion there. You know, carving back, going left, then carving back, going right, and trying to stay as much rail to rail as possible on that one. Didn't have the big degree of difficulty in the critical vertical face, and I think that's where we'll see the separation once one of our athletes in this heat is able to get onto that real open face where they can, you know, lean on the rail and carve in the pocket. With 16 minutes on the clock, we know we'll see it.
Antonio will be going for Germany's first parasurfing gold, the 38-year-old. He is absolutely on fire in this event. He lives in Gran Canaria in the Canary Islands, a stalwart of Atlantic surfing there. He's a long-time surfer, a Cook Supreme, and he is participating in the grand final of Prone 1. Any surfer riding a wave in the prone position that does not require assistance paddling into a wave and getting back on the board safely. These surfers might have impairments such as multiple sclerosis, cerebral palsy, or thoracic spinal cord injury. He's out there, he's in the lead, he's dropped 2 scores and up and riding right now. It looks like Casey Proud out of Hawaii looking to get that left. Big, late, sharp drop, hanging in there, bashes that foam, paddles hard and then reconnects, climbs down, floats, charges, styles, shooting the pier, cuts back, an incredible rail engagement cut back between the pylons at the pier and then kicks out. Casey Proud going strong.
Casey Proud will be proud after that performance. That was a great wave there for him. Multiple turns, big critical section. He gets the one snap and then sees the opportunity to do a big floater and then rides it all the way through to the inside. Degree of difficulty as he heads to the pier. Great surfing. The Hawaiian is going to be very happy with that performance.
And talking of big, talking of critical, the mighty Kizu has won his 5th gold medal. Historic stuff. The Brazilian champion is on the sand with Axel.
Thanks, Sammy. That's right. We're here with Felipe, the happiest man in the world right now. Felipe, that was not an easy final, my friend, but you took gold medal number 5. How was that for you?
I'm so happy, man. And you're right. I'm the happiest man on earth now, you know. And yeah, it was very challenging conditions. The wind was blowing and I couldn't paddle well. The wind just holds on the paddle and my board. But it was hard for everybody. So I'm just happy that it came a good wave on the last minute. And I got this 9 something and make me win this final. So happy, man.
5 gold medals, Felipe. What has been the key factor for you being so dominant?
It's my love for surfing, you know. I surf every day, as I always say. And I'm very lucky because I have very good friends and very good family. They always support me. My friends every day carry me on their backs so I can go surf. And they do whatever they can to keep me on the water. So I'm the luckiest guy ever. And my wife always supportive too, so can't be lucky as this, you know. Like.
This goes into my next question. Who would you like to dedicate this 5th gold medal?
I would like to dedicate this gold medal to everybody that helps me, you know. There's not just one person because it's a group thing, you know. For me, I can't do nothing alone, you know. So thanks for everybody that helps me. That's the best present I can have. That's the best gold is my friends and family.
That's beautiful, bro. Lastly, some words in Portuguese back home.
Obrigado, galera. Obrigado, galerão, por tudo que vocês fazem por mim, por estarem sempre torcendo e me ajudando a surfar. Não tem como eu agradecer o tanto que vocês merecem. E esse ouro é pra galera. Muito obrigado a todo mundo que me apoia, as marcas, né? Lebec, Trus, Jumper, High Fives, AO Pedals, The Search House. Por estarem sempre me apoiando e a fazer o que eu amo. Obrigado.
Parabéns, bro. Congratulations. Thank you so much. It's time to celebrate. We're going to let you go, bro. Back to the booth.
Brilliant stuff. Para surfer extraordinaire, 5 times gold medalist, Kizu. What a legend.
Yeah, unbelievable. You know, he is, I believe in my eyes, the best wave ski surfer in the world, let alone adaptive, even able-body. I've never seen anyone else perform on a wave ski like Kizu does, and that's a testament and why he has 5 gold medals. Someone coming up in that sit division is going to have to really lift up to get a gold medal and take it from that man right there. He's the best to ever do it in my eyes.
Casey Proud out there in gold medal position currently, a 7.33 and a 2.83. Antonio Muller from Germany, he's got a 5.17 and a 4.77. Marcel da Costa from Brazil has got a 4.5. He's up and riding on your screen right now. Bowley left-hander, big drop, engages that inside rail, attacks that section, powers off the top, comes down clean. Really incredible surfing from the Brazilian. Going for gold, jumps off just in time. Dangerous situation there. Fingers crossed he's okay. That was full commitment, full radical, 100%. Might even have his leash wrapped around the pier, but the water safety unit team are in there to check he's good. He's smiling, he's happy. The only challenge will be to make sure that leash is not wrapped around the pier. What do you think of that, Todd? That
well, what I
pretty
thought of
radical.
that is a big shout out to our volunteers and our lifeguards out there, because without them we'd have a serious situation on our hands. But because they are there and immediately got to him is a beautiful thing, and we just want to once again say thank you. He's back on his board. They'll get him, back going there. He's going to paddle back onto the north side and come around. But a big shout out right there and a thank you to our volunteers and our lifeguards out there tending to our athletes, because that could have been a real serious situation.
And in a motorcycle accident, that caused the amputation, and he is a 2-time silver medalist at the South American Adaptive Champs. But how about this, Todd? This was incredible.
Yeah, we talked about needing to get on the open face, and that's exactly what he did. Got a nice big off the top, and then he saw he was getting pushed into the pier, bails his board, and lucky for him, there was not another one behind it. The board did get on the other side of the pole, and he was with that leash on the inside, and had another wave come. That can be a real serious situation, but you saw how quickly our lifeguards got to him and immediately assisted him. Hats off once again to them.
Brilliant work. Antonio Muller looking to replace a 4.77. He's going to go for this wave. Is he going to get it? He's in. He's going. He's charging. Love the use of the arms. See the way he just arced that turn by switching the planing edges. He's got that hand up near the nose on the inside edge, and then you'll probably find then both arms go back up to the nose. Got a really unique technique. Has the German surfer based in the Canary Islands, shoots the pier, still going. He's got an opportunity for a reform. He's accelerating. He's still trimming. He's still maneuvering. He's still putting scores on the board, Todd.
Yeah, he's going to make it, interesting for the judges, because they're going to go back and watch the replays of that last exchange and making the most of it, squeezing every little juice out of that right there. There was no pulp left in that one. He squeezed it all out and making the most of it. The German surfer there, he's got a 5.17 and a 4.77. We'll see if he can elevate the scoreline just past the halfway mark. 20-minute final out there. We're down to 9 minutes, 10 seconds.
So our Brazilian drops a strong score. It doesn't put him into the gold medal situation. He's there in silver with that 4.5 and that 6.5. So Marcel da Costa is looking very good. 4.5 and 5.5. But let's get the replay here of our surfer out there in gold, Casey Proud.
Yeah, that was a beautiful maneuver. How about this floater right there? Nice transition out of the cutback, straight up into the floater, into another big mid-face carve right there, and then kicks out. That was great surfing by the Hawaiian. Right behind him, our surfer Antonio. He gets the open face right here, leaning on that edge, sees that it's going to flatten out, so he cuts back. Now coming back on the right towards us here, sees an opportunity to cut it back again, and once again just keeping it rail to rail through that midsection there, all the way through the inside, shoots the pier, even milks a little bit more out of it, and then kicks out. So a good exchange there. 8 minutes, 15 seconds to go, and you can see that wind has really increased. And again, we have a major storm approaching from the north. We're expecting very strong rain this afternoon and even stronger winds this evening. They're predicting gale force winds, so it's very important that we get this event finished. All of our athletes coming from around the world. We don't have any more windows of opportunity as far as timing goes. 28 nations, 181 athletes we kicked off with, and it's very important that we get those gold medals handed out here at this event.
Absolutely. We'll be going straight into the closing ceremony after these finals, but Antonio Muller for Germany looking to win the first gold medal in parasurfing for Germany. He is moved up into that golden position there with that 5.63 now 5.17. Wow, great situation change, but don't rule out Casey Proud, Marcel da Costa, and Christian Otter Bailey, the absolute legendary 41-year-old from Santa Cruz, an iconic professional surfer and skateboarder. He is someone who could answer back no problem to get that 8.63. He needs to move back up into gold.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. Don't let him get a wave or you'll see a big change there. And when I say don't let him get a wave, I'm talking to his other competitors. As a surf fan, I want him to get a wave. You mentioned, he's a legend in the skate park on his chair. A guy can do backflips, and he also is a big wave charger surfing the likes of Maverick. So we know he's not, concerned at all with these woolly conditions out there. You'd actually think he's going to want to relish in these conditions. But right now finds himself in a peculiar situation. Only one wave to his scoreline. It's a 2.17. So he's going to have to get busy and get busy quick. He's only got 6.5 minutes on the clock.
And it was back in 2006 filming a skateboarding video at Derby Skate Park in Santa Cruz that he fractured his back, leaving him paralyzed from the waist down, inspiring him to launch with Frank Boa, Ocean Healing Group non-profit in 2007, and then leading incredible adventure trips down to Costa Rica. And he's a multiple silver medalist here at the World Parasurfing Championships. Going for gold is Christian Otter Bailey, unable to catch that wave, so he won't add to that 217, currently in the copper medal position.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not going to be happy with that. He had first priority right there and was looking to capitalize with the priority. He committed. He tried hard to get into that wave, so the priority judge will deem that he did paddle. Now you look, he went from first priority to fourth priority. So now he needs to separate himself from the other competitors out there so he can find himself an opportunity to get on one of these bigger open face waves as time continues to tick away. Only 5:30 to go.
So a nice set there. Looks like our surfer deepest is Casey. Casey's in priority, but it's going to Marcel da Costa. He's up and riding on the left. There we go with that big arcing cutback. Trademark distinctive turns we've been seeing from Marcel out of Brazil all event. He's again risking to shoot the pier as we can really feel that wind rattling, that storm coming through. The whole set is shaking and the surfing is as vibrant as ever. As you can see those messy conditions, and you can really sense the strength of the wind by looking at the stars and stripes blowing very, very hard.
Yeah, everything's shaking, and Marcel's looking to shake up the standings in front of him right there. That last left-hander, I like what he did. It wasn't necessarily for the scoring opportunity going under the pier, but what it did is it slingshot him over to the other side, where now he won't have as much whitewater to contend with, and there's a bit of a current that will take him right back out there, and then he'll paddle back through to the north side. Here we go, the Hawaiian looking to back up the 7-3-3. And it'll be interesting because he also had first priority, and just as I thought, priority has swung now to our surfer in yellow. Nice looking double up right here, and it looks like our surfer in white taking off.
Christian Otter Bailey up and riding. Going to add to that 217. Beautiful bottom turn into the bowl section. Nice readjustment of his body line. A multiple set of maneuvers there, snaking back and forth. This is going to be a great score, and there's still scoring potential. Also looking to shoot the pier, but looking in great control. Radical stuff. The water safety unit just making sure they keep close, but stay out of the way. But that was phenomenal from the Otter, as we see. Answering back, Casey Proud chasing a small score to go into gold medal.
Yeah, either there was a split of the peak, or probably more likely this was the second wave of that set after Otters, and Casey Proud looking to back up the 7-3-3. More importantly, he needs a 3-4-7 to obtain that gold medal from Antonio right now in the yellow out the back. 3:44 on the clock. That could be a very critical score that's going to drop for Casey.
So, Todd, paddle out in this situation with this wind. What's the easiest, safest way to get out back?
Well, the good news is, even though the wind is really strong, it's not constant whitewater for duck diving. So technically, you could paddle straight back out. The one thing you need to be aware of, though, is that that current is pulling from the south to the north, so from the left of your screen to the right. And what that means, it's going to want to pull you towards the pier, which can be a little bit daunting. But these surfers that are out there, the world's best, they've been in much bigger conditions than this. But to get out there right now, it's not too difficult, to be honest with you. But coming out on the other side of the pier, there's absolutely no whitewater. So it's a little bit easier over there. And it seems like after the ride, especially on the left, it's the best call, because otherwise you're fighting the current to get back out into the lineup on the south side. Let's look at last of Otter. Very late takeoff, and then engages the rail. He gets around the whitewater. He's going to find the open face right here. As soon as he does, leans on the rail, snaps it off the top. Again, quick bottom turn, snapping it again. So a big drop, 2 maneuvers out the back, another sharp bottom turn right there. Shoots the pier right here. Starts to come back towards us, and that'll be the end. But that is by far the best wave for Otter.
That could really shake things up. But how about this for Casey Proud going for gold, Todd?
Yeah, again, nice open face. He had one quick snap off the top, a whitewater climb there, a bit of a floater, if you will. He likes it. And remember, he only needed a score in the 3-point range to obtain the gold position from this man right here. We're back to live action.
Anthony Muller needs a 5.17 to replace that second score. He's got a 5.63 milking this section now. Love the rise there of the upper body there, and look at that climb and drop. Degree of difficulty, opportunity for a big rebound section that he lands with style, accelerates, really using that upper body to lift and then get low for that more prone position, and then using the arms to paddle to stay in control of this ride, weaving back and forth, out back big maneuvers inside, milking every ounce of juice out of this wave.
Great answer right there by our German surfer. In the yellow, he knew that Casey Proud got a good one. We're going to stand by for last of Casey, last of Antonio, because I think Casey will get the score he needed. He's going to go to first. This is all speculation on my behalf. Antonio's going to have to better his scoreline, and that is very likely that he just did. This one is going to come down to the wire. This is what we expect at this big of a stage with the best surfers in the world in a final like this. Doesn't get any better. 1:10 on the clock. Only the judges now know who's going to get that gold medal.
So Casey's carrying that 7.33, which is the highest ride of the finals. Antonio's got those 2 waves in the 5 mark. Casey's looking to replace that 2.83, so you'd expect he's going to put himself in a commanding situation, but then it all depends on what the judges deliver for Antonio, who's recognized there's not enough time for him to paddle back out. So what a situation to be sitting there just waiting for those scores to drop.
That's what I'm saying. It's over as far as waves being ridden. It's in the judges' hands at this point. As we know, it's a pivotal moment. It's a very important moment, so the judges will be watching the replays over there on the judges' tower before they put those scores in. As soon as they drop, we will bring them to you. The beach announcer will bring them to the athletes. But again, very exciting right down to the very end on that last exchange. Casey Proud, Antonio, as I mentioned, Casey would get the score. He's going to go to first. So currently in the gold, but can Antonio get the 8.30?
He can. He get a 5.13. So Casey Proud is your gold medalist. The Hawaiian silver medalist last year, gold medalist this year, 36-year-old Hawaiian Casey Proud is your 2022 ISA World Para Surfing Champion in the Prone 1 classification. And what a phenomenal exchange that was between the German and the Hawaiian, but Casey takes the gold.
That was awesome to call that heat. That's what it's all about as a surf fan. You know, when you get on the edge of your seat and you don't know what's going to happen, you're anticipating those scores, and we knew it was going to be a better score for the Hawaiian, and he already had the solid 7-point ride. Great way to take that gold. Congratulations to Casey Proud.
Amazing stuff, but stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because coming up, we've got the men Neil final. We've got Mark Mono Stewart going for his 4th world title, but watch out because Llewellyn Sponge Williams from Wales is looking strong, and Ibon Origi out of the Basque Country of northern Spain has also been a standout. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back as we move into the last 4 finals here on Finals Day at the 2022 Pismo Beach ISA World Para Surfing Championship hosted by AmpSurf. Welcome back to the grand final of the Neil classification as we see Mark Mono Stewart, the mighty stalwart Australian, going for his 4th ISA World Parasurfing title, surfing against Ibon Origi from Zarauz on the Basque Coast of northern Spain, and Llewellyn Sponge Williams, the Welshman from Abersoch. Action man from Abersoch, as I've been calling him, going for his first gold medal, but don't rule out Altar Olivares from Chile. All to play for: Australia, Spain, Wales, Chile. 20-minute final, 2 minutes gone, no scores on the board. Sam Bleakley still in the booth with Todd Klein, but it looks like we've got a replay to feast on, Todd.
Yeah, we did have a quick wave ridden here as we kicked this one off. This was Ibon on this right-hander here, trying to keep that rail to find that open face. You know, when the whitewater gets around you, you really got to lean on that rail so the whitewater doesn't take you down. And then out the back here, this is Sponge taking off. He also, whitewater comes down around him. He tries to climb up into it, get the off the top, and now keeping it rail to rail, looking for the reform across this inside here.
And being rewarded a 6.33, so a strong start for Llewellyn Williams from Abersoch, comfortable in these conditions. This is the kind of surf he would ride a lot at home in North Wales. So he's able to deal with these bowly sections. But it's live action right now out of Chile. Altar, hard off the bottom, opens those arms up, gets that board on rail, bounces and hops to try to stay in the pocket, in the power zone, weaving back and forth, opting to go close to the pier. Will he shoot the pier? We'll have to see. He sweeps back and forth, Great start for our Chilean. Looking for a score to drop for Mark Mono Stewart. He's not got a wave yet, but Llewellyn's out front with a 6.33. Ibon has a 4.17, and Alta will have a score to drop.
Yeah, the youngster there on the screen, I'm going to refer to him as the GOAT in this division, the greatest to ever do it. His accolades are like no other, and his approach still at the age of 60 years of age is mind-blowing. He's he's got that youth energy and approach to a wave despite his age of 60 years of age. He's our defending gold medalist from last year. Altair out there in the blue, he's last year's silver medalist, and then Sponge, he's out there, he was last year's bronze. So again, these guys are a repeat of last year, and they are both chasing Mark, wanting to get that gold from him, and they were excited for this final, looking forward to this final.
And I know Mono, after we spoke to him last night, he was happy for us to share this with all you parasurfing fans tuning in, really flying the flag for cancer survivors and resilience through cancer treatment, because Mono is currently undergoing immunotherapy for a melanoma tumor in his lung, and he's already done his second bout of immunotherapy, has his third to come. So it is testament to the resilience, the athleticism of this 3 times world champion here in the parasurfing Neo division, that he is going through this immunotherapy and still performing at the elite level along with the rest of his surfers in this classification.
Yeah, and for me, there was another athlete I mentioned earlier. I'll put him up against anybody, able-bodied surfer, and that was Kizu in the wave ski. I would do the same in any kneeboard competition up against Mark Stewart. Again, one of the greatest to ever do it at 60 years of age, still doing it strong and looking to get another gold medal. This guy is mind-blowing. His story is beautiful.
So the Byron Bay legend, Mark Mono Stewart, out there waiting for a set. Llewellyn Williams drops a 6.33. Ibon Origi from North Spain has a 4.17. Situation changes because we've got Alta Olivares from Chile, drops a 6.10, not as high as Sponge's opening wave is a 6.33, but it puts Alta up into the silver medal position. Ibon Origi now down into bronze, a wave still to be ridden for Mono Mark Stewart.
And rewinding, looking back at last year, 2021, Sponge was leading the final all the way up until the dying moments, and he got an interference. He's thought about that all year long, and he wanted this moment, this opportunity once again. This means so much to him. He's done a ton of training. He's always looked strong, but I tell you what, he looks much stronger. The guy's got biceps the size of my legs, and his upper body strength is really showing when he gets to a wave, the way that he can apply that power into those bottom turns and then the big off the tops. This guy, these are the best. These are our top athletes here in this final, and they want to showcase their talent. Here we go, Sponge.
Abersock, action man up and riding. Beautiful rail turn there. That's his trademark cutback. In these open-faced bowly left-handers, putting that board on rail, sliding, gliding, carving, arcing. Llewellyn Williams Sponge looking outstanding, and that rail turn there is his money turn, and the judges are going to love that.
Yeah, another great wave here for Sponge, and what this is going to do, the youngster, he's got a strategy coming out, and he wants to put the pressure on the big dog, the GOAT, Mark Mono Stewart, and right now, Mono playing the selection game, being very selective out there, yet to catch a wave. We've got 20-minute finals today. Normally we would have 25-minute finals, gives you a little bit more time to be selective, but with this giant low pressure coming in this afternoon, the winds have already increased dramatically since we kicked off this morning with light offshores. So, we don't have the luxury of the longer heats as we see White up and riding.
Ibon Origi from Zellouts. Nice rail-to-rail action there. Getting out on the right-hander. Rebounds off the foam. Comes unstuck, but out back. It's Mark Mono Stewart going for that 4th world title. Wow, look at that rail turn there. You can just see the torque and the arc. This is why this guy is 3 times world champion. This is why he is almost unbeatable. This is the legend on your screen right now. And you can just see that low approach, the way he's able to just completely keep that pressure even across both rails and really power through every single turn.
Yeah, as you can see, he's got his entire left leg, and then he's got the nub on the right. So he's got his board dug out a very deep concave where he puts his leg inside of there, and it allows him to put his nub on top of a pad. And when you see he takes off on that bottom turn, he opens up his upper body just like an able-bodied athlete does, and then looks to where he wants to go, drives off that rail. It's a beautiful approach. That's why he's got so many gold medals.
And talking of gold medals, somebody who's just solidified their status as one of the great prone riders, parasurfing gold medalist Casey Proud is on the sound with Axel.
Thanks, Emmy. Thanks so much, Casey. Let's first going to talk about the final. You had that 7, but Antonio was pretty much dominating the entire final until you got that score, and then everything changed.
It did. Man, Antonio, I've had my eye on him since last year. Dude is a beast, triathlete. I mean, if there's anybody that was ready for these conditions, it was him. I was getting gassed, but I know what I'm capable of, and I know I have good wave knowledge. I've been training my butt off all year, so when that wave came, I was like, this is it. And it gave me the score, surfed it my heart out, and yeah, stoked to be here now.
This is a life-changing moment for you, my friend. First gold medal. What is that going to mean for you?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I mean, I really, I just started competing a year and a half ago. I never thought I would be here last year even. So I think to have worked so hard now in this past year, we moved. I got people shaping me boards. I started training really hard. So after all that hard work, now I think I know sky's the limit. Gonna keep working even harder, and who knows, maybe Paralympics 2028.
Absolutely, my friend. Being a world champion also comes with a lot of responsibility. Who would you like to dedicate this world championship?
Oh gosh, absolutely, 100% my wife, Dara. She's the most wonderful and important part of my life. She's so amazing. I wouldn't be here without her. And she carries my butt into the water every single morning. She wakes me up and makes a smoothie. She goes surfing with me, always driving me, and I'm driving her out to the breaks. And she works even harder than I do. So I wouldn't be here without her. I wouldn't be here without my wonderful family and parents. My mom, Tony, stepdad, Kyoki, my dad, John, and stepmom, Carla, and all of my family, all in Hawaii, and now in Oceanside, and California, and all around the world. So, I'd love to dedicate it to all of them. And of course, my sponsors, High Fives, and Simon Shapes, my shapers down in Ventura. Go check them out. They make wonderful boards. And just the entire adaptive surfing community. You guys are all champions. I'm so happy to be part of it.
You did it, Casey. We'll go let you celebrate now, brother. Congratulations.
Congratulations,
Back to the booth.
Casey. That was absolutely incredible, heartwarming. I was welling up then. The thanks to all the family. What a great performance. What a great achievement.
Yeah, great to share that moment with him. And, again, all year he's been training for that moment, and only one is going to get there, and it's him. And congratulations, and thanking everybody that's in his camp that's given him the opportunity and supported him and bringing it home for Hawaii. And congratulations to him, Casey Proud.
Todd, massive moments here. 8 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Out there in the gold medal position, it's Llewellyn Sponge Williams. He's got an 8.0 and a 6.33. Ebon Origi has dropped to 4.33 and a 4.17. But don't take your eyes off the mighty Mark Mono Stewart, going for his 4th ISA World Parasurfing Gold. He's just got one score, but it's a 7.77. So he only needs a 6.57 to move up into gold. Altar is also in a very strong situation with that 6.10. So all to play for, but it's Llewellyn Sponge Williams who's got the highest score of the final so far with an 8, and that's why he's in gold. And he's just backed that up with a 7, putting more pressure on the surfers behind him. Ibon now needs a combination of scores. Mark Mono Stewart needs a 7.24, and Alta Olivares from Chile needs an 8.90.
Yeah, fantastic battle going down with 7:50 to go here in this final. And, a great start for Mono. He waited out there, and now he's got a solid score to build upon, that jackpot score of a 7.77. But as you talked about, Sponge putting some pressure, an 8 and a 7. So look for Sponge now to try and get another score up in the excellent range, as we see Ibon there having a paddle for that one. So potentially a change in the priority. He was second priority, and just like that, yes, that graphic changes. So first priority blue, second priority red, and that means any wave that should come through in the next, set, and blue wants it, the other surfers must give way and not impede the scoring potential.
Amazing stuff. This is going to go right down to the wire. 7 minutes remaining. Multiple world champion, 60-year-old Mark Mono Stewart chasing a 7.24. He had his right leg amputated above the knee, age 15, after osteosarcoma, bone cancer. He's now going through treatment for a tumor in his lung, a melanoma. He's having immunotherapy, which he's responding very well to, and he's looking fitter and faster and stronger than ever, still surfing at the elite level as we've seen from him for so long, and chasing a 7.24. But out there going for his first gold, Llewellyn Sponge Williams. He's been training so hard for the whole year. He's reflecting on his loss here at Pismo last year, and it would mean the world for him to get gold.
Keep an eye on the set right here, as now Mono, Mono, the surfer in red, does have first priority because Blue did, but he paddled for a wave. Without priority here, third priority, surfer in white, Iban up and riding.
Iban Origi, nice, powerful top turn. Bowls into this section, climbing and dropping, rebounds off the lip. Good aggressive attack, stylish as well, and stays in control of that rebound through that last section. So he had a fast open wall. He's looking to replace a 4.17. He's in a combination situation. He needs something in the excellent range to then chip away at the gold medal placing.
I think what he's going to do, he will better one of his scores, but you just didn't see the commitment that you're seeing from Mark and from Sponge. The surfers in red and yellow out there driving into those turns. It looked to me like Iban was kind of throwing his board up into it a little bit more as opposed to driving, and I think that will reflect in the scores. Once again, keep an eye on red with 5:30 on the clock. Mark Mono Stewart representing Australia. He has one score, a 7.77, but this guy is not afraid to just hold on for one more. You can catch 25 waves total, but you're only, your best two are going to deem if you are our gold medalist. So he'll be patient, and he knows he needs a 7.24 to take it from our surfer in yellow.
Also, having a look at that wave, Mark Mono Stewart chasing a 7.24 out there in gold as it stands. Looking to replace a 7.0 is Llewellyn Williams, who age 16 had a near fatal accident when he dislocated hips, femurs, shattered his pelvis and punctured organs in an accident when he was skateboarding, run over by a car, but has made such a phenomenal comeback, and he's become a huge role model for all para athletes around the world. And age 27, he's still filled with so much youth and vigor, and he's been putting so much behind the scenes work into his role, launching hop along clothing and putting energy behind having parasurfing events. And we've spent a lot of time together, Todd, with both Mono and Sponge, and we know how much it means to both of them. But right now, up and riding, it's Sponge from Abersock, hard off the bottom, jams that rail, throws that spray, gets that acceleration. Again, a nice big climbing turn, rides out cleanly. I can hear the Welsh fans, his fiancée Sarah and all of his team, Ben, Clifford and Toby, cheering on the beach. His teammate Isaac, they're all absolutely buzzing. This is a good electric inside section for the Welshman. He's looking strong, looking to replace a 7.0.
Yeah, it'll be some great maneuvers there for Sponge. Does it better the 7-point ride? I'll have to go back and watch that replay to dissect it and really look how how much he was driving on those turns. How committed was he in those turns with 3:50 on the clock? If he does better that 7-point ride, he's really going to apply the pressure to Mark Mono Stewart out there, currently in the red, needing a 7.24, but I think it's going to come through underneath of that 7.
It's just going to lend itself so much to the opportunity for a buzzer beater. Mono being fully patient here, knowing that his surfing can deliver, kicking off with a 7.77, now requiring a 7.24, but we're waiting for scores to drop. If Sponge gets higher than a 7, it'll put the pressure on Mono, meaning he'll need a slightly higher score than that 7.24. Todd?
If he does better that 7, it's just going to be slightly, so the door will still be open for Mono. We already saw him drop a 7.77 on the one and only wave that Mono has caught in this final. But you could be selective, but unfortunately, time waits for no one. 2:50 on the clock.
Llewellyn Williams in gold medal. Iban Origi in silver medal. Mark Mono Stewart in bronze medal. Alta Olivares in copper medal. Up and riding, it's Iban from Zarauz in the Basque Country in North Spain. He's looking to replace a 4.83. Drops a 6.87 for his last ride. It means he's out of the combination situation to go for gold, and we're still waiting for the tabulation of Llewellyn's last score, but it looks like Mark Mono Stewart's having a look at this. Is he going to go? He's not going to go on that wave. So Iban stays in silver, 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Llewellyn Sponge Williams is in the channel there as we see his fiancée Sarah wearing the hop-along clothing. And wow, what a feeling to have waited a whole year, to have gone through the trauma and the emotional roller coaster of living 12 months of reflection upon a near miss at this event last year. And if he does win gold, it would mean the world not only to Sponge but to the whole of the Welsh surfing community and the whole of the European parasurfing community.
Absolutely, we are that close. 1 minute 45 seconds to go.
Gotta love that, Todd. That was a proud Welshwoman there flying the flag, and she is so nervous, but you know that Irakanji is bringing the sting. You know that Mark Mono-Stewart has the potential to get that 7.91. Time and time again, Mark has pulled it out of the woodwork to beat the best at the best levels and get those massive scores. He's a phenomenal surfer. Is he going to get an opportunity to go for that score as we see Ibon Origi looking to replace a 4.33? He's not going to do it on that wave, but there's still just over a minute as the Irakanjis sing in support of Mark Mono-Stewart to get the score he needs to win gold.
Yeah, trying to give that support, those cheers from the beach to settle any nerves and also call Mother Nature to just give the man one more shot to get a wave, to get the score, excuse me, to get that 7.91, because Last of Sponge does go into the scoreline, lifting up that scale and now needing a 7.91, nearly in the excellent range. Mark Mono-Stewart, 40 seconds to go.
Alta Olivares, he's looking to get that second score on the board. He's chasing a near perfect 9.57. He's got a 6.10. He's shooting the pier here. He's arcing back and forth. The Chilean currently in copper, but Mark Mono-Stewart out back in priority, chasing a 7.91. He's got a bowly section he's going to have to go. He's up and riding. He's got that rail engaged. Is he going to get an open section? He's going to jam that turn. There's that re-entry. There's that speed section. There's that turn. Beautiful carving turn from Mark Mono-Stewart. Beautiful, incredible surfing, chasing a score in the near excellent range. He's pretty much aiming for an 8. If he gets a 7.91, he moves up into gold, and he's milking this wave for everything it's worth. As we move down into the last seconds, it'll be down in the judges' hands, Todd. Wow, what a final that was. What do you think?
Oh, man, that's one of those ones that, I'm just stoked that Mono got a shot at the end of that one, because there's nothing like not having a chance. Unfortunately for him, it didn't have the open face that it looked like it was going to give him for, at one point as he was paddling to get into that wave. It looked like it was going to be a beautiful right-hander. It closes out a little bit, but then opened back up, and it gave him an opportunity to do beautiful off the top, and then a couple more maneuvers on the inside. He very well could get that score. But we'll see. He also could climb up into silver. We'll see. Are scores dropping?
The scores haven't dropped yet. I mean, of course, it's gonna change the medal placements. He's chasing a 7.91. It was a really fantastic wave. One particular money turn through the middle was very dynamic, but we have to think about Llewellyn's 8.0 and his 7.67, and that's where the judges will be comparing. They'll be studying the video replay and analyzing the degree of difficulty, commitment, and open face maneuvers.
One thing that is a fact, Mono will move up into at least silver. He's going to at least get a 4. And that's all he needs to move up into silver. He doesn't want silver. He wants gold. So he really is hoping it's a 7.91 or better to take the gold from Sponge. As we mentioned last year, Sponge leading the heat all the way to the end, found himself in an interference and lost it. This year, start to finish, he gets it.
So, Llewellyn Sponge Williams, what a special moment there. I'm welling up with tears because, I'm a huge fan of the Welsh, and what an amazing achievement there. But we have to say due respect to Mark Mono-Stewart,
Oh, he's the GOAT.
He is an absolute legend, and he's been the inspiration for Llewellyn to get this far, Todd.
And Sponge has told us that, he has paved the way just like many others in the sport of surfing. And when they see the others and they take, this was something he also said too. I want to beat you while you're still surfing at your top, and that just happened because Mono is still surfing his best.
Go the Welsh. What a brilliant performance. Llewellyn Sponge Williams. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your men's Neil gold medalist for the 2022 Pismo Beach ISA World Para Surfing Championship, hosted by Amp Surf, and the fact that he got congratulated immediately by his hero, 3 times gold medalist, 3 times world champion, Mark Mono Stewart, really celebrates the camaraderie at parasurfing.
Special moment all the way around, and to be the top and also have the greatest ever come over and congratulate you, I can only imagine that feeling.
Absolutely wonderful scenes here on the sand at Pismo. But stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because coming up, we've got 3 more finals, and we're going to kick off the first of those last 3 with the men stand 1 live from the central coast of California as we continue finals day here at the World Para Surfing Championship. Of the day here live from Pismo Beach for the ISA World Para Surfing Championship. We'll be moving straight into the closing ceremony, crowning the medals, raining medals. Up and riding on your screen right now, it's John Wheely out of Australia. He's kicked off already with a 3.0 already on that second score, and he's surfing against Roberto Pino from Brazil, Camilo Abdullah from Portugal, and Kentaro Konda from Japan. 20-minute final, 17 minutes remaining. Sam Bleakley in the booth still with Todd Klein. This is going to be an absolute belter, Todd.
Yeah, and you already can see by the names that are in this final. You've got Brazil, Japan, Portugal, Australia vowing for a gold individually, but as well for those countries. That's also one of the underlying stories, and we won't know the results until those award ceremonies that we encourage you to stick around for as well. So, a lot of stories taking place here at this year's event, but we're into the pointy end of this event. We're into the finals. We've already got many gold medals that have, been awarded, and we've only got 3 more heats to go, and this one's going to be exciting. As I look at those names on the board with 16:30 to go, I expect some big scores. Let's look back and get caught up.
So this is Camilo from Portugal there, so a little catch-up on scores here. Nice little section opportunity there, so that wave dying out didn't seem to be as big as this wave we see on our screen. This is out of Australia, John Wheely. What do you think of this, Todd?
Yeah, a couple of solid turns there as he redirects and then kicks out, and here we go on the forehand, dropping in, whitewater in front of him. Nice reform right there, and he saw the opportunity to put the rail in the water, carve it around. Nice timing to get back out into the open face, oncoming section, bangs it again. Nice timing on those maneuvers.
Love that from John Wheely. A 3 to kick off, backed up by a 4.33. We've got our surfer from Portugal dropping a 1.6, puts him into silver. John Wheely out of Australia out there in the gold medal situation, but keeps your eyes on Roberto Pino from Brazil. He is surfing in red, and he has been setting the field ablaze with electric tail surfing, rail surfing performances. And with that, talking of electric, Action Man from Abersock, the proud Welshman, taking his first gold medal. Massive big up to Llewellyn Sponge Williams. You're on the sand with Axel, and you are our gold medalist, our world champion.
Right, Sam. Thanks so much for passing it down, Sponge. Last year was one of the most heartbreaking, painful moments to watch in parasurfing history. Life gave you justice. Yeah. You get a second chance. Now you have a gold medal, my friend.
Oh, it's such an amazing feeling. Yeah, I've been waiting the whole year for this. Well, 6 years to be honest, and training hard for it. And yeah, it's just overwhelming. Like coming on the beach, everyone hugging and stuff. It was like, oh, finally, I made it. And yeah, super tough heat, super conditions. The current was just taking everyone down. But it was like home, onshore, big lumps. So you got advantage reading the waves. But yeah, I want to thank everyone here, the community, the ISA, Amp Surf, everyone and my sponsors, the Mailing Room and Spencer Hunt. It's just been an amazing journey, and yeah, let's go.
You've been pretty open about how much Mono has been inspiring in your life. It took him many years for now. Pass it on to you. What does it mean to finally take the gold medal from one of your idols?
Yeah, from the first ISA in La Jolla, we came in 2016. He was showing me some moves and showing me boards and stuff. Then I was picking up ideas and watching everyone else come into the event. So yeah, to get ideas from everyone and compete against Mono again in the final and take the win, it's such a good feeling. So yeah, hopefully next year we'll do it again, and then we're working on a PSL, so Para Surf League, so we'll have competitions around Europe, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Being a world champion comes with a lot of responsibilities, a lot of life-changing moments in your life. You're going to have a lot of attention, media, all that. Who would you like to dedicate this world championship to?
I'd like to dedicate this world championship to everyone. Yeah, everyone wants to get into adaptive surfing, go for it, and yeah, just ask, like they've been saying the whole time, ask people for advice and board ideas. And again, Ben Way's got all the ideas there, so he's there to help everyone out with new boards.
Congratulations, mate. Time to celebrate. Congrats. Back to the booth.
Oh, well, the coastal community of Abersoch in North Wales, they will be going absolutely crazy right now, Todd. That's a massive moment for not only European and international parasurfing, but Welsh surfing. Wales, you know, a vibrant powerhouse of wave riding, you know, always producing exceptionally talented athletes. And to see Sponge take gold will mean so much, not only to him, but the whole of Wales.
And we talked about, you know, the unfortunate interference last year and, you know, the whole year of training. He said, no, it's not just been 1 year of training. It's been 4 years. That's been my quest to get that gold. I finally got it. And also he gave some great recognition and props to our co-commentator and shaper, Ben Way. So pretty cool. We know Ben Way is on the come up, shaping a lot of the top athletes here in this event's boards. And, you know, to get the accolades like that from a gold medalist, pretty cool. I'm sure that feels good for Ben as well.
You can really see how hard and strong that wind is blowing there out on the lineup. And John Wheely kicking off with a 4.33 and a 3.0. But Roberto Pino, not the best wave selection there. Has the pressure got to him, Todd?
We'll find out. You know, that's something that, you know, I used to see when we used to compete back in the day, that, you know, until the final you'd see a lot of standouts. But, you know, in a final, that's the pinnacle, that's the pressure, and that's when you got to really rise up. And you'll see some that you didn't expect to rise up, and we may see that here. You know, you see it in major sports when top quarterback goes down and second string comes in and the bar's on the ground, and then all of a sudden they elevate. So we'll see if someone else can elevate. But coming into this, to your point, Roberto Pino was the standout by far, and you know, I believe he'll get his chance out there.
Elevation from every nation. All of these surfers have been taking parasurfing to the front line and pushing it further, pushing performances, pushing boundaries, pushing equipment designs. But very impressed with John Wheely here. He's kicked off with that 4.33 and that 3.0. We've seen some of the highest scores of this category, the stand one, coming from Roberto Pino. But is this going to be the Australians' moment? John Wheely out there in the driving seat, but let's not rule out our surfers from Portugal and Japan.
Yeah, let's, you know, I'm all for hyping, but let's keep it in perspective. We've got a 4.33 and a 3.0 there for John, and we've seen the scores in the excellent range for this man right here. But again, you mentioned it, wave selection. That one doesn't allow him, but I believe when we see Roberto get to his feet, we'll see something in that 6+ range if he can find the open face.
30-year-old Kentaro from Japan. He has not got a wave yet, so he's chasing that combined score of 7.33 to move into gold. 10 minutes remaining, half the final gone. We've got 2 more finals to come after this. We've got Roberto Pino having a look at that. He doesn't go. We've got a beautiful set of performances to feast on as well. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because all of the highlights reels, the photos, of course we've got the closing ceremony to look forward to. We've got to give a massive shout out to Amp Surf, Dana Cummings, under an acronym: promote, inspire, educate, rehabilitate, focus on abilities. It has been such an incredible week, and Thanks so much to the Pismo Beach community for housing us and hosting us and welcoming the elite parasurfers with open arms.
Yeah, another record-breaking event for our World Parasurfing Championships. And, you know, a couple things to look back on the growing sport and the 28 nations that came out this year to represent, the 181 athletes that came out, and just the level of surfing that we have seen so far as we're here into finals day and still have a couple finals to go. It continues to get more and more exciting and continues to grow, and I think it's only a matter of time. Keep an eye on this.
Wow, interference possibility. I'm not sure who had priority just there, Todd.
Well, white had the higher priority, and red took off down the line. Now, we'll have to go back and look because we were watching, you know, from a very pulled-out view, and then we cut in quickly and kind of honed in on Roberto. I believe there could have been a potential interference there, because how does an interference happen when there's priority out there? Well, if the other surfer drops in on the wave and actually, you know, impedes the scoring potential, and in that case potentially crushing the whitewater down on the face. Let's have a look at this.
What do you think, Todd?
So that wave kind of shut down anyway. This is my perspective. That wave kind of shut down anyway, so I think it was a separate section that Roberto paddled into. I think it's going to be a no call. We'll see what the judges thought.
I think you're correct there. There was no infringement, no interference, two separate sections. So it looks like Roberto Pino has not put shackles around his ankles, because that would have been a real blow for him going for gold.
We've got the best judges on the panel over there. One specifically that is the head judge for the priority only, as we see yellow here. Jumping to his feet, this is Camilo.
Camilo looking to add to that score to replace a 2.50. He's in the silver medal position. That was nice rail work then from Camilo out of Portugal there, engaging that rail back and forth. A smaller wave. So this has been one of those slower finals. We've had a run of finals where from the get-go somebody has been a front runner. This feels like one of those ones where it's going to maybe come down to that last couple of sets.
Well, we even heard from Sponge, that he's getting ready to go surf Pipeline. He's definitely no stranger to big wave surfing, but he said there is a lot of current out there trying to pull you into the pier, and us as armchair quarterbacks up here, it looks pretty easy, not too bad out there, but as surfers that there is a lot of current pulling into that pier, and he reassured that as he just got out of the water. So it's not easy to keep yourself in the lineup to find those open face waves. When we're sitting on the beach, it's like free surfing. You're sitting on the beach and you're like, oh, there's a good one, there's a good one, there's a good one. When you get out there, it's hard to find those good ones, and we're seeing that right now in this heat with 7 minutes to go.
John Wheely could have stood up on that one, but he recognized that if he did, there wasn't really much scoring potential to replace that 3.0. So the Australians flying the flag, hoping that John Wheely gets the win.
And just to go back and just to confirm, it looks like there was no interference called. So the judges agreeing with exactly what we saw. Big forehand jam. Doesn't see anything else. Oh, hold up.
Whoa.
Now you might see an interference.
Oh, my gosh. Roberto Pino, we just did not want this to happen to him because he's such a talented athlete. And it looks like by his body language, he knew he didn't have right of way because he would have just rode out of that turn.
Well, immediately when I saw that moment, I went straight to the priority graphic underneath of the names there, and unfortunately Roberto was below our surfer in blue. Look at this, beautiful wave here. He's going to get a solid wave out of this. We know his surfing is not the challenge, but unfortunately that situation is a challenge. I got a feeling he's going to get an interference, but we'll try and cue it up and watch it one more time. But based on what we saw in live action, he did impede the scoring potential for the other competitor.
So as it stands right now, John Wheely from Australia is in gold medal position with a 3 and a 4.33. His last wave doesn't go into his top two. Waiting to see if there was an interference call on Roberto Pino. He's got a 2.47 and a 2.0. Waiting for that last score. What about this turn, though? It was radical. It was committed.
Well, he finds the open face right there. Nice hook. Drives off the bottom, bangs it again. That's not the wave where we saw the potential interference. That was just a good, well-ridden wave there for Roberto.
So, Kentaro from Japan. He's in the copper medal situation. He's got a 2.07, but he might have played a big part in the final results of this heat if there is deemed an interference of red on blue. Red's up, blue's up later. So, how do we break this one down?
Yeah, you see there's that one section right there, and the judge will say, was there an opportunity there to carve off the top of that section right there? I believe yes. So we'll wait and see what the judges think, the priority judge. But, if you do impede on the scoring potential, and that looked to me like there was a section for him to climb, then it will be deemed an interference. We'll wait and see.
But the fact that Roberto Pino was up substantially earlier, how much of a difference will that make?
I don't think it matters because he was paddling and he held the higher priority. Whether he gets up at his convenience or not, he had the priority. That was technically his wave.
So, situation is, under 5 minutes remaining, John Wheely out there in the lead with a 4.33 and a 3.0. Camilo from Portugal, he's got a 3.53 and a 2.83. Pina needs a 4.86. Kentaro needs a 5.26.
So to your question, and him standing up after the fact that Roberto was already up, I'm going to paint the picture for you. Back in the day at Kira, Kelly Slater had a lower priority, took off standing in the barrel, gets an unbelievable, tube ride. Joel Parkinson has priority. Kelly knew that and immediately straightens out, and Joel drops in, because if Joel drops in and Kelly impedes his potential in any way or form, he's going to get the interference. So a very similar situation. Doesn't matter when you stand up if you had the priority.
What a legend on your screen. Mark Mono Stewart, 3 times gold medalist, 3 times world champion. He didn't win it again this time, but he will be so proud to have inspired and supported Llewellyn Williams on his journey to win that Neal classification gold medal.
Yeah, pretty special moment there when Mono went over and gave Sponge that hug, because we know obviously heavy competitors but yet very close friends, and Sponge, he mentioned it in his posted interview, he knows that Mono has paved the way for our adaptive surfers in that division, and he at the moment he is the GOAT.
And he will remain at the forefront. He's still committed. He's still full of energy, of
He's
focus.
not committed. He's still pushing the envelope. He could have taken that gold once again.
Absolutely. He could have. And, that's just 2 waves ridden in that final, and it came right down to the end. But 5 minutes has gone. So we got 2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. We're still trying to get the last score of Roberto Pino coming up. The judges are still analyzing that video replay. They haven't dropped that score. As we stand right now, it's John Wheely in gold, Camilo from Portugal in silver, Roberto from Brazil in bronze, and Kentaro from Japan in copper. Just 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Pino has a look at this, leaves it. He's got an opportunity to get that score. A 4.86 is all he needs, Todd.
Yeah, John's in a great place right now because, again, I'm anticipating to see our graphic change with an interference for Roberto. And so, for me, Roberto was the favorite coming into this thing. He was the one that, until this buzzer sounded, he was going to be the one that I felt could take this thing out at any second. But with an interference, going to be virtually impossible, I think, for him with 150 to go. Here we go, current heat leader.
Up and riding, John Wheely takes off, bottom turns. That wave closes out. He jumps out, kicks out. So the judge is still analyzing that potential interference call with 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining.
You want to hear some history in the making, potentially. It is not over. 1:30 on the clock. He's only going to be scored on his best wave, Roberto. So Roberto could get a 7.34 and still take this out. Here we go.
And he does get an interference, like you said, Todd. So interference called on Roberto Pino. So it was that wave of Kentaro. Deeper, he had right away. He had priority. Roberto Pino is still sitting in the bronze medal situation. He's needing a 6.10 with just 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. He's got the surfing skills to get that no sweat.
I believe he needs a 7.34 because I think he's only going to get scored on one wave. Once you have the priority established, your entire second wave goes away as we see a beautiful carve there for Camilo in the yellow. Now coming back on the backhand attack. Couple of nice snaps here. Finishing up. 45 seconds to go, and just like that, what do we got?
We got a complete change of situation. We got a good score soon to be dropped, needing a 4.22 for Camilo from Portugal. That could make a difference, but we got Roberto, despite the interference, has moved up into gold with a 6.5 and half of that second score being a 1.24. So, wow, even though he's got an interference, still sitting in gold, but keep an eye on the man from Portugal because I think he's going to drop a big score.
Wow. Wow. Well, we knew Roberto had the potential, and he was our, favorite kind of coming into this, and I wouldn't say favorite, but based on his skills, he was the one leading the charge, and here we go as we'll count it down on the backhand, live action. Huge backhand jam.
Oh, incredible surfing there. That might well seal the deal. John Wheely has gone up into gold, so he needs a 7.33, but he's still surfing. that is incredible surfing. That vertical turn, I would say that he's going to get that, Todd.
So here's what happened right there. And again, this is where I felt that second wave is completely zeroed. And I think the graphic and the judges, they were trying to catch up with the system. And they had a half a score in there. That's why Roberto was in the lead.
Got you.
Once you take that out and it was a 0, he did not. That last wave, though, that big backhand attack, I told you. I said if one big score gets dropped, he can still take this out.
Absolutely.
He did just that. A true champion right there. I mean, I tell you what, he sure made it hard on himself.
But hang on, because we still got a score to drop for our surfer
Okay, I'll
from
move
Portugal.
back on the couch. I'll move back.
So our surfer from Portugal needs a 5:05, but that was a pretty good wave, okay? So whether it'll be a 5:05, who knows? It's going to be pretty close. But John Wheely looks to have now moved down into silver, and despite an interference, as it stands, Roberto Pino out of Brazil is in the gold medal situation, waiting for one score to drop for Portugal. What's it going to be? Time will tell. I'm sure that score is going to come through pretty soon. It's going to be
Sammy,
very close.
Did you see that backside attack by my boy Roberto?
It was insane. I hope he stays in goal because that was just next level, beyond vert surfing. 12 o'clock, eat your heart out.
I mean, he made it really difficult on himself, and it's not over. We're waiting, just like our athletes down there, to hear the scores from our beach announcer.
It comes in at a 5.7. The situation has changed. Portugal shift up into gold medal situation. Camilo has won the gold. Wow, what a change in situation. Roberto Pino penalized himself by getting that interference call, and despite an 8.57, he could not win gold. And this man on your screen for Portugal, he is going to be absolutely over the moon to be told that he is our gold medalist. He is our 2022 Pismo Beach ISA World Para Surfing Champion in the Stand 1 classification. What a turnaround. What an absolute final that was. One of the most entertaining finals I've ever called, Todd.
I tell you what, that was exciting. I'm a major surf fan, and those are the moments that we live for right there as surf fans, and a special moment for our Portuguese surfer there, Camilo. He was kind of on the outside looking in, and all of a sudden he said, hold up, guys, you up there in the booth, get back in your seat. I'm going to drop a score right here, and he takes the gold. Unfortunate for Roberto with that interference.
Absolutely, and after Portugal got eliminated in the FIFA World Cup to Morocco, Portuguese surfing, parasurfing answers back. He is our gold medalist. Congratulations. 2 more finals to come. We've got Ben Way and Shannon Hughes coming into the booth to call the action as we wind down this incredible, historic, record-breaking final day. Stay tuned for Men's Stand 2 and Men's Stand 3 live from Pismo Beach.
Hi, my name is Dana Cummings, and I'm a below knee amputee, and I was in a major car accident back in 2002 and had both my legs crushed. Yeah, so after losing my leg in a major car accident, I learned to surf about 4 months after, and I caught my first few waves, and I just loved that stoke and that feeling, and it was life-changing for me. One-legged kid like me could learn to surf. We could teach more people how to surf, and so that's how me and 3 of my friends created AMP Surf to teach people with disabilities and to get them to focus on their abilities, not their disabilities. And so I think having parasurfing in the Olympics would be absolutely phenomenal for not only the athletes, but for the Paralympics as well.
Welcome back to the action for the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We are here in Pismo Beach, and we have had a wild change to the weather for finals day. Huge swell has arrived, as well as lots of wind, and it's just getting windier and windier minute by minute. But now up and riding for our men's Stand 2 division was our surfer in white, Jean-Paul Vondry of South Africa. We've got 4 competitors in the draw looking for a very first gold medal, Ben.
Yeah, so in red, we have for Team France, Philippe Nod. We had JP Vondry in white just up and riding South Africa. For yellow, in yellow for Brazil, Rafael Luders. And for Team Japan in blue, Kenjiro Ito.
Now, in the previous couple of years in the lead up to this year's World Championships, we had Adi Klang of Israel take out the win here in 2021. And Roberto Pino, who just competed in the men's Stand 1 division, took out the win back in 2020. So taking a look at this field, we will have a brand new gold medalist walking away with our Stand 2 division gold once we finish out this heat, which is really exciting to see as we see Kenjiro Ito with a great looking wave to start things off, and he goes down after that first section. Now we're going to have some scores to roll through. You can see how consistent it is in the lineup as Philippe Naud of France up and riding on his backhand. That was a nice solid sized wave. Didn't open up for him as much as he would have hoped for, but he did well to maintain control as he flew down the line.
He really did, and we have seen that size and that punch in the swell increase throughout the day. Now we still have that wind kind of coming out of the left side of your screen. You can see those flags up on the pier, the French and the Japan flag really being blown from the south. You got a kind of southwest wind, onshore, side shore, and so that makes it really difficult on those rights as you're fighting that oncoming wind. A little more speed in the lefts, but you also have that energy pulling you towards the pier, which is another factor.
Yeah, that energy's just been sucking straight into that pier bowl section. As we see Rafael of Brazil up and riding on his first wave. Nice start out, great clean face, carves it back into the pocket, drives off the bottom, and now will he make that connection? Nearly gets there and is unable to, but that was a well-surfed wave with lots of control.
Sure was, and so we're still waiting on his first score. That'll be the second score, and we talked to Rafael yesterday, and he said he also shapes boards, so he was excited to talk board with me. And yeah, whenever you have a shaper that's also a competitor, they're able to really tune their equipment towards themselves and give themselves an advantage. So,
and with a buzzer beater moment, it is the Portuguese competitor that walks away with the gold medal down at the glass with Axel.
Yeah, thanks so much, Shannon. We're here with Camilo, our new gold medalist, and Marta Paso will help us with translation. So Camilo, at the beginning, you were not the #1 coming into the final, but you just kept doing your thing, and in the end, hard work paid off, my friend.
Não era o número 1, havia atletas muito mais fortes do que eu, mas o esforço compensa e aqui está, o primeiro lugar, como se diz, um underdog. Consegui chegar a primeiro, consegui ultrapassar os favoritos à vitória e estou muito contente com a vitória neste campeonato.
So happy because he didn't come to the final as the favorite, but with a great effort and being the underdog, not being the favorite, he could put on good scores and good waves.
What does this gold medal mean to you, Camilo? Who do you want to dedicate this win?
Esta medalha significa muito para mim. O ano passado vim e fiquei em 4º lugar, portanto ganhar este ano é fantástico. Dedico esta vitória a toda a minha equipa, que esteve comigo ao longo destes dias, dedico a toda a família que está em casa, amigos, tudo que está a apoiar-me lá na minha terra. Epá, é para todos eles esta vitória.
This victory means a lot to him, and he's so happy, and he dedicates this medal to all his family and the team who spent these days with him.
As a world champion, what is next for you, Camilo, going back home?
Going back home é voltar à vida normal, ter que ir trabalhar, que o surf não é a minha profissão, mas vou desfrutar desta vitória até pelo menos ao próximo campeonato do mundo. Sou o número 1 até ao próximo dezembro, talvez.
He wants to go back home and go back to his normal life. He works, surfing is not his life, but of course he wants to enjoy the victory with family and friends and being the #1 till at least next December.
Parabéns, Camilo. Congratulations. Time to celebrate, my friend.
Okay, thank you. Obrigado, Helga, que estás aí em casa, deve estar a chorar. Amo-te muito. Beijos.
Back to the booth.
Incredible performance from Camilo, coming through as the underdog and walks away victorious as a brand new gold medalist for this year's ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Wow, you can just see how good he feels, that face, oh man. You can just feel the power from that. And we are seeing JP Vaudry's score come in. So White goes to second after his last wave. He's now got a 5.0 and a 2.10 with a very small requirement to take over the gold.
Yeah, very small requirements across the board. Even for our surfer sitting in 4th at the moment, just a 4.87, which is one good turn, puts him into that gold medal position for Kenjiro. It's been we've got 13 minutes left on the clock. A good-looking set starting to roll in. Blue does have first priority, and he's going to try and chip into this wave. Couple of paddles, is unable to get into it as it flattens out. We can see just how tight the situation is and how challenging the conditions are to read the lineup today, as that wind is really coming up stronger through the afternoon here, and it's becoming a very challenging playing field.
100%. And what I was just realizing is we had seen that wave of Rafael during the interview looked like he literally ran over the Amp Surf Volunteer. Everything was okay there. But as that score came in, now things have changed around as far as those requirements, and that gold medal position isn't as accessible as it was before.
That's right, a 6.27 for last of Rafael during that interview puts him into that leading position with a really solid lead. It now means that our surfer in white, JP from South Africa, is chasing a 6.87, and Philip from France chasing an 8.04. Kenjiro now up to a 9.3. So getting those two solid scores on the board has really helped out the situation.
Yeah, and looking at Philippe's new requirement, you remember early on he had gotten a score in those bigger closed-out conditions with a 7.83 for a big vertical attack backside under the lip. And so if he can do something like that with a little bit more oomph to it, or he can fit in a turn just before that, he could easily reach that 8.04. Of course, the scaling is a little bit different today than it was that day, which was much more closed out. Now sections weren't as accessible as they are today.
Yeah, there is still a lot of that accessibility. So many of those peaks opening up as these waves and this wind swell kind of hits different parts of the bank. You're getting a lot of different corners. Nice paddle here from our surfer in red, but he goes down on the takeoff. He'll lose priority on that paddle. Now we'll see who's able to get into this one. Surfer in white has second priority, blue with third. And that wave just closes out a little bit too quick. We do have some rain that started to roll through now, so that storm is just getting heavier and heavier on the crew in the lineup. And we are in our second to last heat of the day as we take a look at live action here for our current leader, Rafael. Great opening turn. Nice section to hit for the first, and claims it back to the judging tower, hits that in section with power. And now Kenjiro up and riding. He'll have to kick out. Now, white did have first priority over blue, so we'll see if there's any sort of interference call there. JP's definitely asking for it. Kenjiro did get out of the way as quickly as possible, though.
Yeah, so you always want to make clear for the rider holding the higher priority. I don't think Kenjiro really saw that he was on the wave until he was on there, so we're going to see how that pans out right there. But Rafael definitely really happy with that last ride. Get a 6.27 and a 5.60. We may see something even higher, which will distance him from the rest of the silver, bronze, and copper medalists in this heat.
Scores to come through for last of Rafael. His best result has been in that finals conversation, but he has not walked away a gold medalist yet, and there's an 8.60, which is going to make it difficult for him to not walk away with the gold today.
Yeah, he put a big job in front of the rest of the surfers. Silver now needing 9.87, almost double what he's got on the board, and both bronze and copper needing combinations. Look at Rafael Luters right now. This is where he got that wave, and just such good speed, fitting in turns wherever he could, and getting that end section finish, showing control. You see that kind of purple tinge to his board. That's the epoxy resin. He's using an epoxy board as we see that little mix-up there. So in my eyes, blue didn't really get in the way. He was able to finish the maneuver. Had he been there or not, I don't think it would have really affected that ride too much. And we're not seeing the little red triangle on there, which means there was an interference. So I think the judges are deeming it clean.
All right, so JP now sitting in second with a 5.37 and a 5.00. The 5.37 was for that last wave, so that was his best score so far. The wave where Kenjiro in blue kicked out the back. He's sitting now chasing, though, a 9.50 to be able to take the win away. Across competition this week, it's been great to see these surfers be able to find themselves with those excellent scores, be able to find those big open corners, and to charge on those better sections. As we see Kenjiro of Japan hits the lip, nearly maintains control, but just can't quite stick the landing. I really appreciate, though, that attacking mentality from our former bronze medalist here at the World Parasurfing Championships.
Yeah, and as we did see Kenjiro surfing with two fins on his board earlier, I had a small talk with him, and I said, we're sitting there with a big question mark, saying if you'd done that on purpose, seeing if you're trying to aid to your toe side or that there's mostly rights scoring the big rides. And then when Axel tracked him down, he was surprised to see that his fin was knocked out. And it was the heel side fin, which would not give you the advantage, but actually make it a little bit more difficult.
Well, now we've just seen the interference call be made, so it took the judges a few minutes as there were waves being ridden to put it into the system. There has been an interference called for blue on white from that exchange just before, as we see Philippe of France go down after that first section. Yellow has a look out the back and decides not to go, so that's going to make it very difficult, near impossible for Kenjiro to be able to walk away with that gold medal today.
That's true. That's it. It's basically he's having to restart this heat from 7 minutes.